Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Streaming to TVT, 7 nations shocked. Light Ripple d'Oeige's French cover. Newest 4.3 Abyss Full-Star Strategy. Genshin Chronicle Fontaine Arc. Damn, even in this parallel world, is the Genshin video scene competitive. No wonder the original me struggled as an up creator. Shanghai in a small rented apartment. Arthur stared helplessly at the flood of Genshin videos on the local version of Bilibili. 3 days ago, after staying up all night grinding the Fontaine map, he somehow transmigrated into this parallel world. He replaced the version of Arthur that originally lived here and discovered he was now a Genshin Impact content creator. He originally planned to continue the hustle, but after researching the platform's environment, he realized this world's Genshin content scene is just as brutal. Fan-made edits, half are gods fighting in the heavens, and the other half are Dendro Archons competing for dominance. Abyss runs, speed runs, no damage clears, nuclear damage showcases everywhere. Lore analysts, every one of them is a professional TVT historian. From the deep lore of each nation to character costumes, background metaphors, and hidden foreshadowing, they know everything. Even the officials tread carefully under this pressure. Forget ordinary up creators. This is going to be tough. Arthur rubbed his temples, and then, a mechanical beep echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected. System binding. Ding. System binding complete. A system. Arthur froze, then his eyes lit up. As a veteran web novel reader in his previous life, this was practically standard transmigrator equipment. And it arrived at the perfect time. He calmed down. System, explain your functions. Understood, host. The system's voice sounded again. Your live streams and videos will be projected directly into the world of TVT. Whenever you evoke emotions from people in TVT, you gain emotion points. Emotion points can be used to unlock system functions and draw rewards to strengthen yourself. After hearing this, Arthur immediately understood. So it was the classic emotion point system. But instead of Earth viewers, the audience was the people of TVT. Honestly, that was great news. Earth was oversaturated, but TVT, a complete blue ocean market. Perfect. If I can't outcompete people on Earth, I'll just dominate TVT instead. Arthur smirked. His biggest problem was solved. As for what content to send them, since it was Genshin's world, obviously the most explosive content would be story spoilers and comedic edits, guaranteed massive emotion points. He decided on a character commentary series, a complete breakdown of iconic figures from every nation in TVT. The first half serious analysis of their achievements, the second half memes, jokes, and classic fandom references. Pure contrast. 1 live stream, 2 versions of content, 2 waves of rewards. Now who should be the first character? Let's start with Lumen the Traveler. As the protagonist, she has endless material for both serious and comedic analysis. Decision made, Arthur started preparing. As a Genshin Up creator, he had plenty of material stockpiled. Soon the script was sorted. He even used the system to polish the visuals. After a final check, Arthur inhaled deeply and spoke in his mind. System, start the projection. Ding. Projecting. Ding. Projection successful. Content broadcasted to TVT. At the same time, TVT. Outside Mondstadt, in a Hilly-Shurl camp. Amber wiped out the last Hilly-Shurl and turned toward the blonde girl and floating companion behind her. Thanks for the help. Come with me, a responsible outrider knight will escort you safely to the city. The traveler and Paimon smiled. Just as the three were about to head toward Mondstadt, a translucent light screen appeared in front of them. All three jumped in shock. Huh? What's this? The traveler instinctively touched the screen, but her fingers passed through it. She glanced at Paimon. Can you see it too? Yup. Mine looks the same. Paimon nodded. Do you know what it is? Is it one of Mondstadt's specialties? Paimon rubbed her chin. Traveler considered it. Maybe. Both turned to Amber, who wore the exact same confused expression. Clearly, that guess was wrong. Then another voice echoed in their minds. Ding. You have been invited to join the Transcendent chat group. You may speak using the chat box on the right. The three stared blankly at the floating screen. Knights of Favonia's headquarters, acting Grand Master's office. Jean and Lisa were also staring at the same unexpected projection. Transcendent chat group. Jean frowned. Lisa, do you know what this is? Don't rush. Let's observe first, Lisa replied with a small smile. Who knows, this might even help us solve the Storm Terror crisis. Jean's eyes brightened at the thought. Liu Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Hu Tao, mid-rant about expenses, instantly perked up upon seeing the projection. A chat group? Sounds fun. I'm checking it out. Zhongli quietly sighed in relief at her distraction. But when he gazed at the screen, his brows slowly furrowed. Besides the hall master and myself, others are included as well. Possibly the entirety of Tivat. Tianli does not possess such power. An unknown entity intervening. Liu must be cautious. Inajima Tenshikaku. The Raiden Shogun sat in meditation. Then, her eyes snapped open, lightning flashing within. A variable that threatens eternity. Thunder erupted within the hall as she attempted to destroy the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Yet the projection remained completely unharmed. Sensing this, a purple glow flowed across her body. And when her eyes opened again, they held human clarity. EI had taken control. She observed the screen in silence, expression tightening. A force on par with or beyond the heavenly principles. We cannot treat this as an enemy. Sumeru Sanctuary of Surasthana. Inside the green cage, the small, white-clad figure opened her eyes wide. This feels similar to an Akasha terminal, but also not quite. Could it be the greater Lord Rukhadevata? Nahitha's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she eagerly began analyzing. Fontaine Palais Mermonia. I'm so bored, nothing recent has been interesting. When will something truly entertaining happen? Farina paced circles inside Nouvelette's office. If you're that bored, perhaps you could help with. Before Nouvelette could finish, 2 projections appeared before them. Ding! You have been invited to join the Transcendent Chat Group. You may speak using the chat box on the right. Nouvelette froze, even halting his paperwork. Furina's eyes lit up. A chat group? Finally something fun. 2. Traveler Lumen, reviewing me. At the same moment, in Natlan, Sneznia, and even within Abyss Order strongholds, the same phenomenon occurred. A translucent screen appeared before countless people. But there was one key difference. Those who possessed a vision, delusion, or special powers were placed into the Transcendent Chat Group. Ordinary people were placed into the normal chat group. Transcendent Chat Group. Paimon, hey, this is Paimon. Can everyone see this? Traveler Lumen, we can see it. Amber, Traveler. Paimon. I can see it too. This is amazing. Venti, hey, I can see it. Ye Miko, little ones, I can see it clearly as well. Klee Tada. Klee can see it from the confinement room too. Alice, hee, mommy can see it too. Klee, yay, mommy. Alice, Klee, long time no see. Klee, hee. Jean, Amber, is that you? Amber, yes, acting Grand Master. I'm currently outside Mondstadt with 2 travelers. Jean, understood. Stay alert. Kale, whoa, it's Amber. I can see the messages even in Sumeru. Amber, Kale, how've you been? Kale, doing fine. Just patrolling the forest with Master Tineri. Hu Tao, wow. So many future clients gathered together. Wangxing Funeral Parlor is having a big promotion today, buy 1, get 1 free. Anyone interested? Farina, oh, tell me more. If it's good, I might buy. Itto, buy 1 get 1. Seriously? Spill it. Charlotte, ahem, Lady Farina. According to the Steambird's reports, Wangxing Funeral Parlor is a funeral service provider. In Liu. Shinobu, boss, she's right. Farina. Itto. Hu Tao, rest assured. Wangshen's services are top quality, trusted by mortals and immortals alike. Farina, I am the Hydro Archon, Focalers. A god. Why would I ever need such services? Hu Tao, then maybe the tall Oni next to you. Itto, I'm broke. Hu Tao. Within moments of joining, everyone realized. The chat group connected people from every nation. For a world like Tivat, where travel and communication were limited, this was revolutionary. The group quickly devolved into chaotic excitement. Through the chatter, important clues surfaced. Ningguang, it seems every nation has this mysterious projection. Everyone can speak through the chat. Ayaka, yes. Inajima sees the same. Navia, wait. I just asked my maids and guards. They're in a different chat group. Traveler Lumen, so there are 2 groups. Nahitha, with such wide coverage, this isn't the Akasha system. Al-Haytham, correct. Akasha can only function in Sumeru. Nilo, stronger than the Akasha, then the being behind this must surpass even the greater Lord Rukhadevata. Nouvelette, the 7 Archons hold no such power. Zhongli, by all rational standards, indeed. Venti, Ahei, Grandpa Zhongli is right. Paimon, what does Ahei even mean? Traveler Lumen, don't mind him. Look, something's happening on the left side of the screen. At that message, everyone in the group paused their discussions and turned toward the projection. Whatever this light screen was, they were all about to find out. Earth, inside the rented apartment. Arthur glanced at the time. Almost there. He sat in front of his PC and opened his stream. Compared to other streamers, his viewership was pitiful. Right now, not a single real viewer was present. The occasional scrolling comment was clearly from bots. Before today, Arthur would have lost all motivation seeing this. But now, he had an entire world of Tivat watching. In terms of raw viewer count, he was effectively a top-tier streamer. The only downside, they couldn't interact with him yet. He steadied his breathing and began. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Starting today, I'm putting other content on hold for a new series. Genshin character commentary. Every day, I'll do a full breakdown of one TVT character including serious analysis and not so serious content. Hope you enjoy it. And today's very first character is the interworld traveler Lumen. He switched the display to a picture of the blonde traveler. Then he edited his title to Genshin character commentary 1 traveler Lumen. Outside Mondstadt. Upon discovering the projection, Lumen, Paimon, and Amber sat down in the cleared Hillischerl camp instead of heading into the city. When they saw the live stream page, all three froze, especially Lumen. The moment she saw her own picture appear on someone's live stream, her mind blanked. What's happening? She knew what a review was. She knew what live stream meant. But reviewing her, eating melon only to discover you are the melon. Lumen, do you know the man in the corner of the screen? Paimon asked, scratching her head. If not, why would he review you? Lumen frowned lightly, then shook her head. I lost some of my memories. I don't recognize him. Don't worry. Amber said cheerfully. You said you're looking for your brother, right? Maybe there will be hints in this projection. That's right. Paimon's eyes widened. Then let's watch. The three fixed their eyes on the screen, full of anticipation. Elsewhere in Mondstadt Abyss Order Base. On a stone throne, Aether the blonde Abyss Prince stared at the projection showing Lumen's picture. Aether's expression softened. It's been a long time, little sister. Didn't expect to see you again like this. But when he recalled the streamer's words, his eyes narrowed sharply. Reviewing Lumen. Is this someone we met during our world hopping? But after thinking for a long time, Aether couldn't recall any such person. Wait, could it be someone Lumen met privately, without him? They weren't always together, after all. A cold shadow passed through his gaze. His fist tightened. Unfamiliar man, commenting on his sister. An inexplicable anger rose inside him. He turned to the Abyss mages below. Memorize the face of the man in the bottom right corner. If he ever appears in TVT, teach him a lesson. Yes, your highness. The Abyss Order answered swiftly. 3. Honorary Knight, Friend of Adepti, First Sage Lumen is really that amazing. 3. Honorary Knight, Friend of Adepti, First Sage Lumen is really that amazing. The moment the content on the projection shifted, the entire Transcendent chat group fell into commotion. Transcendent chat group. Hutao full commentary. What does that mean? Zhongli from a rational standpoint, it likely means an evaluation of a person's personality, past, and future deeds. Farina a review of the traveler, Lumen? Is this person her acquaintance? Novelet Lady Farina, he said he will review one person from TVT each day, so he must know TVT extremely well. Navia hold ondos that mean this unknown being knows everyone's past and future. Is that even possible? Yoimiya if that's real, is it some kind of super prophecy? Mona no, even astrology cannot reach that level. Perhaps the Irminsul tree could. Nahitha even Irminsul cannot know everything. Ye Miko will know soon enough. Speaking of which, where is the traveler herself? Jean Amber said she was with the traveler just now. Yes. Amber, yup. Traveler Lumen didn't expect the melon I'm eating to suddenly turn into me. I have no idea what kind of review this will be. Ayaka very curious about the serious and not so serious parts. Venti Ahe could it be glorious achievements and embarrassing moments? Traveler Lumen wait surely not. Lumen's heart tightened. Glorious achievements? She couldn't remember most of them. Black history? She hoped she didn't have any. Paimon black history? He, can't wait. Venti looking forward to it. Farina oh. Embarrassing tales of an otherworldly traveler? Much more entertaining than a courtroom drama. Ye Miko if it's interesting, I'll publish it as a light novel through Ye Publishing House. Traveler Lumen. Amid the chatter, the projection began moving again. Earth inside the apartment. Arthur officially began today's stream. Since we're reviewing Lumen, let's start with her background. She is not a native of TVT, but a traveler who crossed through many worlds. Many years ago, Lumen and her brother Aether arrived in this world TVT. But the moment they arrived, they encountered the cataclysm of Kenria. Trying to escape the disaster, they were intercepted by a mysterious god, the sustainer of heavenly principles. After a fierce battle, both siblings were defeated and sealed away. Only recently did Lumen awaken and begin her journey across TVT. The events from 500 years ago are complicated, so this is just a summary. If viewers want, we can make a detailed series later. He then played the opening cutscene of Genshin Impact, showing the full encounter with the Sustainer. Transcendent chat group. Paimon wow. Lumen, that matches exactly what you told me. Traveler Lumen yes, every detail is correct. That's why I've been searching for my brother. Keking if the traveler herself confirms it, then the content should be accurate. Ayaka I didn't expect such a history truly extraordinary. Amber but still no clues about your brother. Traveler Lumen it's fine. At least now we know the mysterious god's identity, the sustainer of heavenly principles. But which nation's god is she from? Jean she's definitely unrelated to Mondstadt. We worship Barbatos, the Inmo Archon. Ningguang Liu worships Rex Lapis. The sustainer is clearly someone else. Kyujao Sarah her appearance does not resemble the shogun at all. Nilo Sumura's greater lord and lesser lord are also out of the question. Farina I, Fokalers, am the god of justice. I would never seal someone without cause. Everyone from every nation denied involvement. The few who did know the truth stayed silent. Barbara then Lumen's brother, is he in this chat group? Traveler Lumen right. Ether, are you here? Just say something. Anything. Lumen stared at the projection quietly. Ether, it's not time for us to reunite yet. Let's meet at the end of your journey. Paimon no reply, looks like your brother might still be sealed. Traveler Lumen, it's okay. Let's keep watching, maybe there will be clues. Sure enough, the projection moved again. Earth Arthur continues. After awakening, Lumen wandered across Tivet. Until she fished up her emergency food Paimon. With Paimon as her guide, they traveled to the land of Wind Mondstadt. Then Liu, Inajima, Sumuru, Fontaine. Together, they experienced countless dangerous adventures. In Mondstadt, she helped the Knights of Favonius resolve the Storm Terror crisis. She received the title Honorary Knight. In Liu, she helped the Kixing handle the crisis involving the ancient god Oziel and his wife. She earned the titles Hero of the People and Friend of the Adepti. In Inajima, she aided the resistance against the shogunate, and was appointed captain of Swordfish II. She later defeated the Raiden shogun under the people's wishes, helping end the Sakoku decree and Vision Hunt. In Sumuru, she freed Lesser Lord Kizanali and helped restructure the Academia. She received the honorary title First Sage. Due to Sumuru's special circumstances, this title is temporary. In Fontaine, she resolved the prophecy crisis. And earned the honorary position of highest rank researcher of the Fontaine Research Institute. And beyond these major events, there are countless smaller ones. In short, Traveler Lumen has immense fame across Tivet. Her nickname across the martial world is Yi, Grandmaster/Big Boss. He then played highlight clips from the game showcasing the Traveler's feats. The reactions. Earlier, when Arthur only explained Lumen's origins, people were simply surprised. But now, this touched all 5 nations. Each event was a matter of national security. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Transcendent chat group. Jean what? The Storm Terror crisis was resolved thanks to the Traveler. Ningguang Oziel's return. Does this mean Liu will face calamity again? Kyujiao Sarah, impossible. The Shogun would never be defeated. Nilo, I'm so glad the little Lord Kizanali is freed. Lini, so the solution to the prophecy lies with the Traveler. And then, Traveler Lumen Honorary Knight, Friend of Adepti, First Sage, I'm that amazing. 4. Farina, I've got it. I'll solve the Fontaine crisis by putting the Traveler on trial. 4. Farina, I've got it. I'll solve the Fontaine crisis by putting the Traveler on trial. Outside Mondstadt, Paimon stared at the projection, her tiny face overflowing with shock. Honorary Knight. Friend of the Adepti. You even beat the Raiden Shogun. You saved Lesser Lord Kizanali. You solved the Fontaine crisis. Wait, Lumen, is this Arno, your future? Are we seriously this amazing? Yeah, we're like the main characters of a light novel. Amber nodded so fast she looked like a pecking chick. Lumen scratched her cheek, embarrassed. She hadn't done any of that yet. But hearing Paimon's bragging, she shot her a cute side eye. And what does this have to do with you, emergency food? How does it not? Paimon crossed her arms with righteous confidence. I was the guide who started your journey. And I appeared in those scenes too. Obviously I get half the credit. Just imagining herself becoming a legendary figure known across all of Tivet, Paimon rubbed her hands together in excitement. Lumen could only sigh helplessly and turn to Amber apologetically. She's always like this. It's fine. Amber waved it off, then looked at Lumen hopefully. So if this is really your future, could you help Mondstadt too? Don't worry. We'll definitely repay you. Mondstadt had suffered under the dragon crisis for too long. A miracle had appeared. She intended to grab it with both hands. Of course. Lumen smiled. But let's finish the stream first. Then it's settled. Amber nodded eagerly. Mondstadt Knights of Favonius headquarters. Jean stared at the projection showing Lumen fighting Storm Terror. Lisa, you were right. The key to resolving the dragon crisis has arrived. Lisa reclined gracefully on her sofa, though her smile widened. Then we must properly welcome our new honorary knight. Absolutely. Jean immediately began messaging Amber. Liu Jade Chamber. Unlike Mondstadt's excitement, Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu all frowned deeply. What do you two think? Ningguang asked calmly. Information is too limited, Keqing said. From the footage, all we know is that the Traveler and the Adepti fought Oziel together and that the Fatui interfered. Right now, Lumen is still in Mondstadt. The dragon crisis hasn't even ended. We have some time. Ganyu suddenly hesitated. There was one thing. In the footage, I didn't see the Geo Archon. And considering the Traveler arrives around the time of the Rite of Dissension, could something go wrong this year? That sentence made both Ningguang and Keqing tense up, especially Ningguang. She was the one presiding over this year's rite. If something happened she would be held responsible. Keqing, though usually critical of Ningguang, still tried to reassure her. Don't panic. There's still time. And he said he reviews 1 tivation per day. We might get more clues. You're right. Ningguang exhaled slowly. Having calmed down, she continued. The Traveler helped Liu in that future. We should maintain positive relations. And starting today, keep strict watch on the Northland Bank and all Fatui activity. Agreed. Keking and Ganya nodded immediately. Inajima Sangonomiya Shrine. Goro looked at Kakamai, eyes wide. Lady Kakamai, the traveler not only joins our resistance, but even becomes captain of Swordfish too. And as she actually defeats the Raiden Shogun. How powerful was this girl? Yes, Kakamai murmured softly. An outsider's power will help us. But deeper in her heart, another thought shook her. Does this mean the Sakoku decree and Vision Hunt decree truly end? For the first time in a long time, she felt a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in Tenshikaku, Ei watched the scenes of Inajima in silence. I lost. By the people's will. If this is the future, does that mean my pursuit of eternity was mistaken? For the first time in centuries, confusion clouded her eyes. Sumuru Sanctuary of Surasthana. I come out. I'm freed. Nahida's small voice trembled with mixed emotion. A bit of joy, a bit of disbelief, a bit of fear. The academia was functioning smoothly now. So for there to be a crisis in the future, what went wrong? Then something else hit her. The title, First Sage, but temporary. She frowned deeper. Travelers helping her and earning the title made sense. But why would it become invalid? She wasn't someone who would ever rescind such gratitude. So what happened? After thinking in circles, she sighed softly. Not enough information. If only he would review me too. Maybe then I'd understand. She looked back at the projection with small, hopeful eyes. Fontaine Palais Mermonia. Farina watched the Fontaine section of the projection, her expression uncharacteristically solemn. Not a trace of her usual dramatic flair remained. The person in the mirror once said, everything will end in a grand, theatrical trial. And when that moment comes, everyone will be saved. When combined with what the projection showed, is it tied to the traveler? Does the prophecy end after she arrives? A weight lifted from her heart. For 5 centuries, she had played the role of a god. Finally the dawn was close. But then she glanced at the mysterious projection again, and dread crept into her. I hope he doesn't review me. That would be troublesome. Neuvillette noticed her shifting expression and frowned gently. Lady Farina. Lady Farina. What is it? She jolted like someone caught stealing pastries. You look troubled. Did you discover something? Neuvillette tilted his head slightly. Furina's panic evaporated in an instant. She raised both arms triumphantly. Of course I did. I am Focalors, the god of justice. And I already know how to solve the prophecy crisis. Please explain. Neuvillette braced himself. It's simple. Farina puffed her chest proudly. The projection says the traveler comes here and solves the crisis. So obviously, she must be the culprit behind the prophecy. All we have to do is put her on trial. Then the crisis is resolved. Her blue eyes sparkled with absolute confidence. A grand, theatrical trial. What could be more perfect than judging the legendary otherworldly traveler? Neuvillette. He silently decided he should not have asked. 5. Lumen, why am I only the 12th harbinger? Mondstadt Abyss Order Base. Lumen does that much in the future. No wonder she is my sister. Ether, Kong, smiled proudly as he looked at the projection. Now he understood. This mysterious figure wasn't an acquaintance at all. This was clearly an unknown, powerful being who knew Tivet's past and future. Below the throne, the Abyss Order members exchanged uneasy looks. Yes, their prince's sister was powerful. But everything she accomplished in the future involved beating them, over and over. Finally, one Abyss mage spoke up, voice rasping. Your Highness, what should we do now? Should we continue the Storm Terror plan as usual? Ether tapped his fingers lightly, thoughtful. The future shown is no longer the same future. We will adjust the plan. As for Lumen, find a way to lure her away from Mondstadt. Then proceed with the attack. He admired his sister. But their paths already diverged. Before the throne of the Abyss rose again, he had an unfinished war. Against Celestia. And the 7 Archons. Understood, Your Highness. The Abyss mages hurried away to modify their plans. Transcendent Chat Group. Nahida Honorary Knight, Friend of Adepti, Helper in Inajima, my first sage, solving Fontaine's crisis. The traveler is amazing. Ye Miko indeed. She's like the heroine of a light novel. I'll have Ye Publishing prepare a manuscript. Traveler Lumen, will we get royalties? Ye Miko, of course. Come to Inajima to collect them. Paimon, Ye. Lumen, we're gonna be rich. Jean Traveler, this is Acting Grand Master Jean. Thank you for your future assistance. Jean, if possible, please visit the Knights later. We will welcome you properly. Amber, don't worry, Acting Grand Master. I'll bring Lumen over. Ningguang, I am Ningguang of the Liu Kixing. We thank you for your future help. Liu will welcome you anytime. Cloud Retainer, 2 Oziel heads appeared. What exactly happened? Ganyu, we still have time to prepare. In Wangxing Funeral Parlor, Hu Tao rubbed her chin. Guest consultant, even 2 ancient gods appeared. Where do you think Geo Archon went? Zhongli smiled faintly. He had matters to attend to. He was watching people panic during his death. From the projection, everything proceeded as he intended. He felt relieved. Kakamai, if you visit Inajima, feel free to stop by Watatsumai. Captain of Swordfish 2, will always have a place here. Kyujao Sarah, what is that supposed to mean? Are you openly recruiting? Goro, we're not. It's just what the future says. Traveler, when you come to Inajima, you may come to Tenshikaku. Sarah, treat our guest with utmost respect. Kyujao Sarah, as you command. Ye Miko, my, even sounds different now. Nahida, I'm still trapped for the moment, so I can't host you. Nilo, don't worry, little Lord Kusanali. I'll welcome the traveler for you. Dunyazard 2. Dia, count me in. I like that kind of person. Nouvelette, traveler, I am Nouvelette, Chief Justice of Fontaine. I await your arrival. Navia Spina di Rosala also welcomes you anytime. Everyone finally understood why Lumen was the first one reviewed. She was the key to everything. And with looming national crises, each nation rushed to extend goodwill. Outside Mondstadt, Lumen looked at the flood of warm invitations and felt a wave of emotion. Not long ago, she was just a lonely traveler drifting from place to place, barely scraping by. And now, she was welcomed by every nation. For a moment, she felt grateful to that mysterious commentator. Lumen, look, we're super popular. At this rate, we won't even need to pay for food anymore. Paimon jumped in excitement. Humph, of course. Who do you think Grandmaster Yi is? Lumen crossed her arms proudly. Snezhnia Fatui reaction. Naturally, Snezhnia wasn't going to stay quiet either. Tartaglia, hold on, is there no footage of the traveler helping Snezhnia? The Fatui welcome her too. Jean He. The Fatui's reputation precedes you. Why would the traveler side with you? Ningguang Oziel's revival was related to your actions. Pray the Northland Bank causes no further trouble. Ye Miko and Inajima has plenty of your work as well. Is that so? I'll review it later. Kale, the Fatui commit too many crimes. A righteous person like the traveler will never join you. Farina, come to Fontaine for judgment. Tartaglia, here, aren't you all getting ahead of yourselves? The traveler hasn't even said anything yet. Tartaglia, traveler, interested in joining the Fatui? Tartaglia, Her Majesty the Tsaritsa would gladly offer you the position of 12th Harbinger. The chat exploded. Venti Harbinger number 12 Inchi. Hey, sounds fun. Hu Tao, ooh, that does sound interesting. Traveler Lumen, unbelievable. Paimon, yeah. You guys keep fighting her but want her to join. Amber, ignore them, Lumen. Then Lumen typed. Traveler Lumen, no wait, why am I only the 12th? Traveler Lumen, shouldn't I get one of the top seats? Silence. Paimon, Amber, Tartaglia. The chat froze in collective confusion. Fortunately, at that moment, the projection moved again. Everyone turned to look. Arthur cleared his throat and said, now that we've covered Lumen's official achievements, let's move on to the unofficial ones. Note, everything below is humorous exaggeration. Any resemblance to real situations is coincidental. Please view objectively. Transcendent chat group, reactions. Venti, here we go. The part I've been waiting for. Paimon, even though I'm on Lumen's side I'm also curious, Ayaka, the traveler's unorthodox moments sound quite intriguing. Keking, what does humorous exaggeration imply exactly? Traveler Lumen, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? This better not ruin all my heroic moments. Ye Miko, a more novel material. Lovely. Earth Arthur. Arthur looked excited. The serious part was great, but the chaotic part of the traveler, that was the real gold. He wondered how Lumen and everyone else would react. After clearing his throat, he spoke solemnly. Unofficial point number 1. The traveler's nickname. Walking natural disaster. 6. Traveler. More like executor. 6. Traveler. More like executor. Unofficial point number 1. The traveler's nickname, Walking Humanoid Calamity. As everyone knows, Tivat has been relatively peaceful since the fall of Kenria 500 years ago. But after the traveler arrived, everything changed. She went to Mondstadt. Storm Terror rebelled and started bombing the city. She went to Lio Oziel and his wife revived. She went to Inazuma more pretending she joined the resistance. She went to Samara, the entire city almost got wiped out. She went to Fontaine and the whole nation literally sank underwater. Along the way, she's defeated uncountable Hilishurals, Fatui, and Abyss Order members. Tivat has suffered under the traveler for far too long. Arthur barely held back his laughter. He couldn't wait to see Lumen's reaction. Outside Mondstadt, Lumen froze in place. She knew humorous exaggeration meant trouble. But this level of slander was insane. Just 1 minute ago she was Tivat's shining hero. The next minute she became a walking disaster omen. If he hadn't repeatedly said it was just for comedy, she would have exploded on the spot. This is defamation. He's slandering me. Lumen sputtered in righteous indignation. Paimon and Amber didn't speak. They were busy trying not to burst out laughing. Transcendent chat group. Barbara, after watching it, I honestly don't know what to say. Venti, hey, so that's why she's called a walking calamity. Ganyu, it seems true but something feels off. Hu Tao, traveler, with a resume like that, you'll definitely need Wangxing Funeral Parlor's loyal services. Want a discount? Traveler Lumen, it's slander. Complete slander. Zhongli, from a rational standpoint, yes, this fits the humorous exaggeration he warned us about. Ayaka, it's frightening. If he hadn't warned us first, I might have believed it. Farina, traveler? More like an executor of calamity. Ye Miko, executor? Oh, I like that title. Paimon, ptahahaha. Traveler Lumen, what are you laughing at? You were involved too. Paimon. Lumen felt like crying. Heroic feats. Cool. Being turned into Tivet's natural disaster mascot? Absolutely humiliating. And to think, I was thankful to this man earlier. I was way too naive. But unfortunately for her, the unofficial segment had only just begun. Earth Arthur continues. Next unofficial point 2. Walking, most wanted criminal. As the name suggests, the traveler gets wanted posters everywhere she goes. In Mondstadt, under Venti's encouragement, Lumen and Paimon helped him steal the Holy Lyre der Himmel. Though the Fatui stole it first, she was still suspected, and promptly wanted by the Knights of Favonius. He played the clip from the game. Transcendent chat group. Barbara, what? You tried to steal the Holy Lyre? Jean, Barbara, calm down. The footage shows it was to help Storm Terror. Lisa, still cuties, you could have just asked. Why steal it? Traveler Lumen. Paimon. Venti, Ehe. Jean, this bard seems to be a key helper. Venti, please visit the Knights later. Venti, is there wine? Jean, yes. Lots of it. Venti, I'll be right there. Mondstadt Cathedral. Barbara slammed the projection shut. No, the Holy Lyre must never be stolen. Even if it's to help Storm Terror, I must guard it personally. She dashed out to defend it on the spot. Earth Arthur continues. In Lyu, Lumen arrived just in time for the rite of dissension. She wanted to watch the ceremony, but Rex Lapis was suddenly assassinated. When the Millelith began investigating, Lumen and Paimon immediately tried to run. And so they were wanted again. He played the clip. This time, the reaction was explosive. Transcendent chat group. Cloud Retainer, what? The Emperor was assassinated. Moon Carver, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shao with Geo Archon's power, who could harm him? Novelet, indeed. I have heard the title of war god. Few beings could threaten him. Tartaglia, so was it the Traveler? Or the Lyu Kixing? Everyone from Lyu went silent. The Jade Chamber atmosphere turned grave. Jade Chamber. So it was the rite of dissension. Ningguang murmured. And Geo Archon was assassinated. No wonder he didn't appear in the battle against Oziel. But who could do such a thing? Keking demanded. Someone who found the Geo Archon's weakness. Ganyu suggested. But the Traveler? Unlikely. A heavy silence followed. Transcendent chat group. Traveler Lumen, may I explain myself? Yanfei, permission granted. Traveler Lumen, at that time, I assumed the Geo Archon was the one who sealed me, so I panicked and ran. Ningguang, I believe you. Based on earlier footage, you clearly aided Lyu. Ningguang, however, for safety, when you arrive, please come to the Jade Chamber. Ningguang, and as for the Kixingua mortals, had neither motive nor ability. Keking, if the Adepti doubt us, they may come supervise the city. Ganyu, everyone, please calm yourselves. There is still time. Cloud Retainer, but why would Geo Archon be attacked? Paimon, it must be the Fatui. That Tartaglia guy is clearly trying to shift the blame. Tartaglia. Suddenly, 3 new messages appeared. Signora, nice job. Her Majesty will reward you. Tor, how well played. Scaramouche, in this matter, you are the strongest. Tartaglia. Tartaglia, can you all stop hyping me up? I'm not that capable. Tartaglia, if anything, it's more like the Geo Archon killed himself. Silence. Then, Cloud Retainer, insolence. How dare you insult Geo Archon? Shao, the Emperor would never die without reason. Moon Carver, it must be the Fatui. Tartaglia. Zhongli. 7, Lumen, it's over him going to jail forever. 7, Lumen, it's over him going to jail forever. Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Zhongli's hand trembled. The teacup nearly slipped from his fingers. Guest consultant, what's wrong? Hu Tao turned toward him, noticing the sudden movement. Nothing. I'm just rather surprised to hear that Geo Archon was assassinated. Zhongli set the cup down with a small sigh. Yeah, I wonder what exactly happened. Hu Tao frowned. Then, her eyes sparkled with a terrifying idea. Say, do you think our funeral parlor can handle that kind of order later? Zhongli. I'll need to rethink my retirement reasons. He rubbed his temples helplessly. Left unchecked, this misunderstanding could cause real chaos. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Cloud Retainer and the other Adepti, explaining the situation briefly. Cloud Retainer, Moon Carver, Shao. All were stunned. They had never expected the truth to be like this. But after hearing it directly from Geo Archon's own mouth, they stopped arguing. Ningguang, Keking, Child and the rest were left confused by the sudden silence. But the projection was moving again, so they put aside their questions for now. Earth Arthur continues. Next, in Inajima, Lumen publicly interrupted the Shogun's execution scene. And then lost the fight, escaping in an extremely embarrassing fashion. Wanted again. This time, without any misunderstandings. Then in Samuru, while trying to rescue Lesser Lord Kuzanali, she was chased by the Matra. And yes, she was actually thrown in jail. In Fontaine, Arthur smirked. She ate a cake that the Fatui envoy had personally prepared as an offering for Lady Furinoi without permission. As a result, the core of Fontaine's political system was thrown into temporary paralysis. And she was arrested again. Legendary hero by day, repeat offender by night. Truly worthy of the title Grandmaster Yi. He displayed various in-game clips, and highlighted the iconic Fontaine prison mugshot of Lumen and Paimon. The chat erupted. Transcendent chat group. Klee wow. Traveler big sister is amazing. Ye Miko oh my she stole someone from EI's execution grounds. Truly worthy of her fame. Kyujao Sarah unforgivable. Such disrespect toward the shogun. Nilo as expected of the first sage. Nahida traveler I'm so sorry I didn't mean for you to end up in jail. Farina what? You ate the dessert someone made for me. Clorinda considering Lady Furina's devotion to sweets this is basically an assassination attempt. Novelette is this truly a misunderstanding? Farina unforgivable. I will personally try you. Arlecchino if Lady Farina likes, I can prepare more cakes. Navy a good idea. That way there won't be anything left to steal. Barbara this is peak executor behavior. Venti Ahe wanted in 5 nations in a row. True courage. Zhongli from a rational standpoint yes. Most individuals cannot accomplish this. EI truly an anomaly. Yanfei if you ever need legal defense I'm available. Hu Tao why hire a lawyer? Just book a long-term package at our funeral parlor instead. Traveler Lumen. Paimon. Outside Mondstadt. Lumen and Paimon were stunned. A moment ago, she was a world-saving heroine. Now she was a multinational criminal. This is all misunderstandings. Amber, none of this is true. Lumen waved her hands desperately. If this gets written down, I'll never clear my name. Yeah. And besides, this is all Lumen's doing nothing to do with me. I could never assassinate the Geo Archon or interrupt the Shogun's execution. Paimon nodded vigorously. What? Lumen glared. Oh, great. Taking credit for the good parts, dumping the crimes on her. She grabbed Paimon's cheeks and rubbed aggressively. You definitely ate that cake in Fontaine. I didn't. Paimon paused. Actually, given her own eating habits, she might have really done it. Her confidence deflated instantly. Amber watched the two bickering and burst out laughing. She obviously didn't take any of this seriously. Arthur did warn it was comedic exaggeration. Mondstadt abyss base. Ether cackled as he watched the projection. Ha, Lumen, look at you. As an older brother, seeing his sister's embarrassing moments filled him with unspeakable joy. These were priceless blackmail materials. Perfect ammunition for future sibling arguments. But then, he froze. Lumen went through all this. And I never helped her. He shivered. If she learned he just watched from the shadows all this time, that would hurt. A lot. Nope. Not now. Absolutely not the time to reunite. He had to delay it as long as humanly possible. The others in the chat. Most people just laughed it off. After all, everything was stated to be exaggerated jokes. Except Farina. Because her cake really was eaten. But then, the projection delivered another bombshell. Earth Arthur. And now unofficial point 3. Disrespecting the gods. Transcendent chat group. Barbara wait does this mean she tried to steal the holy lyre again? Shao disrespect toward gods must be punished. Kyujao Sarah if you come to Inajima, I will personally discipline you. Nilo surely she didn't disrespect the little lord right? Farina aha. As expected. Expose your crimes. Yanfei at this point no legal system can save her. Lumen and Paimon both stiffened. Not again. Please don't let this be something worse. Arthur finally clarified. In Mondstadt, she mocked the Inmo Archon and gave him countless nicknames. In Liu, she freeloaded on the Geo Archon's meals. In Inajima, she beat up the purple shut-in inside the plane of Euthymia. In Samuru, she went to the bathroom with the Dendro Archon. And in Fontaine, he paused, then spoke slowly. She teamed up with Novelette, Navia, Clorinda, and other Fontaine citizens, to put the Hydro Archon Farina on trial. 8. Farina, bad-mouthing the Inmo Archon, fighting the Raiden Shogun, and in putting the Hydro Archon on trial. Death penalty. Death penalty. 8. Farina, bad-mouthing the Inmo Archon, fighting the Raiden Shogun, and in putting the Hydro Archon on trial. Death penalty. Death penalty. Slandering the Inmo Archon. Mooched meals off the Geo Archon, fought the Raiden Shogun, shared a bathroom break with the Dendro Archon. At first, when these charges were listed, many people's faces twisted. Are these things mortals are even allowed to do? The Archon's 7 sovereigns of Tivat. Beings countless people never see even once in their lives. But the traveler not only met several. She'd done all manner of utterly disrespectful things to them. Truly worthy of the name executor. Because of the previous jokes, no one was too shocked anymore. Until the last one. And then everyone froze. Some rubbed their eyes, thinking they misheard. What? The Hydro Archon who judges others day in and day out, was judged herself, by the traveler, together with Novelette, Clorinda, and other Fontaine citizens? The moment this dropped, it was like a meteor hitting a calm lake. Tivat erupted. The uproar was not any lower than the previous Rex Lapis assassination bombshell. Ordinary chat group. Miles, how is that possible? Why would we Fontaine citizens ever put Lady Farina on trial? Sylvie, why would we disrespect our own Archon? Ibel impossible. Lord Neuvillette would never join such a thing. Kawa, did the Archon commit some kind of crime? Sedina, absolutely not. Lady Farina has always protected Fontaine. Alberic, why y'all actually judged your own god? Fontaine is fearless. Chevreuse, seriously. Great sage, compared to that, our academia looks incredibly merciful. Luzon, one nation defies its god, the other locks theirs up. And you two dare talk. Tiantijui, indeed. Liu would never imagine such a thing. Transcendent chat group. Zongli, to think the opera epical Sushuli, a court that judges criminals, would one day judge its own Archon. Eula, if it were only the Traveler, that'd be one thing. But Fontaine's citizens joined too. Barbara, I can't imagine Mondstadt ever judging Barbados. Shao, to place your own deity on trial, blasphemy. Qiujiao, Sarah, blasphemy. This is outright rebellion. Nilo, I can't imagine what must have happened. Tartaglia, tisk tsk, interesting. Very interesting. Tor, ha. Compared to this, Sumura doesn't look so bad after all. Signora, a whole nation staging a coup against their god. Even Inajima wasn't this dramatic. Charlotte, Lord Neuvillette, Clorinda too. What happened in Fontaine? Navia, impossible. We would never turn on Lady Farina. Clorinda, correct. We Fontaine people deeply respect our Archon. We would never commit such an atrocity. Rio Thesli, would Lord Neuvillette ever do such a thing? Neuvillette. Chevreuse, even if there are jokes, some parts must be true. Ayaka, indeed. Could it be the Traveler manipulated you into it? Yanfei, if so, that's a lawsuit no one can win. Hu Tao, why bother with lawsuits? At Traveler Lumen at Paimon, come pre-order a funeral plan. Discount available now. Traveler Lumen. Paimon. Fontaine Palais Mermonia, Neuvillette's office. What? Farina leapt to her feet, bad-mouthing the Inmo Archon, freeloading off the Geo Archon, fighting the Raiden Shogun, and now you tell me the Traveler teamed up with Fontaine's citizens to judge Mythic Goddess of Justice. Death penalty. Death penalty for all of them. Her indignant shrieking echoed through the office. She almost sprinted out to personally conduct the trial right that moment. But, even as dramatic as she was, Farina had been hiding the truth for 5 centuries. She was no fool. As she looked at the projection, the scene where she, alone on stage, was confronted and questioned by her people, a sudden understanding pierced her. Her bright blue eyes trembled. Shock, confusion, realization, sourness, fear, a swirl of emotions flooded her. So that's what it meant. She finally understood the words from the person in the mirror. That grand, theatrical trial that will end everything. It wasn't about judging the Traveler at all. It was about her. The day the Traveler arrives in Fontaine, Fontaine's people and the Traveler would judge her, the Hydro Archon. Nothing could be more dramatic than that. As she watched her projected self crying alone on the opera epical stage, Furina's own tears silently fell. Beside her, Neuvillette's expression darkened. Though the projection exaggerates for humor, there is truth in it. If that truly is the future, then what happened? Why would I, together with the Traveler and Fontaine's people, put Lady Farina on trial? Is it because of the prophecy? The projection only gave fragments, but Neuvillette was far too intelligent to miss the connection. He immediately linked it to Fontaine's apocalyptic prophecy, and the unknown secret behind Furina's behavior. He turned toward her. Seeing her dazed and trembling, he stepped closer. Lady Farina. No response. He called her again, gently. Lady Farina. What is it? She jolted back to reality, wiping her tears quickly. Seeing this, Neuvillette hesitated, then asked. Lady Farina, how do you interpret what we saw? How else? She slapped her hands onto her hips, instantly snapping back into her theatrical persona. They're all guilty. Capital offense. You, Neuvillette, subordinate, actually joined Clorinda and the others to judge me. Blasphemy, treason, death penalty. But considering your years of hard work, your death sentence is revoked. You'll simply have to keep working. Neuvillette. Ah yes, she was back to normal. Farina knew exactly what the truth was. She just wasn't going to say it. And since the projection showed the Traveler ultimately saving Fontaine, the 500-year plan had succeeded. Her suffering wasn't in vain. All she had to do now was continue acting as the Hydro Archon, until the Traveler finally reached Fontaine. Understood. Neuvillette bowed respectfully. He didn't know what she was hiding, but he wouldn't ask, because with the projection appearing, the future had already been rewritten. That so-called coup would probably never happen again. 9. Lumen, when someone wishes hard enough, a dumb blonde appears. Wait, I'm the dumb blonde. The shock from the last revelation hadn't faded at all. The entire chat was still in chaos. Transcendent chat group. Charlotte, I still can't believe Lady Farina would be tried by her own people. Could it be in Fetters of Fate recording? A Fontaine-style drama? Chevreuse, you mean Lady Farina, the Traveler, and Lord Neuvillette were acting? Chiori, it's not impossible. Ayaka, I've heard about Fontaine's film illusions, but would anyone dare use Archon judgment as a script? Keking, exactly. That would be outrageous disrespect. Ye Miko, ho ho, why not? We at Ye Publishing House already have novels featuring EI. Yoimiya, right. I know them. Reincarnated as the Raiden Shogun, invincible across Tivat. And, please, my dear Fox Shrine Maiden. EIO. Such novels exist. Sarah, fetch me 2 copies to the Tenshikaku. Kyujao Sarah at once, Shogun-sama. Everyone. House of the Hearth. The knave thinking aloud. Arlecchino, fingers interlocked under her chin, narrowed her eyes. No, the projection doesn't look like an illusion. Could it be related to Fontaine's prophecy? Perhaps Lady Farina hid something important, leading to such a dramatic trial. Her thoughts connected quickly. The prophecy that all Fontaine's citizens were born with original sin. The rising sea level that would one day drown Fontaine. Everyone dissolving into water, leaving only the Archon crying upon her throne. Compared with the projection Fontaine submerged, and that intense judgment scene, it all matched too well. Suddenly everything clicked for her. Even the questions she'd had while investigating Farina earlier found explanations. She thought about asking in the group, but seeing both Farina and Neuvillette remain silent, she reconsidered. Better to wait. The projection would reveal the truth eventually. The movie theory spread quickly. Some people clung to it desperately, because the alternative was unthinkable. Others clearly found something off. But seeing everyone drift in one direction, they held back their doubts. Seeing this, Farina quietly exhaled in relief. If they kept digging, she truly wouldn't know how to respond. Admitting or denying could both potentially break the prophecy. Transcendent chat group. Xiongling, speaking of which the traveler's contrast is insane. Barbara right? First we have Honorary Knight, friend of all Adepti, first sage. Then it becomes all that. Farina badmouthing the Inmo Archon, mooching off the Geo Archon, fighting the Raiden Shogun, sharing a bathroom with the Dendro Archon, putting the Justice God on trial. Death penalty. Death penalty. Nahida, a mine can be left out. At Traveler Lumen, if you want to use my bathroom again, feel free to come. EI sparring is normal. She has the qualifications. Venti Ahe, the Inmo Archon wouldn't mind badmouthing, though if you could bring wine as an apology, that'd be lovely. Zhongli, from a rational standpoint, sharing a meal with the Geo Archon is fine, though occasionally you may need to pay. Ayaka, overall, it still sounds like a thrilling adventure. Ye Miko, oh, does little Ayaka also want to put the Shogun on trial? Kyujao Sarah HM. Ayaka. Ayato cough, my sister didn't mean that. Kyuji, please refrain from teasing. Toma, yeah, even hearing it is terrifying. Only the executor would dare such things. Traveler Lumen. Paimon. Outside Mondstadt. Amber Paimon I. Lumen lay flat on the ground, lifeless. Seeing everything through the projection was one thing, but when she herself was the protagonist, the adrenaline attacks were constant. First, walking humanoid disaster. Then, walking most wanted criminal. Now, serial offender against multiple gods. And finally, judging an Archon in the nation of justice. No sane person could handle that whiplash. Amber and Paimon looked at her pitifully. If not for the prior disclaimer of comedic exaggeration, and the earlier heroic achievements, someone probably would have tried to arrest her already. Honestly, the commentator was too evil, twisting every heroic deed into a crime. Amber quickly comforted her. Don't worry, maybe the next part will be positive again. Really? Lumen's eyes lit up like a drowning person spotting land. Probably. Ask Paimon. Amber nudged Paimon with her eyes. Paimon nodded like a bobblehead. Yeah, sure, it could happen. Even she wasn't cruel enough to crush Lumen right now. Okay, I'll look. Lumen sat up instantly, staring at the projection with burning hope. Amber and Paimon exchanged glances. In truth, both felt a deep unease. Hopefully Lumen wouldn't break down again. Earth Arthur's apartment. Arthur sighed at the empty livestream chat. Even though he knew Tevet was watching, not receiving any comments felt like writing a novel with zero reader feedback. Like playing single player. But the emotional value numbers in his mind kept ticking upward, proof they were there. Eventually, he'd be able to interact for real. He cleared his throat and continued. Traveler Lumen's major serious and unserious feats have been covered. Next unserious evaluation. Point 4. The Dumb Blonde and Wish-Granting Maiden. Transcendent chat group. Traveler Lumen, wait. Dumb blonde. Is that referring to me? Paimon, blonde dumb. Yeah, that's probably you. Traveler Lumen. Ye Miko, not necessarily. Lumen's brother happens to share those traits too. Somewhere in the abyss, Ether's eye twitched. Jean, what does wish-granting maiden mean? Venti, is it someone who fulfills wishes? Traveler, can you bring me a bottle of wine? Hu Tao, if it's true, come quick. I have a big job for you at Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Keking, I'm pretty sure that's not what it means. Farina, dumb blonde wish fulfillment. Something feels wrong about this. Projection. Arthur explains. In Tevet, there used to be a belief. When a person's desire becomes strong enough, the gaze of a god falls upon them, and a vision appears. Mortals use the vision to achieve their wishes. But after the traveler arrived, everything changed. Now, when someone's desire becomes overwhelmingly strong, a blue exclamation mark appears above their head. And all they need to do is prepare some Mora and Primo gems. Soon, a dumb blonde will rush over to help, acting as a loyal tool person. 10. Lumen, I am the honorary knight, the first sage. So obviously, you have to pay extra. Transcendent chat group. Kaya understood. So that's what it means. Once someone's desire becomes strong enough, and they prepare the appropriate reward, the executor appears to help. Yay Miko, amazing, little traveler. That's like an alternative vision. Kecking, why does this feel suspiciously similar to the Adventurers Guild system? Bennett White, is it real? A blue exclamation mark actually appears above your head. Paimon, humph. Yep. If it doesn't appear, it means your desire isn't strong enough or your payment isn't good enough. Sorab's little hands. Jean, I see. Very well, traveler. We'll prepare proper compensation. Klee, traveler, big sis is amazing. Klee wants to go fish blasting. Blue exclamation mark, hurry and appear. Navia, partner, help me find the culprit behind the chain disappearance of young ladies. Don't worry, Spina de Rosala has funds. Sayu, I want to grow taller. And so, Tivat suddenly discovered the correct way to use the traveler. Sure, the executor caused chaos, but her competence was undeniable. You don't trigger 5 nations crises by being weak. And now, with a bit of Mora and Primo gems, she'd fulfill your wishes. Honestly, this was better than a vision. A bargain. One by one, people began tagging Lumen. Outside Mondstadt, Lumen watched the flood of requests and her mouth twitched violently. A yellow-haired idiot, a tool person, a mercenary who works for Mora and Primo gems? Where was the positive evaluation she was promised? Traveler Lumen, slander. This is all slander. Paimon B, but we could make a lot of money. Traveler Lumen, humph. If future honorary knight, friend of all adepti, captain of Swordfish 2, the first sage, Fontaine Academy's honorary senior researcher. How could I be someone who works for money? Amber, truly admirable, traveler. Ayaka, yes, such integrity is worthy of respect. Traveler Lumen, which is why prices go up. Amber. Ayaka. Amber has withdrawn a message. Kamisato, Ayaka has withdrawn a message. Everyone. So that was the real face of the executor. Hilly Camp. Ah, that's the good stuff. Lumen placed her hands on her hips, radiant with triumph. So many job opportunities. I won't starve anymore. No more feast today, famine tomorrow. Paimon rolled her eyes so hard she almost took off. And here I thought you had integrity. It was all just bargaining. Making money isn't shameful. Lumen shrugged, then turned to Paimon, raising a brow. But you're Paimon the righteous. Paimon, who's above worldly possessions. Which means Grandpa Lumen clearly can't afford to keep you. When you get hungry later, don't come begging me. Lumen, I'm sorry. The moment food was threatened, Paimon panicked. She hugged Lumen's leg like a child about to be abandoned. Seeing Lumen unmoved, her little eyes spun. Then, flattery blast. The greatest traveler in all Tivat. The magnificent honorary knight. The unrivaled champion of the continent. So beautiful, so mighty, so dazzling. Lumen's expression softened bit by bit. Ahem. Grandpa Lumen does appreciate honesty. No need to flatter me that much. But since you're reflecting sincerely, fine. I'll forgive you. He. Lumen, you're the best. Integrity, honor, dignity. Paimon, food first, everything else second. Amber watched the two of them amused and helpless. No wonder Lumen could stir so much chaos in Tivat. This personality with her strength. Trouble was inevitable. Tivat's new business model. People lined up to offer commissions. Lumen accepted at higher prices. A win-win. And if the blue exclamation mark didn't appear, then pay more. When the pay was right, Grandpa Lumen would surely see it. Even the comedic reviews in the projection were starting to feel suspiciously accurate. Back to Arthur's stream. The projection shimmered. Arthur spoke again. Next is the 5th and final unserious evaluation. This one is about personality. It's something that runs through the traveler's entire journey. Many of her questionable actions are rooted in this. And it is being a gremlin. Yes, Lumen is beautiful like a painting, but when she acts like a gremlin, that's her true essence. Gremlin Lumen, that's the real Grandpa Lumen. And in this category, only one person in all of Inajima can surpass her. A certain pink-haired fox. He projected a series of in-game screenshots. Faces so mischievous that the word gremlin felt like an understatement. Abyss base. Ether slammed the table, ecstatic. Yes, finally. Someone had finally said it aloud. Her disaster causing was one thing, but her gremlin tendencies? Perfectly described. You think he runs faster than her because he's cautious? No, he runs because he's traumatized. Anyone who has lived with Gremlin Lumen would understand. He wiped a tear. Ah, justice, at last. Transcendent chat group. Traveler Lumen slander. Complete slander. How could I ever be a gremlin? Paimon, exactly. Lumen is the future honorary knight. She's full of glory. She can't possibly be a gremlin. The earlier threat of starvation had clearly put Paimon firmly on Lumen's side. Amber silently looked away. That pay extra earlier? If that wasn't gremlin behavior, nothing was. Most others didn't know Lumen well enough to judge. So they remained quiet. Until a certain fox spoke. Yea Miko, exactly. I, the elegant and wise Gyuji of Narukami Shrine, would never be a gremlin. How could anyone accuse a refined lady like me? Arataki Ito traveler, I'm not sure, but Fox lady, you are definitely top tier gremlin. Everyone in Inajima knows it. Kyujao Sarah, for once I agree with this idiot. Thai you used to be such a well-behaved little fox. How did you grow crooked? Ganyu Gyuji Ye's personality is indeed special. Kakamai, I've heard certain things about Gyuji Ye's reputation on Watatsumai Island as well. Goro she's more terrifying than the shogun in some ways. Seiyu me too I am going back to sleep. Miko, smiling, good, very good. She opened a tiny notebook. Everyone who badmouthed her, their names were being written down, with extra hearts around Ito and Goro. Right as she prepared to retaliate, the projection flickered again. Arthur. Of course, pictures alone can't fully convey Lumen's gremlin essence. So here's a video. After watching it you'll understand. He played the legendary Paymon's Backpack voice clip, the iconic gremlin moment known across the fandom. Lumen. 11. Ayaka's shock, the traveler wants to be my what? 11. Ayaka's shock, the traveler wants to be my what? The light screen flickered again as Arthur cued the next clip. A familiar room appeared, traditional wooden decor, warm lantern light. In the center sat 4 Q-version chibi dolls. Yoimiya, Lumen, Kamasato Ayaka, and Ganyu. Miniature cakes and drinks were arranged beside them. Behind them, a huge folding screen-style monitor displayed the scene. By now, everyone was used to the light screen playing what looked like illusions or films. But this one was clearly different. Curiosity overflowed. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, what is this? Why is everyone suddenly chibi? Yoimiya, what does Q-ban mean? Lumen, like a stylized mini version. Think of it as extra cute figurines. Kyujao Sarah, like the divine statues of the Raiden Shogun. Ye Miko era looks like someone accidentally revealed something. So, Sarah, do you enjoy chibi Shogun figures? Kyujao Sarah. Ganyu, alright, Gyuji-sama, enough teasing. What is this video? Ayaka, it looks like a tea-time conversation. Yoimiya, the big screen behind them looks like it features Ayaka. Ayato, if the light screen's pattern continues, the main subject should still be the traveler. Venti Hey, just keep watching. I want to see Lumen's true, unfiltered gremlin nature. Paimon, same. Lumen, Paimon, I mean Lumen's glorious heroic side. Venti. The video began to play. To enhance dramatic effect, Arthur had used the system to change the voice lines. So every character in the chibi video spoke in their actual in-universe voices, which meant Lumen could no longer blame the CV's fault. Her fate was sealed. Video scene. Ayaka, N. To match her status as a noble lady, her rhythm of speech, tone, and mannerisms. We made her sound more elegant. Lumen, bow bow. Elegant. Lumen's chibi face blushed bright red. Ayaka, N. Richer. Lumen, bow bow. Rich. Sparkles lit up in Lumen's eyes, full treasure gremlin mode. Ayaka, N. Yes, yes. But at the same time, when she speaks to the traveler, she keeps a warm and intimate tone. Ayaka clapped her hands lightly, smiling sweetly. Lumen, bow bow. Ah, that's great. Both chibi girls were visibly excited. Lumen especially, her voice trembling like she was charging some ultimate skill. Ayaka, N. It's very unique. Lumen, bow bow. Wonderful. Wonderful. Lumen's tone escalated to its peak. Ayaka sensed danger. But it was too late. Lumen, bow bow. I want to be Kamasato Ayaka's dog. All 3 others froze. Lumen, bow bow, doubling down. I want to be Lady Ayaka's dog. Woof, woof, woof. Yoimiya, maybe don't. Lumen, bow bow. No, I am Lady Ayaka's dog. She raised both hands triumphantly, pure chaos in her eyes. Tivit's reaction, universal silence, explosive chaos. This time, the shock wasn't like the Rex Lapis assassination or the trial of the Hydro Archon. Not his was personal. This was moral bottomless pit territory. One was Inajima's pure, elegant Shirasagi Heimdami. The other was the future continent-famous executor, destroyer of nations, doer of unimaginable things. Tivit collectively malfunctioned. Ordinary chat group. Tion Taijui, oh my. What did I just hear? Someone wants to be a dog. You, what strange. Every Inajiman wants to be Lady Ayaka's dog. Albert, exactly. I want to be Barbara-sama's dog. Mizuta, does this mean the executor is targeting Lady Ayaka? Wakeiji, hurry. Someone go warn Lady Ayaka. Raiwanosuke, no need. She definitely saw it herself. Kamasato estate. Inside the Kamasato residence. Ayaka, Ayato, and Tomas stared at the screen wordlessly. Ayaka was beet red. This the traveler she couldn't even finish. Toma was the first to recover. Holy. Never thought the executor had that side to her. Now I understand why the screen said she's a gremlin. Ayato nodded slightly. Indeed it explained a lot. But then, his expression became serious. He turned to Ayaka. From this the traveler clearly has strong and unusual feelings toward you. When she comes to Inajima, avoid her unless necessary. But brother, surely the clip is exaggerated for humor? The man said it had a playful tone, right? Ayaka, intelligent as she was, quickly calmed and realized something was off. Yes, the traveler was mischievous. But not that unhinged. Ayato shook his head. Ayakashi disrespected multiple archons in that projection. If she can do that, then nothing is impossible. Toma nodded vigorously. Indeed, my lady, better to stay cautious. Fine. Ayaka exhaled helplessly. She didn't believe the traveler would actually act like that. But with both men so serious she could only agree. Transcendent chat group. Venti Ahei Ayaka's dog. Traveler, bold move. Jin ahem. While the traveler's thoughts may be unique, Mondstadt supports freedom of choice. Zhongli, by universal rational standards I do not understand. Hu Tao, I don't get it either, but I respect it. Xiangling, is this what people from another world like? Ye Miko, I didn't know you had such interests, little one. Would you like to visit the Grand Narukami Shrine? Ei, as expected, another strange trait of an outlander. Nahitha, do people from your world like becoming dogs? Or is Lady Ayaka simply special? Farina, what? Someone wants to be a dog. Oh, hits the executor. Never mind then. Baidu, now I understand why everyone kept calling you Gremlin. Respect. Ayato, executor, my sister is an ordinary young lady of proper upbringing. Please treat her normally. Toma, yes. Being a dog doesn't suit your status. Lumen. The shame was immeasurable. The mind was blank. 12. Stop mixing up CVs with the actual person. Deep within a certain abyss base near Mondstadt, Ether was already laughing so hard he had collapsed over his stone throne. Ha ha ha, my trashy little sister, I'm dying. I want to be Kamisato Ayaka's dog. How did Lumen even come up with that? And regardless of whether the clip was real or not, it was now exposed to all of Tivat. From now on, everyone would know that the traveler was actually super trashy, in a good, chaotic way. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Hell Lumen, you finally lived long enough to see this day. Ether was so delighted he almost wanted to jump into the chat group and brag. But then he remembered his sister's terrifying combat strength and all the past traumas. A cold shiver hit him instantly. Nope, absolutely not. I still can't reveal myself. Damn it, why can't this chat group hide real names? Even that bird app on that one planet had private mode. He groaned. He could mock his sister, he could laugh at her misery, but he couldn't let her know he was watching. That was torture in itself. Still, Ether continued watching, giggling like a little gremlin. On the left side of the screen, his sister's humiliation. On the right, the chat reactions. He was so invested, he didn't even realize his Abyss subordinates were watching him with dead fish eyes. The Prince of the Abyss, who didn't dare face his own sister and hid in the shadows to watch drama. How trashy. The perfect sibling pair. Of course, they would never dare say that out loud. Even a flicker of emotion might get them obliterated. Meanwhile, outside Mondstadt, at a hilly Shirl camp. Ha ha ha, Lumen. I didn't expect you to have this side of you. Amber had lost all composure. She had never seen anything this funny. The traveler was truly a walking circus. Paimon was the same, except she was desperately clenching her cheeks to stop herself. Her stomach, tears, and sanity all warring inside her because of food survival instincts. But she couldn't hold it anymore. Pfft. Paimon burst out laughing so hard she hugged her belly mid-air. Ha ha ha, Lumen, I'm sorry. I normally don't laugh, but this one I really couldn't hold it. I'm Kamisato Ayaka's dog. Ah ha ha, my stomach hurts. Lumen's face cracked. Ah. She wanted to die. Actually, no, she wanted that narrator guy dead first. That wasn't me. It wasn't. I swear it wasn't. My entire heroic reputation. She swung her sword angrily for a few seconds, then collapsed onto the grass like a corpse. Done. Finished. Utterly ruined. Compared to insulting gods, assassinating archons, or being wanted worldwide, this one line was more lethal than all combined. People wouldn't think of honorary knight, friend of the Adepti, captain of Swordfish 2, or first sage. They'd think, oh, the one who wanted to be Ayaka's dog. Every single time, even if they didn't say it out loud, they'd think it. She could feel it. Her soul died a little. I even thanked that man earlier. If I meet him, I'll show him the power of Ayaka's my wrath. Her emotional roller coaster wasn't even slowing down. But Lumen was still Lumen. Not so easy to defeat. She suddenly sat upright and typed furiously. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, W8. Don't say anything yet. Let me explain. No, defend myself. Lumen, this must have been a voice actor. A CV. Not me. Lumen, you can't confuse the CV with the actual person. The chat went silent. People actually paused to think about it. Lumen perked up. Is this a chance? But, Ayato, traveler, does the one speaking in the video sound like you? Lumen, yes. She wanted to lie. She couldn't. The voice was identical. If she didn't know better, she might have believed she truly said it. Toma, traveler, does the one in the video look like you? Lumen, it's Chibi, but yes. Ayato, then it's obviously you. Ganyu, is that how it works? Yoimiya, kinda makes sense. Paimon, actually it does make a bit of sense. Lumen, and no. That was Baobao's fault. The CV's fault. Lumen, stop mixing up the CV with me, damn it. Lumen collapsed dramatically. The more she defended herself, the more suspicious it sounded. Her will to live was dropping rapidly. She no longer wanted to visit Mondstadt, or Laya. or Inajima, or anywhere. Just bury her alive in a hole. But, someone finally stepped in. Ayaka, brother, Toma, everyone please stop. Ayaka, I do not keep pets. Traveler is simply a person with a slightly unusual personality. I believe this is merely a joke. Ayaka, the narrator already said the footage contains exaggerations. We should not take such things at face value. Ayaka, Traveler has helped Mondstadt, Liu, Inajima, Sumuru, and Fontaine. Someone who shoulders so much cannot be a bad person. Ayaka, therefore, I believe in the Traveler. Ayaka, it is improper of us to tease her like this after all she has done. Her words swept through the chat like a warm breeze. What a noble lady. What a princess. What a lifesaver. Even Ayato sighed. Ayato, my apologies, Traveler. Toma, sorry, Traveler, that went too far. Ye Miko, Aya Lady Ayaka is truly admirable. Yoimiya, hihi, that's our Shirasagi Heimgami. Traveler, come visit Inajima anytime. Ito, waha, that's right, Traveler isn't that kind of person. Shinobu agreed. The atmosphere completely shifted. Lumen froze. Then, tears welled in her eyes. Ayaka. In this world of betrayal, teasing, humiliation, and Paimon abandoning her for food, Ayaka stood by her. Warm, gentle, graceful. Lumen immediately typed furiously. Lumen, Ayaka, thank you I really. Ayaka, there's no need to be so emotional. Lumen, Ayaka so moved. Ayaka, truly, there's no need. Lumen, White Heron Princess is the best. Ayaka, it's fine. Lumen, Ayaka, I want to be your. Ayaka. Lumen, dog. Chat group. The entire group froze. The atmosphere shattered instantly. Even Ayaka needed 3 seconds to process what just happened. 13, I'm not a dog. Wait, there's a reward. Then it's fine. 13, I'm not a dog. Wait, there's a reward. Then it's fine. Outside Mondstadt, in a Hillyshirl camp. Lumen, you actually said that. Paimon and Amber stared at Lumen with expressions like they had just witnessed the destruction of civilization. Gods above. Kamisato Ayaka personally defended your innocence. She saved you. She pulled you out of the abyss. And then you jumped back in. Good grief. If there was an award for self-inflicted social death, Traveler Lumen would have already won it 10 times. Lumen froze. Completely blank. I said what just now? She replayed her own message in the chat. Her eyes widened. Her soul left her body. Her dignity evaporated on the spot. This is bad, I'm finished, I'm so finished. Immediate damage control mode. Lumen bolted upright, frantically typing into the chat. Lumen, ahem. Everyone, stop for a second, let me explain. I was thanking Lady Ayaka, that's all. As for the thing I said afterward. Lumen, it was Paimon. Yes, it was Paimon. She typed it. At Paimon tell them. Lumen shot Paimon a murderous glare. Help me or starve. The meaning was crystal clear. Paimon's face twitched. She didn't want to take the blame. But life dignity. Paimon, cough yes, that was me. I typed it while Lumen wasn't looking. No one believed it. The chat immediately exploded again. Transcendent chat group. Kaya, I trusted Lady Ayaka's clarification, but well now I've lost words. Venti, hey Traveler, that was the most spectacular self-destruction I've ever seen. Zhongli, by the standard of common reason a confession generally speaks for itself. Hu Tao, that plot twist almost made my waist snap, ha. Child, you want to be someone's dog. That's a very unique hobby. Nahida, human preferences are truly complicated. Novelette, indeed. Even after observing humans for 500 years, I still struggle to understand some aspects. Farina, someone wants to be a dog. Oh, it's the Traveler. Then that's fine. Ye Miko, my and you insisted you weren't that kind of girl. How adorable. Lumen, you're all misunderstanding. Yoimiya, Traveler, after saying that line yourself, what innocence do you think you still have? Facepalm.jpg. Lumen, I want to leave Tivat. Please let me quit the planet. In Inajima the Kamisato estate. Kamisato Ayato sighed, looking at his frozen-in-shock sister. Ayaka, you saw it. This wasn't the light screen exaggerating. She admitted it herself. Toma nodded frantically. Yes, Lady Ayaka. The light screen may be comedic sometimes, but the content is real. And the Traveler, she definitely revealed her true nature today. Ayaka remained silent for a moment. Then, did I really misunderstand the Traveler's personality? She suddenly remembered all of Lumen's not-so-serious evaluations. A shiver ran down her spine. If I get evaluated too, what if my not-serious side gets exposed? Never mind. I hope I never get evaluated. Lumen, I'm done. Destroy me. Lumen collapsed onto the ground again. Everything's ruined. My reputation, my dignity. All gone. Paimon and Amber exchanged helpless looks. This couldn't even be blamed on the light screen. She literally said it herself. But before Lumen could mourn further, the light screen vibrated. A divine mechanical voice echoed across all Tivat. Ding. Evaluation complete. The evaluated character will receive a random reward. Rewards include food, power-boosting items, resurrection items, wear removal artifacts, and other miraculous objects. Everyone. Lumen, who had been lying dead on the ground, instantly resurrected at full HP. Wait, a reward. Her despair evaporated. Her eyes lit up like Mora coins. I am not a dog. Absolutely not. But, there's a reward. Oh, then it's fine. The speed at which she changed her face was faster than a wind slime's movement. 14. The Seven Nations stir, for a reward? Social death is nothing. Let's go. 14. The Seven Nations stir, for a reward? Social death is nothing. Let's go. Every person in Tivit froze the moment they heard the unfamiliar voice in their mind. A reward? There are rewards for being evaluated. No one had expected that. Paimon blinked rapidly and tugged on Lumen's sleeve. Lumen, did you know there were rewards? How would I know? Lumen was just as shocked. A reward maybe to soothe the shredded soul of whoever gets publicly humiliated? If so, the light screen guy suddenly felt a bit kinder. Just a little. The light screen activates again. The previously darkened screen lit up, but this time, it didn't show Arthur or his room. Instead, it showed the exact Hillyshirl camp where Lumen, Paimon, and Amber were currently standing. A golden streak descended from the heavens like a shooting star, landing directly on Lumen. Light burst, shimmered, then faded. And in front of Lumen materialized an object that looked like a simple tablecloth. A mechanical voice followed. Ding! Congratulations to today's evaluated character traveler Lumen. Reward obtained, gourmet tablecloth. Gourmet tablecloth. A miraculous item from an unknown world. Speak the name of any food, and the tablecloth will generate it. All food is completely real, unlimited, and free. Transcendent chat group. Gene, it actually gives rewards. This is real. Sangonomiya Kakamai, food appearing from spoken words, unlimited and free. Is such a thing possible? Al-Haytham, considering the light screen's capabilities, I wouldn't deny the possibility. Venti, hey unlimited drinks? No need to pay Mora. Count me in. Zhongli, not requiring Mora This item is quite excellent. Klee, yay. Klee can eat tasty fish anytime. Xiongling, if everyone had one, restaurants across Tivit would go bankrupt. Ye Miko, a blessing for those who can't cook right. Ei. Clorinda, if Lady Farina had one, she'd have endless small cakes. Farina, coughs violently. Hu Tao, stop chatting, use it. Try it. Ito, yeah. Use it. This is the important part. In the Hillyshirl camp, Paimon was practically vibrating. Whoa. Something that creates endless food. Lumen, try it. Even Amber's eyes were filled with excitement. Yeah, Lumen. Let's see how it works. Lumen gave both of them a side eye. Alright, don't drool on it. She placed the tablecloth on the ground and thought, what to eat? She turned to Amber. Amber, what's good to eat in Mondstadt? Amber brightened. Oh, the most popular dish is definitely sticky honey roast. Almost everyone loves it. I was even planning to treat you two later. Perfect, let's try that. Lumen faced the tablecloth and declared, 3 servings of sticky honey roast. The tablecloth glowed, and 3 steaming, fragrant plates appeared instantly. It actually worked. Paimon and Amber both yelped. Lumen, after a moment of stunned silence, burst into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha, I hit the jackpot. Unlimited free food. Unlimited high-quality dishes. This was better than Mora, better than missions, better than anything. In the face of such a reward, what was public humiliation? Worth it. Super worth it. She'd gladly die socially every day if she could get rewards like this. Glup. Paimon stared at the plates like she was about to ascend. Lumen, can I? Humph. Fine. You behaved earlier. Eat. With the gourmet tablecloth, Lumen no longer feared food expenses. Amber joined in too, taking a bite. Her eyes widened. This tastes exactly like the one from Good Hunter. Just as delicious. Really? Then I gotta try it too. Lumen reached for a plate, but a familiar voice chuckled behind her. Hey, the strongest traveler in all Tivit. Honored Knight of Favonius, friend of the Adepti, esteemed scholar, and wisest sage. Could you spare me a cup of wine? The green-clad bard appeared, smiling brightly. You, the bard from the light screen. Hey, that would be me. Nice to meet you three. He plopped down immediately, eyes glued to the magical tablecloth. He had run over the moment he recognized the location. Free wine? He wasn't missing this chance. Sure, join us. Lumen waved generously. After all, he would one day be her ally in Mondstadt's troubles. And she loved hearing flattering words. Wind swirled. Dozens of cups of dandelion wine immediately materialized. And so, Lumen, Amber, Paimon, and Venti started a hearty feast. Transcendent chat group. Klee, I want to eat too. Jean, don't worry, Klee. I'll arrange something for you. Klee, yay. Thank you, acting Grand Master. Ningguang, judging from this display, the reward system truly works. Remarkable. Kakamai, if these rewards are real, the other listed rewards might be real too. Al-Haytham, power-boosting items. Resurrection items. Artifacts that erase wear. Navia, if that's real. Then there might be a way to save my father. And Fontaine. Tineri, then even Kali's Eliezer might be curable. Baidu, probably low chance. Maybe you won't get anything. Kazuha, Captain, having hope is always better than having none. Just minutes ago, everyone feared being evaluated, because if their embarrassing moments were shown, they would be shamed across the entire continent. But now that they saw the reward, their mentality changed instantly. Power-ups, healing items, resurrection, miracle objects, who cared about embarrassment? For rewards this good, social death is nothing. If an evaluation meant a chance at salvation, then let it come. The 7 nations collectively steeled themselves. Fight, endure, suffer the shame, as long as there is a reward at the end. 15 EI, social death, impossible. I'm extremely confident. 15 EI, social death, impossible. I'm extremely confident. Mondstadt Knights of Favonius headquarters. So evaluations also grant rewards, Jean murmured as she watched Lumen and the others feast merrily through the light screen. If only I could gain strength. The storm terror crisis could be resolved. The Fatui wouldn't be able to threaten us. Everything we struggle with comes from one problem. We simply lack power. Lisa chuckled softly. In that case, acting Grand Master, you might end up socially dying in front of all of Tivat. Jean straightened her posture immediately. For Mondstadt, anything is worth it. Though her eyes definitely trembled a little, she silently reviewed her entire 18-year life. Nothing outrageous. Nothing indecent. Nothing humiliating. She exhaled in relief. Good. She was safe. Lisa, of course, noticed her unease but did not tease further. Instead, she looked at the light screen thoughtfully. I wonder if such rewards could cure my condition. Liu Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Resurrection items. Artifacts that remove erosion. Zhongli's expression grew heavy and hopeful at the same time. These were exactly the things he needed. With them, old friends might return. He and Azdaha might finally break free from the centuries of torment. As for the consequences of being evaluated, compared to the traveler, mine should be minimal. At worst, my identity as Morix will be exposed. He closed his eyes. A trivial price. Inajima Tenshikaku. Resurrection items. Resurrection items. EI jumped up, lightning crackling faintly around her. Makoto, and even Sakano, they could be saved. Saved. 500 years ago, her sister and closest friends died one after another. She had never forgiven herself, never stopped regretting. If she had been stronger, if she had acted earlier, maybe she could have changed it. Now finally, a chance to make things right. All she needed was to be chosen for evaluation. As for embarrassment, she scoffed. Other than not knowing how to cook, she had no shameful incidents. What, could she possibly be like the traveler? Doing ridiculous things every other day. Impossible. She was the almighty shogun. And as for her once obsessive pursuit of eternity, in the face of resurrecting Makoto, everything else could move aside. One evaluation a day dependent on luck. Her eyes sharpened. Before that, Inajima must be stabilized. Lightning hummed as she began planning. Sumuru's Sanctuary of Surasthana. A miraculous item like that. Nahida's eyes sparkled with a rare intensity. The greater Lord Rukhadevata. And the withering. She clenched her small hands. One was the person she most wanted to meet again. The other, Sumuru's greatest curse. Before, she had no options. Now a possibility existed. And I also want to know, am I truly a qualified god? Fontaine Palem Ramonia. Lady Farina, Novelette said calmly, this confirms something. Fontaine's prophecy crisis might have another solution. After witnessing the gourmet tablecloth, he could no longer dismiss the light screen as fantasy. The future shown earlier was unsettling. He didn't like uncertainty. He needed control. If someone from Fontaine is evaluated, they may receive a miracle capable of resolving the prophecy. Why wise maybe? Furina's expression tightened. Part of her agreed. Another part was terrified. What if the evaluator chose her, and she failed to obtain the correct reward? What if her reward was useless? Then centuries of planning, everything she and the mirror had sacrificed, would crumble instantly. I hope luck will favor me, she whispered. Novelette gave her a long, meaningful look. Across the 7 nations, Natlan's warriors, Sneznia's harbingers, the Abyss Order, the Academia scholars, and Laya Kixing, all began discussing the implications. The rewards were far too tempting to ignore. Not to mention the future events revealed in Lumen's evaluation held immense strategic value. Possible upcoming disasters, potential future alliances, even continent-spanning crises. They urgently needed to prepare. Back in Mondstadt, after enjoying their feast, Lumen, Paimon, and Amber headed to the Knights of Favonius. Because of Lumen's future reputation, they received a very warm welcome. Then back to business. Meanwhile, on Earth Arthur's apartment, Arthur finished editing the day's video. System, upload it to Tivat. Ding, uploading. Upload complete. He nodded with satisfaction. Live streams were great, but videos had lasting value. They'd generate emotions again and again. System, summarize today's harvest. Ding, host has gained 74.1 million emotion points. Ding, host has obtained the gourmet tablecloth. Item stored in inventory. Wait, I can use it too. Yes. Rewards given to evaluated characters are mirrored to the host as system owner. Nice. Free food for life. No more ordering takeout. But his eyes stayed locked on the emotion points. Over 74 million in a single day. Not bad at all. System, how does the lottery and permission upgrade work? The system responded instantly. Basic draw 1 million points. Intermediate draw 100 million points. Advanced draw 10 billion points. Permission level +1, 10 million points. Permission level +2, 10 billion points. Arthur's eyelids twitched. He thought he was rich. Clearly, the system disagreed. It felt exactly like earning money, only for the landlord to raise rent the same day. But complaining wouldn't change anything. Fine, he sighed, let's draw. 16. Lumen fully becomes a gremlin. The second evaluation begins. System, let's start with 20 basic draws. Arthur thought for a moment and gave the command. He wanted to test the waters first. Ding. Starting draw. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a crate of Happy Cola. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained limited edition photo set of Tivit's female characters. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 million renminbi. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a luxury car. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a luxury villa in the center of Modu. Arthur stared at the list of rewards and nodded slowly. So the basic draw mostly gives mundane prizes, huh? Compared to things like miraculous power-ups, divine items, or resurrection artifacts, these were indeed ordinary. Which meant there was no point wasting more points on basic draws. He would save the rest for future intermediate draws, where the real treasures would be. Still mundane or not. Money, a car, a villa. These were very useful things. At the very least, he no longer had to live cramped in his small rental apartment. As for the limited edition Tivit girl photo set. Ahem. For the sake of creating accurate character evaluations it is necessary to study them thoroughly. Overall, he was satisfied. Alright, no more draws for now, but I do need to upgrade my permissions. System upgrade permission level 1. Ding. Deducting 10 million emotional points. Ding. Permission level 1 upgraded. Ding. Livestream unlocked. Special bullet comments plus tipping system. Tivit viewers can now comment and tip during streams. Ding. Video comments unlocked. Tivit viewers can now leave comments. Oh, so that's what this permission does. Arthur's eyes lit up. Bullet comments meant he could finally communicate directly with Tivit's people. Much better than talking into the void. And tipping. Did that mean future streams might have Tivit whales and Tivit superfans? That would be hilarious. Honestly, this permission level 1 is better than those 20 basic draws. He wondered. If level 1 was this good, then what would a 100 billion point level 2 permission be like? It had to be something outrageous. But that was for later. Time to move. He clapped his hands cheerfully. A new house awaited. He packed quickly, there wasn't much to bring. Returned his rental, then drove to his new luxury villa in the heart of Modu. Thousands of square meters. 4 floors. Private cinema, gym, 10 plus rooms, gardens, a pool. After a full walkthrough, Arthur was completely satisfied. This was the life. Settling down in his new room, he laid out the gourmet tablecloth, grabbed himself lunch, and turned back to the main task. Yesterday's evaluation was the protagonist, Lumen. So for the second evaluation, who should it be? He thought for a moment. Let's follow regional order. Traveler Mondstadt Liu Inajima. Yes. That will keep things simple. Mondstadt had plenty of candidates. Venti the wine-loving bard. The Gunhilder sisters Jean and Barbara. Klee the bombing expert child and her chaotic mother Alice. Diluk and Kea the eternally awkward brothers. Or even unlucky Bennett. Let's do the Mondstadt sisters. A rare duo, lots of material both serious and silly. As for Venti, he deserves his own 5 Archons evaluation series. Decision made, Arthur began organizing and editing material. Time passed quickly, and midday came before he realized. His emotional points had grown by another 20 million. Adding yesterday's leftovers, he had over 60 million total. Nice. Very nice. It was time for the second live stream. Meanwhile Tivit, Mondstadt. Plans had changed on the Abyss Order's side, so the original Storm Terror attack had not yet occurred. But the Knights still had work to do. Lumen and Paimon had spotted signs of Abyss activity and were investigating outside the city. But because it was lunchtime, the two were sitting in an open field, enjoying their meal. And, of course, showing off. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, hee it's already noon. Has everyone eaten yet? Lumen, I have so much delicious food here. Too much. Truly too much. Paimon, honeyed carrot steak. Mondstadt hash browns. Grilled fish. Paimon's favorites. They even sent multiple pictures. Everyone else rolled their eyes. Ever since Lumen obtained the gourmet tablecloth, she had been posting food pics non-stop, especially at night. To people dieting like Ganyathes was a crime. Pure torture. People were beginning to think the traveler had fully embraced her gremlin nature. Was this fallout from yesterday's humiliation, self-destruction, or simply her true personality breaking free? No one knew, but they all agreed on one thing. Ignore her. Ganyu, anyway it's about time, right? I wonder who's being evaluated today. Kecking, if it's among everyone in the group, there are dozens of candidates. Child, I hope it's me. With a reward, I can get stronger. Kale, heh, Fatui, watch you get nothing. Venti, hey if there's a not serious section again we might see another legend born. Zhongli, every gain comes with a price. Hopefully the chosen person has no dark history. Ayaka, if that's the case, only the 7 archons would be safe. Gods shouldn't have any improper incidents. Nilo, I agree. Lesser Lord Kuzanali definitely wouldn't. Lumen, who knows? Maybe the system will fabricate a video like my last one. Venti, that won't happen right? Zhongli, Cloud Retainer, His Excellency the Geo Archon is perfect. Absolutely flawless. No fabrication can change that. Shao, indeed. I look forward to the day the Geo Lord is evaluated. I fear nothing. Ye Miko, oh my, AI is confident. Kyujao Sarah, Ye Miko, please respect the Shogun. She is perfect. Clorinda, Lady Farina and Monsieur Nouvelette are the same. Nouvelette, I admit I am curious. Farina, ha. The God of Justice will of course receive a proper evaluation. Most mortals were nervous. Who knew what embarrassing secrets they had forgotten? What hidden moments might surface? But gods were different. Their nations idolized them. Their people trusted them. Surely, their evaluations would be clean and dignified. Absolutely no chance of social death, right? As the group continued debating, the light screen finally flickered. The second evaluation was beginning. 17. The Great Voyage is full of Genshin characters. So the live stream viewers are all from Tivat. Inside the luxury villa, Arthur opened his live stream again. Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday we reviewed Miss Lumen. Today, we continue our Genshin character evaluation series. Transcendent chat group. Venti, hey finally. Ye Miko, I wonder who the lucky one is today. Ito, ha. I wanna see this foxy woman's embarrassing stuff. Scaram ouch, humph. If it's her, things will be interesting. Lumen, whoever it is, at least it's not me. Shame we can't interact with the streamer directly. Barbara, Traveler, what does interact with the streamer mean? Lumen, this light curtain works like something from another world. It's called a live stream. Basically, someone broadcasts what they're doing like this guy reviewing characters and viewers send messages that float on the screen. Those are bullet comments. Nahitha, so that's how it works if only we could talk to him. Ningguang, indeed. That would open many possibilities. Just as everyone was talking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in every Tivat resident's mind. Ding. Chat group upgrading. Ding. Upgrade in progress. Ding. Upgrade complete. New functions unlocked. Special bullet interaction and tipping system. Special bullet interaction. Send messages directly into the live stream to communicate with the streamer. Tipping. You may send monetary gifts to the streamer to show support. Hurry and support your beloved streamer. Silence. Then, everyone froze. They could really interact now. Outside Mondstadt. Lumen stared at the message. I was only joking and it actually came true. Do I have authority over this system or something? Paimon munched grilled fish while blinking curiously. Lumen, quick. See how it works. Lumen fiddled with the interface for a bit and immediately figured it out. Paimon, let's subaya, Captain, membership first. Only 19,800 mora per person. After yesterday's chaotic humiliation, they also received incredible benefits. Lumen gained massive fame across Tivat, received countless invitations, and, most importantly, the gourmet tablecloth. So yes, she suffered. But she also profited greatly. And Lumen, despite being a gremlin, was not someone who forgot favors. Paimon hesitated. Isn't that too cheap? The streamer gave you so much yesterday. Can't help it. We just arrived in Mondstadt. We haven't even finished our first commission yet. We're broke. Also true. So the two took out their mora. And then, congratulations. User Lumen has joined the Captain tier. Welcome to the Great Voyage. Congratulations. User Paimon has joined the Captain tier. Welcome to the Great Voyage. Mondstadt Knights of Favonius headquarters. Lisa chuckled as she saw the notification. My little cutie sure acts fast. Jean nodded. We should also show goodwill. Then, congratulations. User Jean has joined the Governor tier. Congratulations. User Lisa has joined the Governor tier. A Governor tier membership. Jean and Lisa had offered the strongest courtesy they could. Liu Jade Chamber. Ningguang gave a light laugh. Tipping, very well. Let's begin. Money, not a problem. Winning favor with a mysterious interdimensional entity, possibly worth thousands of times more. Congratulations. User Ningguang has joined the Governor tier. Congratulations. User Keking has joined the Governor tier. Congratulations. User Ganyu has joined the Governor tier. The three wealthy ladies didn't hesitate. Liu Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Haha, this hall master wants a Governor tier too. Hu Tao bought hers instantly. Zhongli hesitated, because this type of payment couldn't be put on the tab. After a moment of silence, he looked at Hu Tao. Hall master, may I borrow 2 million mora? Hu Tao twitched. So he couldn't put it on credit, thus he directly borrowed. But ultimately, she sighed. Fine. You're our consultant after all. Just do some more work later. Her 2 million mora disappeared. Congratulations. User Hu Tao has joined the governor tier. Congratulations. User Zhongli has joined the governor tier. And so it continued. Across Liu, Inajima, Sumuru, Fontaine, Natlan. Every faction, every noble, every general. Everyone bought membership. Some went governor. Some went admiral. The poorer ones bought captain. The broke ones spammed 666 to at least show support. And poor Nahida wanted to join the great voyage, but as someone locked inside the sanctum of silence, she literally did not possess a single mora. Many wanted to help her, but they couldn't send money through the system. And so, the live stream exploded into thousands of notifications. Dailuk Governor, Ye Miko Governor, Farina Governor, Rosaria Admiral, Toma Captain. It went on and on. Within minutes, Arthur had 10,000 paying subscribers, and the numbers kept climbing, followed by a flood of bullet comments. Lumen, hehe sorry, only captain for now. I'll upgrade later. Also I am not a dog. That was Bao Bao. Jean, greetings from the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. Ningguang, my small offering, a token of respect. Back in the villa, Arthur stared at the flood of notifications, completely stunned. He expected some people to join the subscription tiers. He did not expect the numbers to explode like this. Even at the lowest tier 198 yuan per captain, 10,000 subscribers meant nearly 2 million yuan, and this was after only a few minutes. The monthly income would be insane, but what surprised him even more were the usernames. Ningguang, Jean, Farina, Ye Miko. He blinked. What? The Archons. No, 3 Archons. Actually have money. Thinking again, it made sense. Zhongli has Hu Tao. Ei rules Inajima. Farina governs Fontaine. Yeah, they're all wealthy. But why didn't Venti or Nahida? Then he realized. Venti hasn't revealed he's Barbados yet, and Nahida is still imprisoned. Meaning, Tivit's timeline was only at the very beginning, just past Mondstadt, early Laya, before Sumuru liberation, before Fontaine's trial. Arthur stroked his chin. This is going to be fun. Meanwhile, Blue Planet viewers began entering the stream as well. At first, they thought this streamer must be some huge celebrity, but when they saw it was just a small Genshin content creator, they were confused. Why were thousands of people joining high-tier memberships? Were these bots? Doubtful. They checked the membership list, and saw, Ningguang, Governor, Jean, Governor, Farina, Governor, Dailuk, Governor. They froze. Then someone typed, Bro, are your viewers actually from Tivit? 18. The Inmo Archon may slack off, but his taste is pretty good. Good grief Ningguang, Keking, Jean, Kamasato Ayaka. An entire Great Voyage list filled with Genshin characters. What kind of stream is this? This is the first time I've ever seen something like it. At first I thought these memberships were fake, but the cost is way too high for someone to fake this many. Could this be MyHoyo's official marketing? Doesn't look like it. The streamer's clearly some rich young guy living in a luxury villa. I thought putting Genshin stickers on a luxury car was already insane, but this level. Hiring a group to rename themselves as Genshin characters, and then giving yourself paid memberships to fake authenticity. Ah yes, the joys of being rich. Arthur understood the confusion from the viewers of Earth, Blue Star. If he didn't have a system, he probably wouldn't believe it either. After all, who would ever expect people from Tivit to watch a Blue Star live stream? He didn't bother explaining. Instead, he cleared his throat and started. Thank you to everyone who joined the Great Voyage. I know what you're all curious about. But don't worry, your questions will be answered in later episodes. Today, let's not get sidetracked. We'll begin today's Genshin character evaluation. He paused, then continued. Originally, I planned to review 1 character per day. But today's 2 characters are related, so I'll review them together. And I'll do the same in the future for sibling pairs. Today's featured characters are Jean, acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, and her sister, Barbara, the Deaconess of Mondstadt Cathedral. The livestream screen displayed photos of Jean and Barbara. Mondstadt Knights of Favonius headquarters. Oh my, it's our Jean and little Barbara. Lisa teased as she saw the images. There's a review of me. Jean stiffened in shock. Even though she had secretly wondered if she'd be picked. Hearing her name announced still sent a tremor through her heart. Nervousness immediately followed. Ever since taking the acting Grand Master role, Jean worked tirelessly, day and night. Her only desire was to safeguard Mondstadt. But reality hadn't been kind. What kind of evaluation would that mysterious light screen being give her? And then there was her sister, Barbara. Jean's expression turned complicated. Mondstadt Cathedral. Barbara was still guarding the Holy Liar der Himmel, just in case of fatuous interference. Despite knowing the Traveler and Venti's theft incident was a misunderstanding. Naturally, she also peeked at the light curtain whenever she could. When she heard that today's review was about her and her sister, she froze. Me and sister, I mean, acting Grand Master Jean. Surely her sister would receive glowing praise. But herself? Barbara felt she was just an ordinary priestess. Nothing special. But then she remembered yesterday's Traveler incident. Her heart skipped a beat. Surely nothing embarrassing about her would appear, right? Transcendent chat group. Clee, yay. It's Jean and Barbara. Alice, these sisters really are interesting. Amber, I wonder what the review will say. Mona, Jean the acting grandmaster. Her constellation is the Lionfang Knight, symbol of strength and burdens born too early. Yunjin, I've heard Barbara is Mondstadt's idol. I'm curious what will be shown. Charlotte, sounds similar to Our Lady Farina. Falga, Jean and Barbara, huh. It's been a while since I saw those two kids. Lumen, hee no one looking forward to embarrassing content. Paimon, hee, Paimon is. Venti, hey. Farina, ahem, purely academic interest. I just want a deeper understanding of these two. Jean, Barbara. The ordinary chat group was even more chaotic, especially the Mondstadt citizens. Their beloved acting grandmaster, and their idol Barbara, were about to appear on the world stage. Albert, Barbara's most devoted fan, was running laps around the city in excitement. This was basically watching his idol debut on Divine Television, even if this debut was slightly unusual. Back to the live stream. Arthur spoke again. Jean and Barbara. Let's start with the older sister, Jean. As usual, we begin with background. Unlike the traveler, Jean is a true native of Tivat. Full name, Jean Gunhild. Father, the adventurer Simon. Mother, Frederica. She is the Dandelion Knight of Mondstadt, and currently serves as the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. In terms of status, she is on the same level as Lia's Tianquan Ningguang. In fact, with Barbados slacking off for centuries, and Grand Master Varka away on expedition, Jean may actually hold even greater authority. As for her personality, we must talk about her mother's family, the Gunhilder clan. The Gunhilder, Ranvinder, and Lawrence families were Mondstadt's three great houses. Their history traces all the way back to the rule of Decarabian, the tyrant who built the tower. Back then, all three houses served Mondstadt loyally. Unfortunately, the Lawrence clan strayed, succumbing to ambition and oppressing the people. They disgraced their ancestors' honor. But the Gunhilders and Ranvinders upheld their oath, an oath sworn to protect Mondstadt's green plains, hills, forests, and mountains, forever keeping the land free. Compared to Anajima's corrupted dual commissions, and Samuru's decayed academia, Mondstadt's surviving noble houses are truly admirable. These are historical matters. If there is interest, I can open a Nation History series later. In summary, yes, Barbados is lazy, but his taste in choosing people, quite excellent. From the noble houses to Vanessa, he picked well. Transcendent chat group. Zhongli, to uphold their oath for centuries they deserve respect. Nahitha, as expected, the Inmo Archon has good judgment. Venti, hey. Paimon, hey. They said Inmo Archon, not Venti. Why are you, hey, ing. Yanfei, Lawrence, that's Eula's family, isn't it? Amber, yes. Because of the name, the public gives her a hard time. Jean, we all know Eula is a good person. She's excellent in the Knights too. Farina, treating an innocent girl like that is wrong. Al-Haytham, we aren't Mondstadters. We cannot logically judge trauma we never lived through. Diluc, unless the Lawrence sins are cleansed completely, things will not change. Outside Mondstadt, Eula watched the light curtain quietly. Her expression dimmed. If she could choose, she would never have picked the bloodline of sinners. She also wished she could live like a normal person. But, how does one erase the sins of an entire clan? She felt lost. Yet, as she listened to the live stream, a spark lit within her heart. Maybe that person could give her an answer. But today's review was not hers, so she buried that thought for now, and waited for her turn. 19 Mondstadt's manchildren and slacking subordinates. Poor Jean has it rough. 19 Mondstadt's manchildren and slacking subordinates. Poor Jean has it rough. On the light screen, Arthur continued. Raised by a family with such a strong creed, Jean naturally developed exceptional qualities, posture and etiquette that embody knightly grace, history and poetry that shape a knight's soul, swordsmanship and physical training that reinforce martial spirit. She excels in all of them. With relentless daily practice, she earned the title of Dandelion Knight at the age of 15, inheriting Vanessa's legacy. And after Grand Master Varka left on expedition, Jean became the acting Grand Master. Thus began her era of non-stop workaholism. From the knight's major affairs, to trivial daily nonsense. Arguing couples on the streets, minor neighborhood disputes, even lost cats and dogs. Jean handles everything. Reliability practically radiates off her face. In a way, it's admirable. But, while she doesn't think there's anything wrong with it, from an outsider's perspective, the issue is huge. Can you imagine someone in Liao telling Ningguang to help find their lost cat? Or walking up to the Samura sage and saying, "Hey, my dog ran away, help please." Or asking Neuvillette, Chief Justice of Fontaine, to mediate a lover's quarrel. Completely absurd. Even Arthur couldn't help shaking his head. Of course, we can't blame Jean and Noel alone. They're kind people doing their knightly duty. The real problem is, Mondstadt has too many manchildren. In the entire continent of Tivat, no other nation's citizens behave quite like Mondstadt's. He sighed softly. Arthur actually liked Mondstadt. The new player's homeland, a fairy tale dreamland. But the man-child behavior. That was truly hard to swallow. He shook his head again and played Jean's story quest footage, the entire screen vividly displayed. What a typical day looks like for the acting Grand Master. When it ended, every nation except Mondstadt collectively froze. Ordinary chat group. Tian Taijui, holy. You guys call Jean to help find your pets. Master Mao, man-child is accurate. Utterly disgraceful. Jeeping, we're always fighting wars in Inajima. People go to the front every day. This is the first time I've seen a country call its national leader to mediate a couple's quarrel. Every nation started mocking Mondstadt's immaturity. It was too embarrassing. Freedom didn't mean freeloading. The Mondstadters couldn't even argue back. They'd never thought about it before. To them, asking Jean for help with petty things felt normal. But now, seeing the light screen and hearing everyone scold them, they themselves felt guilty. They loved their acting Grand Master. Yet they were the ones exhausting her the most. Transcendent chat group. Klee, Jean works so hard every day. Klee was wrong. Klee won't make Jean angry anymore. Jean, it's alright, Klee. Xiangling, Jean's workload is terrifying. Keking, Ganyu and I work overtime often. But our energy goes toward actual work. Life problems are handled by the Millilith. Ganyu, yes. Lost pets should be handled by regular knights. Look, meaningless chores are Jean's greatest enemy. Excessive responsibility isn't a virtue. I hope she realizes her true role. Noel, so Captain Jean and I, we're doing it wrong. Zhongli, from a rational perspective, your people rely on you far too much. Lumen, exactly. Who calls their national leader to solve a street argument? Manchild Nation is accurate. Paimon, probably all Barbados' fault. He spoiled them. Venti, Novelette, Jean is competent. But excessively so. Falga, Tsai truly difficult for that child. Barbara, sister acting Grand Master. You've worked so hard. Mondstadt Knights of Favonius headquarters. Jean watched the footage and the flood of comments. Her expression wavered. So, have I been wrong all this time? She had always believed she wasn't doing enough. Never did she imagine she was doing too much, overworking herself, and unintentionally turning Mondstadters into helpless dependents. Lisa looked at her dear friend, heart aching softly. Jean, your dedication isn't wrong, but moderation matters. As the acting Grand Master, you must direct Mondstadt, not carry it alone. Ningguang doesn't look for lost pets. The sages don't. Novelette doesn't. Why must you handle everything? Mondstadt's people must learn independence. Jean closed her eyes. She stayed silent for a long moment. When she opened them, the confusion was gone. I understand, Lisa. I should allow myself proper afternoon tea once in a while. And Klee, I promised to go fish blasting with her, but always pushed it off. When this dragon disaster is over, I'll make the time to take her out. A long breath left her chest, as if a huge weight were lifted. Maybe letting go was the right answer. That's good. Lisa smiled gently. Klee will be thrilled. Livestream Arthur. Arthur sipped his tea, checked the flood of comments, and continued. Jean's overwork isn't only due to Mondstadt's manchildren. There's also the issue of lack of capable staff. Let's compare. Laya has the Laya Kixing, and secretaries like Ganyu. Keking and Ganyu alone outperform dozens. They also have Yellen, Baidu, Ningguang's network. An entire ecosystem of elites. Fontaine, even if Farina doesn't handle affairs, they have Novelette, a powerhouse in both authority and competence. And beyond him, Clorinda, Chevrius, Duke Ryothesli, Navia, Melusines, all highly reliable. But Mondstadt. Lisa, a Sumuru genius, unmatched in magical knowledge, restricted to being a lazy librarian, due to special circumstances. Kaya, cavalry captain, but prefers drinking to working. Klee, Mondstadt's strongest combatant, but busy blowing up fish. Albedo, a brilliant alchemist, but buried in Dragon's Pine sketching rocks. Noel, too kind, too earnest, not quite ready to be a full knight. Look, capable, yes, but estranged from the knights. And then the Inmo Archon does nothing, and Varka took most of Mondstadt's elite away. In short, Jean has almost no one reliable to delegate to. Manchild citizens, slacking subordinates. Jean truly has it rough. 20. Chalk. Idol Barbara is actually Mondstadt's ultimate connections kid. 20. Chalk. Idol Barbara is actually Mondstadt's ultimate connections kid. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, with subordinates who all slack off and barely anyone reliable. Jean really has it tough. Kakamai, in any country, this level of manpower shortage would be difficult to handle. Farina, haha. Fortunately, the nation of water has someone like Novelette. Novelette, thank you for the compliment, Lady Farina. But if possible, could you please help with governmental work? Farina, cough cough. Lisa, no helping it, I'm just a humble librarian. Look, I'm not part of the knights. Not my problem. Noel, I didn't do well enough, I've let the acting Grand Master down. Kaya, oh dear, my habit of sneaking off to drink has been discovered. Ahem, I'll go less often. Diana, If only I'd succeeded in destroying Mondstadt's wine industry, Jean could finally relax. Albedo, this logic is actually reasonable. Compared to other nations, Mondstadt does lack elite personnel. Klee will help Jean. From now on Klee will try to explode less fish. Amber, looks like I'll need to train harder too so I can help Captain Jean more. Varka, ahem, actually, this is all my responsibility. I left too much on your shoulders and Jean's. Jean, Grand Master, don't say that. Everything is for Mondstadt. Paimon, I say it's all the Inmo Archon's fault. He slacks off, so his followers also slack off. Zhongli, reasonable. Venti, ihihi. Paimon, what does that even mean? Stop ihihi, ing. Ugh, I'm giving you a nickname URE now, the street singer. Venti, street singer. Wonderful. I love it. Paimon. Mondstadt Favonius Cathedral. My subordinates are slackers. So in the end, I still haven't been able to help my cis-acting Grand Master. Barbara's shoulders drooped in guilt. After watching Jean's story quest replay, she finally understood how much her sister had been carrying alone. As a younger sister, she felt incompetent. If only she were more outstanding. Like Keking, like Ganyu, like Neuvillette. Then she could surely support her sister better. Yes, Barbara must work harder. She clenched her tiny fists. Barbara, charge forward. Arthur's villa. Arthur smiled. That about concludes Jean's serious evaluation. Now, a summary. Jean Gunhilde. A steadfast knight. A kind-hearted girl. And a reliable leader. Beloved by the people of Mondstadt. Though she's a bit soft-hearted and takes on too much. In an era where the Inmo Archon slacks, the Grand Master is away. And the subordinates are very unique. She still supports the weight of the entire city. She fully lives up to the title of Dandelion Knight. Mondstadt may have no king, but she already holds the authority befitting one. If Mondstadt seeks a better future, Jean, become its king. Victory and oath are with you. Mondstadt Knights of Favonius HQ, lives up to the title of Dandelion Knight. Jean, it seems someone very powerful holds you in high regard. Lisa nudged her with a teasing smile. But inside, she wholeheartedly agreed. There was simply no one more fitting to be Grand Master. Jean exhaled, a smile slowly forming. Confidence radiated from her expression. Someone of that level recognized her worth. Then what was there left to doubt? She only needed to change unhealthy habits, and keep walking forward. As for that last line, Jean hurriedly typed into the live chat. Jean, thank you for your evaluation. But Mondstadt is a free city-state, its people are not ruled by kings. I will continue forward carrying your guidance. Arthur chuckled. He had only been joking. Whenever he saw Jean, he thought of a certain Ahob king from another world. The similarities were uncanny. Transcendent chat group. Albedo, Mondstadt has no ruler, but many hope to see Jean as Grand Master someday. Rosaria, she handles her work, covers others' mistakes, and takes responsibility. Admirable. A person like that indeed fits the title. Venti, serious, brave, gentle, truly reminiscent of Vanessa. Paimon, street singer. Are you saying you've met Vanessa? Venti, who knows? Thomas, even in Inajima, we've heard of Jean of the Gunhilde clan. Her integrity is well known. Compared to acting Grand Master, I also look forward to her becoming the official Grand Master. Look, if it's Jean, the knights still have hope. Varka, Jean is indeed an excellent child. Gunhilde has produced a worthy heir. Varka, Jean, once I return, I will appoint you formally as Grand Master. You are more suited to the title than I. Jean, I understand. Jean Gunhilde will protect Mondstadt. Varka, good. Excellent. Ha ha ha. The others watched, stunned. Who would have thought that simply watching a live stream would let them witness a change in national leadership? Unexpected, yet strangely reasonable. Arthur's villa. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Even he didn't expect this development. But the result was good. Still, there was more to do. He cleared his throat. Jean's section is done. Now, let's move on to her younger sister, Barbara. Barbara, who had been happily celebrating for Jean, froze stiff the moment she heard her own name. But knowing it was still the serious evaluation part, she relaxed slightly. Barbara. Full name, Barbara Pegg. The deaconess of the Favonius Church, and Mondstadt's beloved idol. Interestingly, Barbara's father is a legendary adventurer. After joining the church, he eventually became the head deacon. Barbara's mother comes from an ancient noble house, the Gunhilde clan. And Barbara's older sister is Dandelion Knight, Jean, acting Grand Master of the Knights. Well, Grand Master now. A father who leads the church. A mother from an ancient noble line. And a sister who leads the Knights. Barbara might actually be Mondstadt's. No, Tivet's strongest second generation. Transcendent chat group. Ember, wow. I seriously never realized Barbara had such an amazing background. Kea, the church, the Knights, and the Gunhilde clan. All three most influential forces in Mondstadt. That's truly impressive. Paimon, so jealous. If I had that family background, I'd walk sideways in Mondstadt. But Paimon floats. Why walk sideways? Lumen, it's her special ability. Hehe, I'll show you next time. Paimon. Kamasato Ayaka, with such lineage, she would be treated with respect in any nation. Lumen, strongest second gen. Barbara A. Did you become deaconess through connections? Evil grin. Barbara, and no. Two truly love my work. I'm not a connections baby. Jean, Traveler is joking. Sigh. 21, Alice, Barbara, charge forward. Time to form the Tivat idol group. Inside his villa, Arthur noticed Barbara's panicked barrage message and waved his hand with a smile. Relax, relax. The connections kid and second gen talk was just teasing. The real Barbara is an extremely capable deaconess and a sincere believer. She has a kind heart. She wants to heal the wounded and the sick and works hard for it. For example, she often uses her hydro abilities to close wounds. And her cheerful songs and dances soothe the exhaustion in people's hearts. Even the perpetually unlucky Bennett is one of those she often treats. That's one of the reasons she's so beloved in Mondstadt. Her original motivation wasn't noble at all. It was simply because she wanted to beat her sister just once. Arthur shook his head, half amused and half helpless. And that brings us back to Jean. Because they're sisters, they were always compared. Jean, Mondstadt's resident, cutting queen, earning the title of Dandelion Knight at 15 was naturally exceptional. But compared to her brilliant elder sister, Barbara appeared clumsy in every possible way. Swordsmanship, terrible. Studies, also terrible. That's when she realized she had no talent for combat. So under her father's guidance, she shifted toward healing and support. And perhaps because of these experiences, or their parents' separation, the relationship between the sisters became awkward. Jean wants to get close to her younger sister, but every time she sees Barbara's evasive gaze she freezes. And Barbara idolizes her sister, wants to shoulder some of her burdens, but is too embarrassed to say so. She can't even call Jean sister, and always says, acting Grand Master Jean, instead. What can I say? Truly siblings equally awkward. Arthur sighed. So close in blood, yet acting like strangers. When I played the game, even I felt uncomfortable watching it. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, so that's why. I always thought it was weird when Barbara called her, acting Grand Master. It sounded so stiff. Navia, just like the light screen said, must be tied to their upbringing. Lisa, well, it's good the truth came out. Ayaka, even so, the sisters are both wonderful people. Hu Tao, wait, Mondstadt cutting queen. What does that mean? Amber, probably referring to how strong Captain Jean is. Child, oh, Jean is strong. Kaya, of course. Once, Jean demolished 5 ruin guards to protect the citizens. Kaya, and she even blamed herself afterwards, saying rare cultural relics should be subdued barehanded next time. Paimon, Jean is that strong. Shocked. Eula, you questioned our Captain Jean? I'll remember this grievance. Child, interesting. I must spar with Jean someday. Jean, meanwhile, had no mind to listen to these jokes. Barbara, so that's what you felt all along. Seeing everything clearly laid out made her heart clench. She had been so busy, too busy. And she had neglected her little sister. But it wasn't too late now. Barbara, on the other side, twisted her fingers together, embarrassed beyond belief. She didn't expect all her secrets to be exposed at once. Oh no, I don't know how Sisa acting Grand Master Jean will think of me now. Seeing that the sisters hadn't spoken yet, the others began tagging them. Lumen, at Jean, at Barbara, hey, you two gonna hide forever? Say something. Paimon, yeah. After all this, don't tell us you're still awkward. Jean, ahem. Barbara, thank you for your hard work these years. Jean, you don't need to compare yourself to me. Just like the light screen said, Ayuri already an excellent deaconess. Jean, the love Mondstadt has for you proves that. Barbara froze. Then her eyes reddened. Finally. Her sister acknowledged her. Barbara, Jean sis, thank you. I'm proud of you too. Venti, sisters making up ahead, congratulations. Lumen, congrats. Ayaka, a resolved heart knot is something to celebrate. Jean, thank you, everyone. Thank you as well to the one behind the light screen. Warmth spread through the entire group. Arthur nodded, satisfied. Good. This is the best outcome. But if Barbara wants to truly shoulder Jean's burdens, being a healer alone won't cut it. After all, as everyone knows, medicine can't save Mondstadt. We'll get into the details shortly. Favonius Cathedral. Medicine can't save Mondstadt. Barbara blinked rapidly. Just moments ago, she had been full of resolve to help her sister. Now she felt completely lost. If healing wasn't enough, then what could she do? But Arthur said he'd continue later. So she forced herself to hold back her questions. Arthur's villa. Since we've talked about Barbara the deaconess, Arthur continued, let's discuss her other identity. Mondstadt's idol. That's another reason she's so popular. And to explain why she became one, we must mention a certain legendary figure. Alice. Alice, a member of the Hexenzirkel, has countless bizarre achievements. We'll talk about her properly another time. One day, Alice gave Barbara a magazine from another world. And from this magazine, Barbara learned about the concept of an idol. An idol is someone who strives to be loved by everyone. A great idol not only receives joy but heals hearts through song and dance. With her desire to bring smiles to the people of Mondstadt, Barbara embraced the path of an idol. Transcendent chat group. Barbara, S. I learned about idols from Miss Alice. Wow. So mama helped too. Alice, hee, of course. Actually, after teaching Barbara, I had a TVET idol group plan. But sadly, it failed. Ayaka, Lumen, a TVET idol group. Details now. Alice, besides Barbara, I also invited Kamasato Ayaka. She rejected me 6 times. Yo Amaya, Ayaka was invited too. Ye Miko, oh my little Ayaka, good job. Imagine a certain old witch being rejected 6 times, so sad, wahahaha. Alice, Little Miko, laughing at me now. Did you forget how easily you cried when you were little? Ye Miko, try making me cry now, if you dare. Alice, fine. You and that stone-faced shogun both just wait. Alice, Ayaka, dear, it's been years. Are you interested in being an idol now? Ayaka, Miss Alice, this. Ayato, Miss Alice, perhaps describe exactly what an idol looks like first. Barbara, S. The magazine didn't explain enough. Alice, well, how should I put it? Back in his villa, Arthur saw the chat bursting with curiosity. He smirked. Since everyone's interested in idols, I'll show you a video. He opened a very proper video on a certain anime sharing site. Idol declaration. Barbara, charge forward. 22 Venti, why can't I join the idol group? And beware of the creep Albert. 22 Venti, why can't I join the idol group? And beware of the creep Albert. When Arthur clicked the video, a wave of thunderous cheering burst out instantly. On a brightly lit stage, under a shimmering star-filled backdrop, Barbara stood gracefully in the center. Quiet, poised, and facing the roaring crowd. The cheers grew louder and louder, rising until they echoed like they were shaking the heavens. Then the scene moved. Cheerful, lively music began to play. So cute, right? Let my very best love reach you. If you don't mind, at least remember my name, okay? Okay. With the rhythm, Barbara started to dance. Her movements were light, elegant, and full of youthful charm. Her expression was lively, every smile pure and radiant. She embodied the very essence of a bright, cheerful idol. Under the glow of the stage lights, she looked like a piece of pure beauty made manifest. Everyone watching felt healed, body and soul. At that moment, all of TVET finally understood what an idol truly was. The viewers watched in complete silence, captivated. Even when Venti appeared mid-performance strumming a lyre, making several people raise an eyebrow, they didn't linger on it for long. Not until the final note fell. Then all of TVET erupted. Ordinary chat group. Herman, incredible. Miss Barbara's dance was amazing. Lawrence, better than any performance she's done in Mondstadt. Albert, Lady Barbara. I'll be your devoted dog forever. Barbara charged forward. Chef Mao, so that's Mondstadt's idol. Impressive. Afshin, sorry, Miss Nilo, starting today I'm a Barbara fan. Transcendent chat group. Eula, beautiful song, stunning dance. It's uplifting. Yun-jin, very different from Liu opera, but the emotional expression is impressive. Xinyan, ain't rock, but I'm vibin'. Loved it. Nilo, I really love it. If I could dance with Miss Barbara someday, that'd be wonderful. Ayaka, so this is what an idol is. Furina, oh ho, cheerful tone, free-spirited stage, very delightful. Miss Barbara, please come perform in Fontaine. Zhongli, the performance is very healing indeed. Miss Alice's judgment was sound. Lumen, professionals really do hit different. Me watching it. Barbara charge forward. Paimon, Barbara charge forward. Venti, hey Barbara charge forward. Jean, Barbara charge forward. Nahida, Barbara charge forward. Ye Miko. Alice, Barbara charge forward. Favonius Cathedral. The nuns around Barbara were trembling with excitement. If they weren't inside a cathedral, they'd probably have rushed straight at her screaming. Even restrained, their eyes kept drifting toward Barbara full of adoration. Barbara pressed her fingers together, flustered by the attention. Especially because of the chat messages, her sisters included. But beneath her shyness, her heart glowed with happiness. That is a real idol. She could feel the atmosphere from the video. The joy of being loved, and the joy of giving happiness back to others. She made a small fist. Then next time I'll learn that dance too. And show it at my next performance. Transcendent chat group. Alice, wonderful. Videos really are the perfect way to showcase idols. Alice, at Ayaka, now that you've seen it, little Ayaka interested in joining now. Kamasato Ayaka, I'll join. Inajima Kamasato Estate. Ayaka you. Ayato stared at his sister, startled. Ayaka smiled gently. Brother, it isn't right to keep rejecting Miss Alice forever. And idols can bring happiness and smiles to so many people. Far more than the Shira Sajai Heimdami ever could. I want to try. Maybe I can bring some positive change to Inajima too. She looked at the light screen again, eyes shining with longing. Besides that, she had a tiny personal reason. Raised as a noble lady, restricted by duty, Ayaka rarely had the luxury to chase personal interests. Seeing Barbara shining on stage awakened something inside her. She wanted to try too. I understand. Ayato placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Go ahead, Ayaka. Toma pumped his fist beside them. Lady Ayaka, you've got this. Transcendent chat group. Ayaka, Miss Alice, but because of certain restrictions, I might not be able to. Alice, I know Sakoku decree and Vision Hunt decree. Alice, don't worry. I'll go have a chat with little Miko and that stone-faced shogun later. Alice was ecstatic. Her long-dead, TVET idol group plan had revived. And now it was happening for Real. But 4 people alone weren't enough. She needed to recruit more. Her eyes narrowed. Alice, hey, Miss Nilo, Lady Furin interested in joining the TVET idol group. Nilo, me, can I? Alice, of course. Your dancing is renowned throughout Sumeru. I hear about you even in other nations. Nilo, then I'd love to perform with Miss Barbara and Miss Ayaka. Alice, excellent. Welcome. Alice, Lady Farina. Why not? Count me in. She was a god. But she had performed on Fontaine's grand stages countless times. An idol group wasn't strange at all. And befriending Alice, a terrifyingly powerful witch, certainly wouldn't hurt in dealing with Fontaine's looming crisis. Alice, wonderful. Barbara, Ayaka, Nilo, Farina. I hereby declare the TVET idol group officially established today. Alice, I'll come find you all later. Lumen, congrats. A whole idol girl group amazing. Paimon, can't wait to see them perform. Zhongli, congratulations. Yay Miko, you really pulled it off, But I must admit I am excited to see little Ayaka perform. Nahitha, an idol group, how interesting. Novelette, Fontaine welcomes your future performances. Venti, congrats. But hey, can I join too? I showed up in the video. Alice, sure, as long as you turn into a girl. Venti, well not impossible. Lumen, Paimon. Ito, actually I think Miss Shikanoin, his female form, could work too. Goro. TVET idol group. Arthur chuckled. Looked like he accidentally triggered something interesting again. He was quite looking forward to it. Clearing his throat, he continued. With that, we've covered Barbara's serious aspects. In summary, Barbara is an excellent deaconess and an excellent idol, someone who brings people joy. But here's something important she must watch out for. As an idol and public figure, having fans is normal. For example, Mondstadt's official, Barbara Fan Club. But within it lurks one very dangerous individual. Barbara Fan Club leader. Mondstadt's #1 creepy stalker Albert. 23 Lumen, it's not Albert's fault he's a creep, Barbara's just too cute. 23 Lumen, it's not Albert's fault he's a creep, Barbara's just too cute. There aren't many NPCs in Genshin Impact who are truly famous. But Albert is definitely one of them. Not famous like Tepeoho's tragedy shook players. Not famous like Dunyazardwo's beloved for beauty and lore. No, Albert's fame came from one simple fact. His terrifyingly obsessive love for Barbara. If he lived on Earth, he would be the type of rabid stalker fan everyone warns idols about. Funny and harmless in a game, but in reality, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. Arthur chuckled lightly. Idols having fans is normal. Getting bothered sometimes is normal too. But most fans just want an autograph or a photo. Albert, though Albert is a different species. You'll understand once you watch these 2 clips. He played the first video. On screen, Albert was pacing around the Favonius Cathedral, mumbling to himself with an unhealthy gleam in his eyes. Miss Barbara at work so divine. When asked about Storm Terror, his eyes lit up with fanatic confidence. Of course Storm Terror returned to normal. It must have been moved by Lady Barbara's charm. Her smile pierces the darkest nights. He's the brightest star in the cosmos. Even Storm Terror cannot resist her beauty. If you can't understand that, you're the problem, not Lady Barbara. You simply haven't learned enough. This must be the truth. Barbara, charge forward. Asked what Barbara meant to him, Albert lifted his chin proudly. Lady Barbara is the purest light of my life. So cute, so radiant, so holy. What's with that dull look? Did I say anything untrue? I get idea need baptism. Baptism means going to Barbara's concert. Hear me, go, you ungrateful mortal who doesn't even appreciate divine blessing. When asked why he was sneaking around the church grounds, Albert's voice became dreamy. Because this is the closest place to Lady Barbara without disturbing her. Can't you feel the sweetness in the air? The second video appeared shortly after. Title, Mr. Albert, please stop. Sister Victoria was frantically searching for someone suspicious circling the cathedral. Someone lurking, watching, clearly up to no good. The traveler went to help, only to discover the culprit. Albert, pretending to sweep leaves so he could sneak closer to Barbara. When the video ended, the entire continent collectively lost it. Ordinary chat group. Tian Taijui, I mean loving an idol is fine, but this is actual harassment. Tepi, seriously. Admiration doesn't mean stalking. Even fans of Miss Shikanoin don't behave like this. Victoria, Albert. So you really were plotting something near Miss Barbara. Albert, 2M not. I wasn't. I only wanted to be closer to Lady Barbara. Dunyazard, whether you meant it or not, this behavior goes too far. Everyone shook their heads. Albert panicked. He was finished. Not only exposed, but humiliated in front of all of TVET. He needed to leave, quickly. He could come back to taste the sweet air later. Transcendent chat group. Hu Tao, Ehi's lines are way too greasy. Even I can't handle it. Goro, so that's the terror of obsessive fans. Fortunately I'm safe. Ito, at Goro you're not even an idol, why are you relieved? Goro. Barbara, Mr. Albert he. Yoon Jin, admiration is fine, but this is terrifying. Ayaka, indeed. That's well beyond normal fan behavior. Nilo, thankfully I've never met anyone like that. Clorinda, in Fontaine, anyone acting like that toward Lady Farina would be arrested on sight. Jean, I'll have someone know, I'll personally speak with him later. Yanfei, at Barbara, if you need legal support, feel free to contact me. Lumen, honestly, you can't even blame Albert too much. Barbara really is that charming. Paimon, yeah, who could resist Barbara's cuteness? Alice, of course. I hand-picked her myself. Yay Miko, oh dear, turns out Albert was just my alternate self all along. Barbara, please don't say things like that. The roasting and teasing intensified, but the atmosphere remained cheerful. At least Albert seemed to be scared straight for now. Back in the villa, Arthur closed the video and took a sip of water. He glanced at the stream chat. A mix of TVIT natives and new Blue Star viewers drawn in by the earlier wave of massive subscriptions. Not my main audience, but the extra hype is nice, he smiled. Setting the cup down, he cleared his throat. Alright, we've finished the serious part of reviewing Jean and Barbara. So now, he grinned. As usual, it's time for the not-so-serious part. Mondstadt outskirts. Lumen shot to her feet instantly. It's here. It's finally here. Haha, now the social embarrassment won't be my problem anymore. Paimon didn't speak, still chewing enthusiastically, but her eyes were glued to the screen, clearly excited. Knights of Favonius headquarters. Jean had been preparing to leave and lecture Albert personally, but at that line from the live stream, she froze. Quietly she closed the door, and sat back down in her office chair. Lisa smirked knowingly. My, what's wrong, dear acting grandmaster? Ahem, well, I suspect Albert might have already left the cathedral. I'll handle it later. Jean looked away awkwardly. Truth was, she was terrified. What if the not-so-serious segment talked about her? She believed she had no scandals. But what if something embarrassing was revealed? If she walked outside now and someone saw her reaction, she'd never live it down. Lisa chuckled softly. Yufufu, I wonder what kind of embarrassing stories our lovely Jean and our adorable Barbara might have. Jean's ears turned red. Favonius Cathedral. Barbara had just recovered from the Albert fiasco. But now, not so serious. I am just a normal idol. There shouldn't be anything weird, right? Her fingers tightened together. Her heart was racing. Logically, nothing should go wrong. But something deep inside whispered, you're not safe. She swallowed. I hope it's just my imagination. 24, shock. Who would have thought Jean, the booty master, is actually a romance-loving pure-hearted girl? 24, shock. Who would have thought Jean, the booty master, is actually a romance-loving pure-hearted girl? Transcendent chat group. Lumen, oh ho ho, it's here, it's here. The long-awaited not-so-serious segment. Everybody get hyped. Paimon, hype. Keking, traveler, so this is what you're looking forward to now. Covers face. Lumen, humph. I've been drenched in shame already, none of you get to stay dry under an umbrella. Amber, but seriously, what unserious stuff could Jean and Barbara possibly have? They're so proper. Yay Miko, that's what you don't understand. Ever heard of contrast? The more serious someone appears on the surface, the more secrets they tend to hide. And vice versa. Nouvelette silently nodded. After all, his own boss, Farina, was exactly that type. Loud on the outside, hiding a lot inside. Nahitha, really? For example? Yay Miko, for example, I have a certain friend who once broke into tears because she couldn't read her novel while eating dessert at the same time. Poor thing. Paimon, no way. That's real. Yay Miko, if you wait until her turn to be reviewed, you'll see. Immediately, many people in chat froze. Yay Miko's friend. Narukami Shrine's Gyuji, Pink Fox. So that friend, could it be the Raiden Shogun, a god crying over not being able to multitask dessert and novels? Hiss. They probably learned something they shouldn't have. At the Grand Narukami Shrine, eyes I twitched. Yay Miko, how did a dignified Gyuji become this mischievous? Since when was a kitsune allowed to be this disrespectful? She raised a hand. A clap of thunder roared through the sky. Boom. A lightning bolt struck straight toward the pink silhouette below. Yay dodged barely, but the ends of her fur were charred. Era my fur. EI is still just as sensitive to teasing as always. She looked at her tail in mild distress. In the villa, Arthur spoke again. As everyone knows, every person has a small secret hidden inside. Even someone as proper and reliable as Jean isn't immune. Outside of studying history and handling work, Jean has another great love romance novels. For example, The Melancholy of Miss Vera. Jean yearns for mutual affection, delicate and fragile emotions, the kind described in those stories. She has always had a private dream to visit Cape Oath at dawn, like the lovers in her books. But because she's always so busy, she can only daydream by her window under starlight. Though now perhaps she might get her chance. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, oh ho. Yay Miko was right. Alice, he. Who would think the brave, dependable acting grandmaster is actually a pure-hearted girl longing for romance? Wow. Jean's secret. Amber, I did not see that coming. Varka, perfectly normal. Jean is only 18, still very much a young lady. Barbara, sister works so hard it's time we found her a brother-in-law. Ayaka, as expected of a real sister. Lumen, hehe, personally I think the guy in the light screen isn't bad, he understands Jean better than anyone. Venti, hehe, sounds good. I'll bring the wine for the wedding. Paimon, same. Paimon and Lumen will sit at the kids' table. Knights of Favonius HQ. These is the unserious part. Jean froze completely. She truly hadn't expected this. Or rather, she never imagined her private romantic hobby would be exposed to all of Tivet. Only Lisa had ever known that she read those books. Now everyone did. How will I maintain authority after this? Even at a time like this, Jean's first thought was her work. Truly, a workaholic to the core. Lisa chuckled. Jean, forget work for a second and look at the chat. Everyone including Barbara is already discussing suitable partners for you. Jean glanced over, then immediately blushed, cheeks warming like sunset. 2. It was hard to picture stern, commanding Jean showing such a flustered girlish expression, but she was still 18, still a young woman with a soft heart. Back in the villa, Arthur continued with a smile. All right, after the pure-hearted little maiden sighed, we move to the second, unserious, point. There's a popular Mondstadt joke. He cleared his throat. Jean's chest Mondstadt's breeze. Jean's hips the night's soul. Jean's legs the waters of Starfell Lake. Of course, this is just harmless teasing, nothing more. For a moment, every chatter in the group fell silent. Good heavens. Among all unserious segments so far, this one was the most unhinged. This was basically commenting on the body of a nation's acting ruler. A little too bold. Chat quickly pretended nothing happened. Mondstadt outskirts. What kind of nonsense is that? Is the guy in the light screen an LSP or what? Lumen almost choked. How could he be this shameless? Paimon, however, saw it differently. It just means Jean has a great figure. Are you jealous maybe? Paimon munched, staring with teasing eyes. 2M not. And my figure is perfectly fine. Lumen straightened her chest proudly. To be fair, compared to Hu Tao or Farina, Lumen did have more curves. But against Jean's, yeah, she had no hopes. Paimon sniffed. Sure. You're older than Jean by who knows how many years and still lost. Must hurt. That did it. Lumen snatched Paimon's food away. Humph. If Jean is so great, go ask her for snacks. Seeing her food stolen, Paimon immediately abandoned her pride and clung to Lumen's leg. Lumen, I'm sorry. Honorary knight. Paimon won't tease you again. Please give it back. Go find your precious Jean. Lumen egged. Knights of Favonius HQ. Lisa repeated the joke with interest. Jean's chest Mondstadt's breeze. Jean's hips the night's soul. Jean's legs Starfell Lake's water. She glanced at Jean thoughtfully. Now that she thought about it, she really had never paid attention before. Maybe because she's also a woman. Jean was bright red, practically steaming. Feeling Lisa's eyes, she covered her face. Lisa. Lisa laughed behind her hand. The normally stern acting Grand Master, now a blushing maiden, it was rare and precious indeed. All thanks to the mysterious streamer. Lisa looked toward the light screen, then teased. Seems this mysterious man knows quite a lot about our Jean. Lumen's proposal earlier wasn't bad. How about marrying Jean off to him? Mondstadt can be the dowry. Lisa. Jean nearly exploded. Her entire face turned crimson. Lisa paused for a moment. Then her eyes widened. Wait, Jean wasn't denying it. It was possible. The mysterious existence was powerful. He looked decent. He understood Jean better than anyone. And Jean herself was a pure-hearted romantic. Lisa suddenly spoke with realization. So you're worried you can't move to his world, right? With the light screen's powers, that's a matter of time. So relax. Lisa. Jean lunged. The office erupted in laughter and playful chaos. Even the serious acting Grand Master could not hide her girlish heart. 25. Barbarian Purification Sage, Traveler, don't come any closer. 25. Barbarian Purification Sage, Traveler, don't come any closer. In Genshin memes and fan jokes, Jean doesn't actually have many. Even when she does, most revolve around her and Klee because Jean is simply too proper. Her only contrast meme is being a secretly pure-hearted girl who yearns for romance. Barbara, on the other hand, she has plenty. The Insider Traitor meme. Smiling girl with killing intent meme. Purification through body contact true adeptus meme. Medical treatment cannot save Mondstadt meme. Since this was character commentary and not a meme show, Arthur removed the first two and kept the latter two already enough material. Once his thoughts settled, he spoke. Jean's unserious segment ends here. Now we begin Barbara's. Unserious Item 1, Purification through body contact true adeptus. This is parody, pure fiction, for entertainment only. Transcendent chat group. Xiongling, that name sounds like one of Lia's adepti. Hu Tao, don't tell me Barbara's secret identity is actually an adeptus. Shocked. Yanfei, let's not jump to conclusions. Zhongli, since this is an unserious segment, it is unlikely to refer to a real adeptus. Cloud Retainer, this adeptus has never heard of such a title. Paimon, so what does it mean? Ito, maybe it's a method to strengthen one's body. Kuki Shinobu, boss. No, it is definitely not that. Lumen, wait, no way. Don't tell me it's that meaning. Barbara, which meaning? Alice, he, keep watching and you'll see. Arthur pressed play. This was a short video he made with system tools. At first, he planned to put himself as the protagonist. After all, in the purification meme, who wouldn't want to be the main character? But he reconsidered. He was the reviewer, not the traveler, not someone living in Tibet. Putting himself into a Tibet meme would ruin immersion and weaken the commentary effect. So he used the traveler but the female one. It's just a meme anyway, he thought. Barbara-chan will be mine regardless. The video began. The sky was clear. Traveler Lumen and Barbara were doing commissions in the wild. Suddenly, curse you, monsters. Take this curse. A abyss mage burst from the bushes and ambushed Barbara. At the critical moment, Lumen dashed in front of Barbara, taking the hit head-on. Heavily injured, Lumen collapsed and lost consciousness. Panic followed. They brought the two to a temporary camp. Upon inspection, the attack carried a powerful curse. Returning to Mondstadt in time was impossible. Barbara stepped forward. Leave it to me. I know a method of curse removal that doesn't require items. But I need everyone to guard outside the room. No one can come in while I'm purifying. The others nodded and stepped out. The video ended there. Transcendent chat group. Kaya, well. Amber, this is. Eula, this is somewhat. Jean, though self-sacrifice is touching, but. Kecking, so that's what purification true adeptus means. Navia, ahem. There are children in this group. Klee, what does it mean? Klee doesn't get it. Diana, I don't get it either. Kikai also does not understand. Alice, children, this is bad stuff. Do not learn it. Ye Miko, my, so the one benefiting is the traveler. Charlotte, traveler, interview time. How do you feel? Lumen, slander. Absolute slander. I did save Barbara, but I am not that kind of person. Venti, really? I don't buy it. Hu Tao, really? I don't believe it. Farina, really? I don't buy it. Ayaka, really? I don't believe it. And the spam continued. Mondstadt outskirts. Lumen looked ready to flip the entire continent. What is this, a broken voice recording puppet? I did nothing. And why am I the one who always gets hurt in these memes? She felt like the biggest tragic heroine in history. Wait, why did I say that again? Ahem. She was an idol of chaos sometimes, but she had standards. This was straight up wrongful conviction. She snorted. Great. Now I have another stereotype to deal with when traveling other nations. But, when the pot is already broken, another crack doesn't matter. When you're already drenched, another rain doesn't matter. Yesterday she was already publicly executed socially. One more. Whatever. Feeling suddenly enlightened, she generously handed Paimon a skewer of grilled meat. Here, eat. Paimon backed up 3 steps like she saw a demon. You're giving food. Lumen frowned. Yeah, so. I'm not that kind of person. You can't lure me with food. Paimon's eyes were fixed on the meat but her tone remained stiff. Compliments didn't work earlier. Now she was suddenly offered food. Highly suspicious. Lumen's mouth twitched. Great. Even Paimon doubted her now. She wanted to smack that floating gremlin with the skewer. Instead, she explained. First, that video was fictional, not real. Second, even if anyone in that video was that kind of person, it was Barbara taking the initiative. Third, that was saving a life. Paimon, she made the move and you just accepted. She insisted and you just let her. And she did it so you just took it. Lumen's face twisted. This emergency food had become immune to reason. Fine. She would beat her later. Westwind Cathedral. Barbara had just finished celebrating Jean's secret being exposed. And suddenly, her turn came. And the first topic was a bomb. What is this? Barbara froze completely. Now even she understood the meme. Her gentle personality could no longer hold it, was too much. So this was the pain the traveler felt yesterday. This was slander of the highest degree. Her face flushed red with shame and panic. Just then she remembered. The traveler. She shivered. Like she'd glimpsed something terrifying. She hurriedly typed. Barbara, slander. Not his is fictional. Not real at all. There are many ways to remove curses. 2. I'm not that kind of person. Lumen, actually I'm not that kind of person either. Barbara, traveler. Don't come any closer. Lumen. Lumen felt spiritually wounded. Why was she always the one being persecuted? 26. Medicine can't save Mondstadt. The fearsome sister Barbara, silent but deadly. 26. Medicine can't save Mondstadt. The fearsome sister Barbara, silent but deadly. Inside the villa, Arthur stretched slightly and smiled. Alright, after showcasing the purification through body contact true adeptus, it's time for Barbara's second unserious evaluation. Medicine can't save Mondstadt. For this one, we'll start with another video. Watch it, and you'll understand. He pressed play. Video title. Barbara, Medicine Can't Save Mondstadt, Lock and Load. Westwind Cathedral. Barbara had always been an innocent, gentle soul. The previous segment, the Purification True Adeptus meme, had already pushed her to the brink of emotional collapse. It wasn't just unexpected, It straight up shredded her dignity. She hid her face in her hands, cheeks burning. But then she heard Arthur say, "Medicine can't save Mondstadt." Her head snapped up. It's finally here. Her eyes sparkled with urgency. Even with leftover embarrassment, she couldn't care anymore. She desperately wanted to know, how could she truly help her sister? How could she save Mondstadt? Knights of Favonius HQ. Medicine can't save Mondstadt. Jean murmured. But Barbara has already done so much as a healer and as an idol. Does the light screen mean there's a brighter path for her? Lisa reclined gracefully, swirling a strand of hair around her finger. Darling, don't forget this is the Unserious segment. Meaning Barbara is about to face suffering again. Jean's eyelid twitched. She immediately recalled the previous Purification Adeptus fiasco. Right. Barbara was 100% going to suffer again. She silently prayed for her sister. Transcendent chat group. Venti, hey it's here, the second meme segment. Amber, why can't medicine save Mondstadt? Kale, yeah. Barbara helps people all the time. Baiju, perhaps it refers to the limits of a single healer. One person can save only so many. Signora, I say Mondstadt just has too many man-children. Of course medicine can't save them. Jean, kindly refrain from insulting Mondstadt. Everyone. The video began. A cheerful intro played. Then 4 big characters flashed across the screen. Mondstadt's #1 big sister. The camera cut to Westwind Cathedral. A sudden scream came from below. The scene shifted. A battered Electro-Chechen mage lay on the ground, gasping like she'd been jumped by 3 mobs at once. Standing over her, 2 large, intimidating silhouettes. Barbara. And Rosaria. But these weren't the Barbara and Rosaria people knew. Barbara bulky, towering, resting 1 foot on a crate, arms crossed. She looked down at the mage with a cold, disdainful smirk. Oi, the hell are you doing here? This is my turf. We don't accept trash here. Rosaria followed up with a dead-eyed snarl. Not welcome. All of Tivit froze. Everyone who had watched the serious evaluation earlier instinctively thought they were hallucinating. Many even rubbed their eyes. Ordinary Mondstadt chat channel. Master Mao, cough. That's the idol Barbara right? Tin Tan, if I remember correctly, Barbara is supposed to be tiny, gentle, pure, adorable. TPI, did something happen to her? Dina, trauma. Albert, enoughies is impossible. My lady Barbara would never be like this. Lawrence, absolutely. Barbara could never speak such vulgar lines. Sister Victoria, perhaps the Fatui tampered with something. Electro-Chechen mage. How is this my fault? I'm the one who got beaten up. Transcendent chat group. Amber, sorry SORRTHES can't be right. That's Barbara. Kaya, hahaha. Mondstadt's #1 big sister. I like it. Rosaria. Clee, wow. Barbara and Rosaria look super strong. Alice, hee, exactly. Our little idol has quite the potential. Nilo, Barbara's reputation is shattered again. Ayaka, this version of Barbara feels a little intimidating. So this is what medicine can't save Mondstadt means. Hu Tao, well, did she save Mondstadt or not? Zhongli, from a rational standpoint defeating Fatui counts as saving. Lumen, society's sister Barbara. Speaks little, hits hard. Westwind Cathedral. Barbara stared blankly, mouth slightly open. That's me. She wanted tips on how to better help her sister. Instead she got, whatever this was. Barbara plus violent plus rough plus muscular. Impossible. No. She sat down on the floor in a duck-sit position, eyes empty. Her soul left her body. I can't face anyone anymore. Meanwhile, the video continued. Barbara and Rosaria glared down at the fallen Fatui. Then, a strangely soft, slightly feminine voice entered the scene. Lachan. Camera turned. It was Traveler Lumen. Outside Mondstadt. Lumen had been wrestling Paimon a moment ago, but when that line played, she froze, missed her footing, and face-planted straight into the grass. She didn't even feel the pain. She pushed herself up immediately. What? Why is it me again? And what is that weird girly voice supposed to be? Lumen was ready to punch the entire planet. Lachan, what is that name? Paimon took one look and burst into wheezing laughter. Ptahahaha. Lachan. That's even funnier than the I am Kamasato Ayaka dog meme hahaha. Lumen didn't even argue. She only stared at the screen with dead fish eyes. Fine, let's see how they ruin my reputation this time. Back to the video. Barbara turned, cigarette dangling from her lips. She blinked in surprise and blushed when she saw Lumen. A burst of hot-blooded music played. A swole, tank-sized Lumen dashed over dramatically. Lachan, didn't you say you wanted to become a gentle, elegant lady? Barbara's face softened sweetly. Yes. Why? That soft voice and blush. Instant contrast. Rosaria, unaware, jabbed a finger at the downed Fatui. Hey, la sis. Finish these clowns off. Traveler, mind your own quest. Stop interfering. She even flipped Lumen a middle finger. Friendly greeting, Mondstadt style. Barbara shoved Rosaria aside. How could you say such rude things, Rosaria? Be nice. She was the picture of a pure, well-behaved girl. Lumen blinked. Lachan, what's that in your mouth? Huh. Barbara sheepishly removed the cigarette. This? Oh, it's just Jueyun chili. Rosaria stared, horrified. Barbara smiled angelically at the stunned Fatui mages. We're all church sisters. We're rehearsing a performance together. Right, everyone? Divine choir music played. Barbara radiated holy light. Then, a full-size Gatling gun slid out from her nun robes. 27 Barbara, a power from beyond this world. The Gatling gun that saves the people. Transcendent chat group. Nilo, if you only saw her dancing earlier, she looked like a pure idol. But now this contrast is insane. Yay Miko, fufufu, but isn't this the fun part? Reminds me of a certain friend of mine. Ei. Kazuha, I strangely feel a Captain Baidu kind of aura from this Barbara. Baidu, oh ho, you're not wrong, boy. Ha ha ha. Amber, facing the Fatui, she punches hard, but when the traveler shows up she becomes soft and shy. Is that really my Barbara? Lisa, do you even understand the status of Mondstadt's big sister? Alice, she already demonstrated the purification through body contact technique earlier, didn't she? Wink wink. Farina, ahem. In front of fans, an idol must maintain their image. Hu Tao, oh ho, Lady Farina seems to know quite a bit. Navia, of course. Lady Furin is practically the biggest star in Fontaine. Yoimiya, so Barbara is actually like this in private. Barbara, and no. Absolutely not. That's slander. Jean, cough. Yes. I can vouch for that. Kaya, even Rosaria looks like a whole different person. Rosaria. Venti, no one cares about the traveler. Hu Tao, oh ho. Lachan. Paimon, oh ho Lachan. Nahitha, oh ho Lachan. Ye Miko, oh ho Lachan. Everyone. Xiangling, wah, you're all gross. Kuaba, Ulyala, Xiangling is right. Farina, compared to Big Sister Barbara, the traveler's behavior seems normal, actually. Kakamai, after yesterday's legendary performance, the traveler's image has already solidified. Traveler Lumen. Westwind Cathedral. Barbara sat stiffly, trembling. Lachan. Big Sister Lachan. Just whispering the words made her skin crawl. So embarrassing. The video continued. A black Gatling gun slid out from Barbara's nun dress. Lumen picked it up, confused. Lachan, what is this? Barbara poked her fingertips together shyly. As an idol, carrying a weapon for self-defense is totally reasonable. She looked like a child who had been caught hiding snacks under her bed. Lumen set the gun down, crossed her arms over her chest. Her cheeks reddened. Her voice pitched up into a terrifyingly girlish tone. Even if you didn't have a weapon, I would always show up anytime, to protect you. Ah! It sounded exactly like a teenage girl kicking her legs while hugging a pillow. Outside Mondstadt. Nope. Nope nope nope. Lumen fell over and vomited on the spot. After yesterday's humiliation, she thought she had become immune. She was wrong. The Lachan moment had already killed her soul. This was the final strike. Paimon gagged next to her. Blah, it's so bad. So gross but also funny. So wrong. Lumen punched the ground. Why does my reputation get ruined even in other people's segments? Transcendent chat group. Venti, who I thought yesterday was peak traveler. But today, she surpassed herself. Farina, I retract my earlier judgment. The traveler truly breaks her limits every day. Traveler Lumen, if I've committed a crime, just punish me directly, why torture me like this? Navia, hee so exciting though. By the way, what is that black weapon? Alice, I know. It's a weapon from another world called a Gatling gun. Mass destruction incarnate. Countless have died beneath its barrels. Alice, friendly reminder. Its inventor was a doctor. Yoimiya, a doctor. Aren't doctors supposed to save people? Hu Tao, maybe he wanted them to leave peacefully. Baiju. Traveler Lumen, medicine cannot save the world. But Gatling can. Barbara. Study well. Westwind Cathedral. Barbara suddenly snorted out a laugh. She tried so hard not to smile. But the traveler's exaggerated whining completely defeated her. Fine. Those who suffer bring joy to others. But then, a doctor invented a mass-killing weapon. A power from another world. She began to feel a strange awe. Almost enlightenment. The video played on. Rosaria stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. Damn it. If you won't do it, I'll finish them off. But Barbara pulled her back. Yada. Don't do things like that. Rosaria blinked. Didn't you just beat them half to death? Barbara covered her cheeks with her hands shyly. No, that wasn't me. And if it was just acting. Acting. Lumen's eyes brightened with dangerous curiosity. She struck a goddess of gossip pose. Your acting is so good. Yay. Barbara sparkled. I'll work hard. I'll watch your performance. Okay. And during the show, you'll use magic on me, right? Mommy Han. Hi. Mommy Han. Hi. The embarrassment was so thick it could be bottled. Transcendent chat group. Traveler Lumen, I thought I prepared myself mentally. But no one can prepare for this. Traveler Lumen, using my voice for this filth, my image is gone. Traveler Lumen, and this is supposed to be Barbara's segment. Yay Miko means the light screen's owner likes you. Nahitha, this might be the most unhinged, unserious evaluation we've ever seen. Farina, I can't imagine the mental state of whoever created this. Amber, this is emotional damage. Jean, Barbara, are you alright? Barbara, I'm tired, someone destroy me. Paimon, hehe, Barbara has been fully luminified. The video reached its end. As soon as Lumen left the scene, Barbara's expression snapped. She spun around violently. Rosaria. Watch my signals, you useless gremlin. She grabbed a Fatui mage by the collar. You bitches thought you could mess with me. Weren't you an idol? The three mages trembled. That's what we heard. Barbara's grin widened. Good, then let me show you some real entertainment. Rosaria and Barbara both unleashed monstrous, twisted faces. Violent impacts echoed through the cathedral. Knights of Favonius HQ. Jean stared at the screen, speechless. If Barbara weren't my sister, I might have believed that was really her. The sweet, gentle Barbara she knew, versus the hulking, foul-mouthed Barbara on screen. The contrast was apocalyptic. Lisa chuckled. After seeing this, don't you wonder if our little cutie will gain new aspirations? Jean blinked. Abandon medicine, take up arms, and use Gatling to save Mondstadt. 28. The Sword of Promised Victory and the Heavenly AK-47. Transcendent Chat Group. Traveler Lumen, that's it. It ended right there. Tell us what the good stuff was. Paimon, yeah. Every time it gets to the juicy part, it cuts off. Alice, just like before. You think we get to see the premium content without paying? Wink. Amber, a bit weird, but I get it. That Barbara was really strong. Amber, so medicine can't save Mondstadt means becoming stronger yourself? Look, obviously. If you're strong enough, the Fatui won't be able to bully Mondstadt. EI, correct. Even if she's support, as long as she wipes out the enemy, Mondstadt will be saved. Hu Tao, society's big sis. Barbara, quiet but dangerous. Kale, go Barbara. Destroy them, Barbara. Traveler Lumen, Barbara, forgiveness is Lord Barbato's job. Sending you to meet your god is mine. Eula, but Barbara isn't good at fighting. Alice, that's easy, she can learn bombs from me. Or from Klee. Klee, hee. Klee can teach Barbara big explosions. Jean, no bombs. Mondstadt already has enough demolition experts. Neuvillette, Fontaine may not have Gatling guns, but we do have similar weapons. If Barbara needs them, I can assist. Westwind Cathedral. After some time breathing and comparing herself with Lumen's humiliation, Barbara's mental state stabilized a little. She stood up. Reading the chat, she bit her lip lightly. Yes, the video was mortifying. Yes, the muscle barbarian Barbara was pure slander. But, if she were that strong, if she could overpower even 3 elite Fatui mages, then she could help her sister. Then Jean wouldn't be constantly overwhelmed. Then Mondstadt wouldn't be suffering through the Dragonstorm crisis with so few capable hands. She glanced at a certain message again. EI, even if you're support, if you kill the enemy, Mondstadt will be saved. Her heart stirred. Every support has a secret dream, to be the carry. If I really want to walk that path, then I need to learn from Lady Alice. Or maybe Fontaine's weapons. Barbara clenched her small fists. She had made up her mind. Arthur's villa. Arthur watched the lively chat with amusement. Now that the video had finished, he spoke. Alright, everyone understands now why medicine can't save Mondstadt. Since that concludes Barbara's Unserious segment, I'll upload today's live broadcast later. Tomorrow, same time, we continue the Genshin character evaluations. Look forward to it. He ended the stream and began editing the footage. Abyss Order base near Mondstadt. Hehe, good. I hope Lumen has more videos like this. Ether leaned back lazily in his throne. His life in the Abyss was tense and tedious. His only entertainment now was watching his little sister's humiliation. Once a day. Therapeutic. Today's show was over. Time to handle business. Confirm, has Lumen left Mondstadt? Ether asked coldly. Yes, Prince. Abyss Mage bowed. We have lured your blood relative outside the city. Storm Terror is already moving toward Mondstadt, as planned. Excellent. Ether nodded. In the future shown by the light screen, Lumen helped resolve Storm Terror's attack. Now that she wasn't in Mondstadt. Perfect, Prince. Another Abyss Mage hesitated. But, Prince, judging by yesterday, those evaluated by the light screen receive rewards. Today's subjects were Mondstadt citizens. Will they? Lumen waved dismissively. Relax. Good rewards aren't that easy to get. Lumen just got lucky. He'd traveled enough worlds to know. Free random rewards rarely gave anything good. At best, you get some trash. At worst, nothing. And even if they do get something, it won't help against Storm Terror. Yes, Prince. Transcendent Chat Group. Venti, already over. Ah, I wanted more. Zhongli, patience. When your evaluation comes, you'll be the one surprised. Venti. Amber, evaluation's done, which means there's a reward, right? Expectant.jpg. Nahitha, it should be. I'm curious what they'll get. Diana, yesterday the traveler got food. So today the reward might be drinks. Noelle, I hope acting Grand Master Jean and Barbara have good luck. Signora, relying on the light screen, pathetic. Better seek help from the Fatui. Alice, Klee, lend your luck to Jean and Barbara. Klee, okay. Klee gives all her luck to Jean and Barbara. Then, a mechanical voice echoed across the entire world. Ding. Evaluation complete. The evaluated individuals will receive a random reward. Rewards include but are not limited to food, power enhancement items, resurrection tools, erosion removal, and other miraculous objects. The light screen, which had faded earlier, lit up again. 2 separate frames appeared. Jean on the left, Barbara on the right. Everyone already knew what this meant. Rewards incoming. 2 golden streaks shot across the sky like meteors, piercing through the walls of the Knights of Favonius HQ and Westwind Cathedral. When the glow faded, 2 incredible items hovered before the sisters. Jean's reward. Ding. Congratulations to Acting Grand Master Jean, who has received the Sword of Promised Victory. Sword of Promised Victory. A holy sword from another world. Possesses immense power. With its strength, the former wielder uplifted the weak, turned the tides of war, and built a prosperous kingdom. Note, upon becoming the sword's chosen master, its techniques will be learned automatically. Barbara's reward. Ding. Congratulations to Barbara on receiving the Enhanced Sky AK-47. Enhanced Sky AK-47. A mysterious weapon from an unknown plane. Unlimited ammo. Each bullet randomly carries elemental damage. Note, forgiveness belongs to the gods. The Enhanced Sky AK-47 exists to send you to them. 29. Where the Acting Grand Master's sword points, our hearts follow. Traveler envy overflowing. 29. Where the Acting Grand Master's sword points, our hearts follow. Traveler envy overflowing. Supernal chat group. Amber, it's a weapon. This time they actually got 2 weapons. Eula, Sword of Promised Victory, what a fitting name. It matches the knightly creed perfectly. Keking, judging from the description, it must be extremely powerful. Ayaka, I'm more curious about Barbara's weapon, Enhanced Sky AK-47. Is it related to the legendary Skyward series? Noel, Skyward weapons? Does that mean it might be blessed by Lord Barbatos? Venti, nope description says it's from an unknown world. Alice, I know this one. AK-47 is a famous weapon, like the Gatling gun. But this version seems special. Traveler, Lumen special? It's beyond special. Not only does it look insanely cool, unlimited ammo, and every bullet randomly carries elemental damage. That's broken. Outside Mondstadt, Lumen stared at the chat, full of envy. A holy sword for Jean. A ridiculously overpowered elemental machine gun for Barbara. Their luck was way too good. Paimon noticed Lumen's expression and flew around comfortingly. Paimon, come on, Lumen, don't be jealous. Our gourmet tablecloth is pretty great too. Paimon, and when you regain your full power one day, weapons won't even matter. Lumen, true. In this world, eating and drinking is still the most important thing. With that, she perked up again. Lumen, alright, let's keep eating. Paimon, eh. They happily resumed their feast. Supernal chat group. Navia, honestly, those weapons might even surpass Fontaine's arsenal. Clorinda, more than surpass, completely different league. Al-Haytham, if bullets randomly trigger elemental effects, theoretically she can create her own elemental reactions. Yoimiya, for real. With this weapon, Barbara can actually save Mondstadt now. LOL. Traveler Lumen, exactly. Forgiveness is God's job. Me AK-47 will send you to meet him. Ningguang, this, God, who is that? Lumen, just think of it as a deity. Zhongli, a cleric sending foes to meet the Enmo Archon with an Enhanced Sky AK-47. Yes, that is remarkably fitting. Xiangling, a holy sword and an elemental machine gun. The sisters got amazing luck. Alice, all thanks to my daughter Klee's good fortune. Mona, Klee's constellation is the 4-leaf clover. She naturally brings great luck. Traveler Lumen, no wonder. Next time I participate in a draw, I'm bringing Klee with me. Jean, Klee, thank you. Barbara, thank you. Klee, hee. You're welcome. Gerda Hotel. The Fatui Harbinger, the lady, frowned deeply. This is troublesome. Originally, Mondstadt's defenses were weak enough to exploit. But with these 2 weapons, obtaining the Enmo Archon's Gnosis would no longer be so easy. She would have to plan anew. Wind rise. Venti lounged on the branch of the ancient tree, staring at the panel in the sky. A sword that helped build an entire kingdom, quite impressive. And it suits Jean perfectly. Jean's strength rising was always good news for Mondstadt. As for Barbara's AK-47, you know, Skyward weapons come in sword, claymore, bow, polearm, catalyst. But we never had a gun. That collection's finally complete. Just as he was musing, his expression suddenly shifted. A massive, familiar presence surged across the sky. That Aura Deed Valen. His eyes widened. This was bad, but also it might be an opportunity. Jean now held a holy sword. Barbara possessed a terrifying elemental weapon, and the traveler had mysterious abilities. Maybe this time they could save his dear friend completely. Without hesitation, Venti leaped down and raced toward Mondstadt. Outside Mondstadt, the traveler, Lumen and Paimon were still eating when a gigantic shadow passed overhead. The 2 looked up instantly. Deed Valen. Paimon shrieked. They had already learned his true name from yesterday's conversations. Lumen quickly looked in the direction the dragon flew. Her face hardened. Not good. He's heading straight for Mondstadt. This was exactly the future the light curtain had shown. She couldn't waste a moment. She grabbed the gourmet tablecloth and sprinted toward the city. Paimon tossed her drumstick aside and followed. Supernal chat group. Venti, Dvalin is heading for Mondstadt. Prepare yourselves. Traveler Lumen, I just saw him with my own eye. She's flying toward the city. She posted a photo taken via the chat system's built-in camera. Inside the group, people fell silent for a moment, then, Amber, what? He's coming now. Eula, but didn't the light curtain show he attacks only when the traveler is in the city? Kaya, seeing the future changes the future. Lumen, Paimon and I are already running back. Jean's tone became firm and commanding. Jean, Amber, Eula, Kaya immediately help with evacuation and crowd control. Amber, yes, acting Grand Master. Kaya, already in the city. Eula, I'm on my way. Jean, Master Delus, if you are in the city, I ask for your assistance. Diluc, as a Mondstadter, I won't stand aside. With everyone responding, Jean finally let out a breath. But something else occurred to her. Right now, she was still shown within the light curtain, meaning every ordinary citizen could see her. She stepped forward and spoke calmly to the entire city. Citizens of Mondstadt. The storm terror is approaching the city. Knights of Favonius will assist with evacuation and protection. Please do not panic. Follow instructions. Believe in us. Believe in Mondstadt. Her clear, steady voice instantly calmed the terrified populace. People looked toward the sky with renewed resolve. Where the acting Grand Master's sword points, our hearts follow. And at that moment, Jean turned toward the glowing holy sword floating before her. The timing was too perfect. A reward, then immediately a crisis. Was this fate? She inhaled deeply, placed her right hand over her chest, and declared, Sword of promised victory. I, Jean Gunhild, request your strength. Here I uphold my oath, to protect Mondstadt for eternity. 30. Maiden swaying killing intent. Storm terror attacks. 30. Maiden swaying killing intent. Storm terror attacks. Sword of promised victory. I, Jean Gunhild, call upon your strength. Here I uphold my oath to protect Mondstadt forever. After declaring her vow, Jean inhaled deeply and reached out to grip the sword's hilt. The moment her fingers touched it, the holy blade burst into radiant light. Golden beams shot outward, flooding the entire acting Grand Master's office in a sacred glow. Within that haze of light, Jean felt her consciousness waver. In her blurred vision, a figure gradually appeared. A woman with golden hair, a crown atop her head, a blue knight's outfit, and both hands resting solemnly on this very sword. A king of knights, dignified and glorious. And on her head was a little ahogue, like Cleese. Jean blinked oddly. The ahogue didn't diminish her presence at all. Instead, it gave her a strange charm. Is that the previous wielder of the sword? Jean whispered. Before she could linger on the thought, the figure vanished. And in the next instant, a torrent of memories, techniques, and the sword's inheritance crashed into Jean's mind like a tide. She closed her eyes, quietly accepting it. There, surrounded by golden light, sword in hand, Jean stood like a true monarch. A presence so commanding one couldn't help but feel moved. Mondstadt had always trusted Jean, even with their tendency to act like pampered children. After seeing the light curtain's evaluation of her character and ability, that trust had risen even further. And now, with storm terror flying toward the city, and Jean bathed in holy radiance, the people felt something deeper than trust. Reverence, admiration, a sense of belonging. If Mondstadt were not a nation without kings, and if Jean had even a sliver of ambition, many would have declared her their ruler on the spot. Even without crowning her, that devotion flooded the public chat. Public chat. Lawrence, we trust acting Grand Master Jean. We support acting Grand Master Jean. Bruce, where the acting Grand Master's sword points, our hearts follow. Swan, our hearts follow. Goodwin, our hearts follow. Seeing the entire chat filled with the same phrase, people from other nations were stunned. Jean's charisma was terrifyingly real. The holy sword's inheritance finished quickly. Soon, the golden radiance faded. Jean opened her eyes. Lisa stepped forward, curious. Jean, how do you feel? Powerful. Very powerful. Jean smiled. She now fully understood the sword of promised victory. One technique in particular stood out. Excalib. Though the sword translated it as curry beam. The name felt odd, but the strength was undeniable. A firm, reliable power, perfectly suited for her duty. Thinking of the knightly figure she saw, Jean gazed again at the sword in her hand. Were they similar? Was it fate? Jean. Lisa softly nudged her. Oh, nothing. Jean returned from her thoughts. Her eyes sharpened with resolve. Let's go. This time, we'll end the crisis. We will save Dvalin. With her new power, Barbara's new weapon, and the traveler rushing back, Jean felt absolute confidence. Lisa nodded, and they both hurried out. Westwind Cathedral. Since Big Sister gained such power, I can't fall behind. Barbara clenched her small fists. Before, she never had the chance. But now that chance had come. She looked at the enhanced Sky AK-47 floating before her. Taking a deep breath, she grasped it with both hands. Golden light surged. A tide of foreign knowledge poured into her mind, teaching her how to wield the weapon. When the glow faded, Barbara stood trembling not out of fear, but excitement. As a healer without combat talent, she had never felt such strength before. Her heart felt grounded, confident. I knew it studying medicine won't save Mondstadt, but my Sky AK-47 can. Forgiving enemies is Lord Barbado's business. Sending them to meet the Inmo Archon is my responsibility. Of course, Storm Terror wasn't counted among enemies. He used to be Mondstadt's guardian. She would help her sister purify him. Not true enemies were the Fatui. I'll become strong enough to knock them flat just like the me in that video. Then she recalled the other version of herself: huge muscles, violent temper, twisted personality. A shiver ran down her back. Nope, that part needs to be avoided. After calming herself, Barbara grabbed her AK-47, eyes blazing with resolve, and dashed out. Supernal chat group. Falga, I hope those sisters can overcome this crisis. Ningguang, a pity to suffer a dragon attack, but Mondstadt receiving such gifts is a blessing in misfortune. Ayaka, yes, with both weapons, plus the Traveler, the odds are much better. Nilo, Barbara really has chosen a different path. Laughs. Alice, oh ho, a maiden's killing intent begins to rise. Navia, I'm honestly curious how powerful are those weapons? Chiori, don't rush. We'll see soon enough. Abyss base, somewhere near Mondstadt. What, how is this possible? Ether stared rigidly at the light curtain. Both Mondstadt's sisters received extremely powerful weapons. What kind of luck was that? The highest level of European luck. Completely unreasonable. He thought back on his confident declarations earlier and his face stung a little. One Abyss mage stepped forward cautiously. Prince, shall we recall Storm Terror now? Ether hesitated, then shook his head. No, it's too late by now. Let it continue. After all, in the original light curtain future, this plan failed anyway. Now they were simply replaying fate. And besides, this was a perfect chance to observe the weapon's power firsthand. If they were truly strong, then when his own evaluation comes, maybe he too could obtain such a reward. If not, Lumen visibly trembled. He did not want to imagine that outcome. Across Tivat, everyone watched. Sensing that shared anticipation, the light curtain shifted. The screen expanded, showing a full panorama of Mondstadt, so everyone could witness the coming battle. Both Jean and Lisa noticed while rushing through the city, but neither objected. In fact, Jean almost welcomed it. A perfect chance to display Mondstadt's newfound strength, and force the Fatui to think twice. Then the image changed. A massive shadow streaked across the sky. Storm Terror Velen approached at terrifying speed. Everyone tensed. The battle for Mondstadt was about to begin. 31 Barbara, shooting is just too much fun. Lumen, I'm done, my scene got stolen. Mondstadt's sky had been bright and clear just moments ago. But now, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent gusts erupted through the city without warning. Dust, leaves, and debris were swept up into the air, swirling wildly. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Above Mondstadt, dark clouds rapidly gathered. Gray, heavy, oppressive. Like a storm was about to swallow the world. Or more accurately, like the end of days were descending. And in truth, that wasn't far from reality. The massive shadow in the distance grew larger. Whoosh! A colossal figure tore through Mondstadt's sky with a thunderous roar. Storm Terror had arrived. Roar! The dragon's maddened bellow shook the air. Its 6 wings beat fiercely, whipping up devastating winds. Buildings collapsed as if made of paper. Fortunately, thanks to the warnings, very few civilians were on the streets. There were no casualties yet. Supernal chat group. Xiangling, this is Storm Terror. That destructive power is terrifying. Keking, much worse than what the light curtain showed. Ayaka, judging by its force, this is god-level strength. I hope Mondstadt survives this. La Signora, heh. The wind god's beloved pet now returns to punish his people. Quite poetic, isn't it? Al-Haytham, so it was an attendant of the Inmo Archon. No wonder it's so strong. Navia, if it was once a guardian, why does it look like this now? It seems enraged but also not fully lucid. La Signora, ask your useless wind god. Jean, this is Mondstadt territory. If you dare insult Lord Barbados again, I won't be polite. Barbara, no slandering Lord Barbados. La Signora, you'd better focus on surviving first. Storm Terror circled the city once more, raging wildly, then hovered above Mondstadt again. Twisted by abyssal corruption, it stared down at the city it once protected. Its eyes filled with hatred and pain. Roar! Wind surged. 6 shimmering wings trembled. Elemental energy spiraled violently. Above the Inmo Archon statue, a black vortex tore open. Boom! A torrent of chaotic wind poured from it, forming a massive black tornado. From afar, it looked like a pillar connecting sky and earth, devouring all in its path. 2 more tornadoes erupted elsewhere in the city, growing rapidly under Storm Terror's power. The destructive range expanded at frightening speed. Barbara had just stepped out from the cathedral. She wasn't far from the Inmo statue. She had been busy arguing with La Signora in the chat, and failed to notice the danger. When she finally realized it, it was too late. Her small body, in front of the monstrous tornado, was like a tiny boat in a storm. She was swept into the sky instantly. Barbara! Jean shouted through the light curtain, panic flooding her face. She nearly rushed out right then, but a gentle voice sounded in her ear. Do not worry. I am here. Barbara will be fine. Jean froze. That voice. The bard. He had such power. Could it be? Jean was no fool. After everything the light curtain had revealed. Plus his behavior in the chat. And now this. She was already 90% sure of his identity. If it was that person, Barbara would indeed be safe. Jean forced herself to calm down and nodded. She couldn't panic now. She turned to Lisa. Barbara has help. She'll be fine. We need to wait for our moment to strike. Lisa exhaled in relief. If Jean said so, then things were truly under control. Near the inmost statue, Venti stood quietly in the shadows, looking up. He had only come to retrieve the sky lyre. But instead, he witnessed this scene. Watching Dvalin rampage, twisted beyond recognition, Venti's expression dimmed. But this was not the time for sorrow. Better to sever the pain now, than let it drag on forever. For Dvalin's sake, and for Mondstadt's, he had to act. With a thought, he sent a surge of emo energy to the girl spiraling in the sky. Barbara had panicked when she was first thrown upward. But feeling the solid weight of the enhanced Sky AK-47 in her arms calmed her heart. After steadying herself, she unfurled her wind glider. But then, why can I hover in place for so long? Did my old glider break or something? A serene voice drifted into her mind. It is I who guides the 1,000-year winds beneath you, so that you do not fall. Dvalin is not at his full strength. Devotee of Barbatos. Use that power from another world, and help him return to himself. This voice. Barbara frowned slightly. It sounded oddly familiar. But she had no time to ponder. Her eyes focused on Storm Terror, firm and resolute. By Lord Barbatos' grace. Dvalin, former Four Winds Guardian. Let me help free you. Not by killing him, but by weakening him. Barbara readied the AK-47 and aimed at the dragon. Bang! A bullet shot out. This time imbued with hydro. It splashed against Dvalin's scales, barely damaging him. Barbara wasn't surprised. The weapon was strong, sure. But she was firing at the Archon's own companion. Of course it wouldn't be easy. But as that mysterious voice said, Dvalin wasn't at his prime. And she had infinite ammo, with random elemental rounds. Her confidence rose. Barbara squeezed the trigger again. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets of every element shot forth. Pyro, cryo, electro, hydro. Triggering vaporize, melt, overload, superconduct. A chaotic symphony of elemental reactions. The sky lit with rainbow muzzle flashes. Gradually, Dvalin began to falter. And Barbara was thriving. Her little face flushed with excitement. This was fun. Shooting was unbelievably fun. Meanwhile, Lumen and Paimon were still rushing toward Mondstadt. Watching the light curtain mid-run, Lumen's expression twitched hard. Wait. Isn't this my scene from the original future? So why is my whole plot being stolen? She looked like she was about to cry. 32, a perfect opening Xiaodu no, EX Curry Beam. 32, a perfect opening Xiaodu no, EX Curry Beam. Of course, Lumen was only ranting. She didn't actually care that much about her stolen spotlight. Compared to that, she was far more interested in Barbara's new weapon. Paimon, Barbara's weapon looks super fun. Imagine using that thing in a real fight, wouldn't that be amazing? As she spoke, Lumen's imagination began drifting. A packed coliseum, a fierce bounty competition, spectators cheering, and she holding an AK-47 blessed by the heavens. No, wait, random elements are unreliable. It would be way more fun if she could choose the element. Then she'd dominate the entire arena. Claim the Grand Primogem prize. He. Lumen couldn't help but grin as she fantasized. But then, Traveler, hey, Lumen, are you okay? The voice startled her back to reality. Seeing Paimon's anxious little face, she blurted out. Where are my Primogems? Primogems? What Primogems? Did you just wake up from a dream? Paimon tilted her head in confusion, but her tiny hands instinctively moved behind her back. Was her secret stash discovered? Lumen didn't notice Paimon's guilt-ridden expression. Looking around, she found nothing but wilderness. No arena, no tournament, no Primogems. So it really was a fantasy. She sighed and waved a hand. Let's keep moving, Paimon. Public chat. Victoria, Miss Barbara is amazing. Lawrence, as expected, medicine can't save Mondstadt. The Sky AK-47 is the true path. Albert, go, Lady Barbara. Supernal chat group. Amber, thank goodness Barbara's alright. I almost fainted. Kaya, someone must have helped her. Nilo, not only is she fine, she's beating Storm Terror by herself. Nahida, this scene looks familiar. Isn't this originally the Traveler's moment from the light curtain? Lumen, yes. First my reputation gets destroyed by Barbara's video, and now she's stealing my future highlight too. I'm suffering here. Jean, I'm very sorry. I'll compensate you for this. Lumen, ahem. I was just joking. Make it a combined compensation package for later. Paimon, Ayaka, Barbara. Everyone could only think one thing. Yup, she's definitely the shameless traveler. But they were used to it by now. Above Mondstadt, ordinary people couldn't join a battle in the sky. But Barbara didn't need help anyway. After the barrage of elemental bullets, Storm Terror was exhausted. This tiny woman with a terrifying gun, he couldn't withstand her pace. It didn't threaten his life. But if this continued, things would turn dangerous. Storm Terror let out a miserable roar. He had to run. If he escaped the encirclement, the dragon crisis would simply repeat endlessly. On Mondstadt streets, Jean watched the light curtain closely. Seeing Storm Terror falter, she knew. Now, the perfect moment. She messaged immediately. Jean at Barbara, don't let him get away. Otherwise the crisis will continue. Jean at Barbara, can you restrain him for a short moment? Barbara narrowed her eyes at the distant dragon. Because she held a hydro vision, most of her random bullets had been hydro during the fight. Storm Terror was drenched. If she could now get cryo bullets, she could freeze him. That would restrain him just long enough. Barbara pressed her palms together, took a deep breath, and prayed earnestly. Light Curtain Sama, Lord Barbatos, and Lady Klee, please let the next bullets all be cryo. She opened her eyes sharply, took a cool, stylish firing stance. Bang! A bullet streaked out. A frosty breath trailed behind it. Cryo. Barbara's eyes sparkled. No time to celebrate, she emptied round after round. Bang, 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 all cryo. The drenched dragon had no room to dodge. With a final crack, Storm Terror froze into a massive ice sculpture. Still flying. Still moving forward. But unable to change direction. Perfect. Big sister. Barbara shouted from the sky. Beautifully done. Jean's lips curved into a firm smile. She didn't even need the light curtain to see. Storm Terror was about to pass directly over her position. The freeze would last seconds at best. But that was enough. Jean inhaled deeply. Her expression sharpened. She drew the holy sword, holding it with both hands. Sensing its master's determination, the sword of promised victory began to shine. Jean slowly closed her eyes. From all over Mondstadt, corners, streets, rooftops, golden motes of light lifted into the air. Like a rain of gold falling upward, the points streamed toward Jean, gathering into the sword. In the dim skies, the holy radiance was blindingly bright. So much power. Lisa, watching beside her, was awestruck. The magic pouring from that sword was overwhelming. Jean had truly obtained a treasure beyond compare. People watching from every nation were stunned. The power was ready. Jean controlled the holy blade, not to kill, but to knock Storm Terror unconscious. That alone would be enough to save him. She opened her eyes, looked up at the frozen dragon passing above, held the sword tight, and roared, "EX Curry Beam." With her shout, the sword of promised victory erupted. A golden beam shot forth, then expanded into a colossal pillar of light. It was like the dawn breaking through an eternal night, tearing across the heavens, rushing toward Storm Terror. The entire world seemed to brighten. At that moment, the ice around Storm Terror shattered. He regained control, but he also sensed death approaching. Even in his corrupted state, he understood. Another terrifying woman. Why are there so many terrifying women in Mondstadt? He tried to flee. Too slow. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire city. Storm Terror was knocked unconscious instantly. A swirl of green and mo energy appeared, catching his falling body, carrying him safely outside the city. The golden beam, however, did not stop. It speared upward, piercing through the black clouds, shattering them, and for the first time since the battle began, sunlight returned to Mondstadt. Blue sky, white clouds, peace, restored. 33. Confident Kecking, let the evaluation come, I fear nothing. 33. Confident Kecking, let the evaluation come, I fear nothing. Public chat. Lawrence, my goodness. Is this the true power of acting, Grand Master Jean? Harry, for a moment, I swear I saw light descend. Stanley, a dawn that cuts through the darkness, bringing hope back to Mondstadt. Goth, with Jean and Barbara here, Mondstadt is truly blessed. Wagner, so is the dragon calamity solved? Helen, half solved, maybe. Looks like it's almost over. Goethe Hotel. Sword of promised victory. The Fatui harbinger. The lady stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the place where the golden pillar had vanished. Compared to Barbara's enhanced Sky AK-47, the thing that truly shook her was the holy sword in Jean's hands. Even though Storm Terror had already been weakened, to defeat him in a single strike, no one could underestimate such power. Her instincts told her Jean had held back during that attack. If she unleashed it fully, the lady's expression darkened. This complicates things. She pressed a hand to her forehead, a rare sign of irritation. Laya Jade Chamber. To defeat a servant of the Inmo Archon so decisively, Jean and Barbara really did gain incredible rewards. Kecking withdrew her gaze from the light curtain, speaking with genuine admiration. If Laya had obtained weapons like those, even if Rex Lapis ever became unable to act, Laya could still face the resurrected Oziel and his spouse. Ganyu seemed to read Kecking's thoughts and smiled. As long as someone from Laya gets evaluated, we have a chance. Speaking of evaluations, Ningguang tapped her pipe lightly. I am truly curious how the light curtain would evaluate me. You're not afraid of the improper evaluations? Kecking raised a brow. Of course not. Ningguang's tone was calm, but her confidence was unmistakable. I have no dark history. Understandable. Born a commoner, yet now the Tianquan of the Kixing, and Laya's wealthiest businesswoman. Her achievements spoke for themselves. I'm not afraid either. Keqing lifted her chin slightly. I actually look forward to seeing what it says about me. She thought about her flaws, and found only one. Her love for Rex Lapis dolls. But that was basically the same as Jean liking romance novels. Perfectly normal for anyone in Laya, who didn't revere the Archon. As for the possibility of fictional, improper segments, Keqing thought it over. The past, improper evaluations, all had logical connections. Barbara's healing role created medicine can't save Mondstadt. And her attribute as a deacon led to flesh-body curse lifting. But she, Keqing, nothing like that applied. So Miss Keqing was brimming with confidence. Even though Ningguang and Keqing didn't always get along, they exchanged a knowing smile at this moment. Then both of them turned toward Ganyu. Seeing the two powerful women looking at her, Ganyu swallowed nervously. Ningguang-sama and Keqing-sama are exceptional figures of Laya. I'm sure you'll receive excellent evaluations. As for me, I'm just an ordinary secretary of the Kixing. I don't think there's anything worth evaluating. Ordinary? Ningguang and Keqing nearly choked. An ordinary secretary who lived thousands of years, who has watched generations of Kixing come and go. Sure, very ordinary. But looking at Ganyu's flustered reaction, both women had the same thought. She definitely has something that will show up in an improper evaluation. A woman's intuition never lies. No need to pry. When the light curtain evaluates her, everything will come out. Liu Wangxing Funeral Parlor. With this, Storm Terror has been saved. Old friends would be relieved. Zhongli sighed deeply. Watching the battle in Mondstadt reminded him of Azdaha. Both guardians had, at one point, harmed the nations they once protected. If Storm Terror could be saved, maybe Azdaha still had hope. Fontaine Palem Mermonia. To defeat an Enmo Archons familiar with that enhanced Sky AK-47. If Fontaine could research such a weapon, it would be of immense help. Neuvillette spoke with a mix of awe and contemplation. He had originally offered Barbara help, but she had already acquired something greater than Fontaine's best prototypes. Farina, lounging on the sofa, shook her head firmly. Don't even think about it. Infinite bullets with elemental effects? Impossible. Completely impossible. Even with all our scientists combined. Neuvillette nodded. Then our only hope lies in being evaluated. Perhaps we too might receive great rewards. Why yes. Right. Furina's expression stiffened. She had realized something terrifying. The evaluation seemed to target members of the supernal chat group, which meant she would inevitably be evaluated. When that day came, everything about her fad, everything she hid, would be exposed. Traveler, hurry up and come to Fontaine. And why does judging me save Fontaine anyway? I need to figure that out fast. Time suddenly felt extremely tight. She quickly stood up. Neuvillette, I'm going first. As she hurried off, Neuvillette sighed. Lady Farina. Throughout Tivat, Natlan, Sneznia, Sumuru, the Abyssal forces were holding emergency meetings again. Unlike the foodie picnic blanket, these two new weapons truly affected global power balance. Strength ruled Tivat. The entire continent now anticipated the next evaluation. Mondstadt under the Windrise tree. A bard and an unconscious dragon rested quietly. Venti and Storm Terror. Phew. That strike from Jean was truly magnificent. I didn't even need the Sky Lyre this time. Venti still looked amazed remembering the holy beam. Storm Terror was injured, but only lightly. It was worth it. All that remained was to wait for Jean and the traveler. He closed his eyes and sent a breeze carrying a message toward Jean. Inside Mondstadt, Jean, Lisa, Amber, and Kaya gathered together. Jean, Barbara, you two were incredible. Amber flashed her trademark thumbs up. Where Jean's blade points, our hearts follow. And the Sky AK-47 brings salvation to all. Kaya exaggeratedly performed a knight's salute. Everyone laughed. After the tense battle, their emotions finally relaxed. Jean accepted the praise calmly. Barbara did not. And no, I was just lucky. Afraid someone might tease her further. She quickly changed the subject. That Storm Terror. Is he okay now? Did I hit him too hard? Amber and Kaya exchanged strange looks. When Barbara was shooting, she looked absolutely thrilled, eyes shining with murderous excitement. That expression alone stunned everyone watching. But now she was a meek, shy, polite little deacon girl again. Yes, this was the Barbara they knew. But that contrast suddenly made the old meme "medicine can't save Mondstadt" feel a lot less like a joke. 34. The third evaluation. A double serving of Ganyu and Keqing. Jean received Venti's message. After confirming the situation, she smiled gently. Storm Terror isn't seriously injured. He's only unconscious, nothing to worry about. That's good. Barbara finally breathed out in relief. Jean immediately shifted into commander mode. Barbara, Amber, you'll A3 go calm the citizens and assess the damage. The rest of you come with me to see Storm Terror. Yes. Jean then notified the traveler through the group chat. Storm Terror still needed the traveler's cleansing power later. Meanwhile, on Earth Blue Star, in the villa, Arthur had just finished editing the video. After uploading it, he gave a quiet instruction. System, synchronize the video to TVIT. Ding, synchronizing, ding, synchronization to TVIT successful. Arthur nodded with satisfaction. With that done, he moved on to tallying today's gains. System, summarize today's harvest. Ding, congratulations, host 9, 8, 10, 000 emotional points acquired. Ding, congratulations synchronized reward acquired. Ding, congratulations synchronized reward acquired. Sword of Promised Victory, and Enhanced Sky AK-47 have been added to system storage. Sword of Promised Victory. Enhanced Sky AK-47. Arthur raised a brow. So these are Jean and Barbara's rewards from today. Honestly, they suited the two sisters perfectly. He skimmed over the details, then focused his attention on the emotional points. 9.8 million, even more than yesterday. But thinking about it, it made sense. 2 Mondstadt fan favorites had been evaluated today. The whole city probably exploded with emotion. Counting my previous savings, that's about 150 million emotional points total. That's enough for a medium tier draw. Let's see if I can single pull a miracle. His heart stirred with anticipation. Deep breath. System 1 medium tier draw. Ding, drawing, ding, congratulations, host obtained, and Mo Archon ability template. And Mo Venti's abilities. Arthur was genuinely startled. In the MiHoYo multiverse, Archons weren't top tier. But in TVIT, they were apex beings. Especially the old Arcanon strand of wind from the earliest 7. Venti's true power was nothing to scoff at. He simply never used it seriously. For someone like Arthur, who currently had 0 combat power, this was unbelievably good. System fused the Mo Archon ability template. At his command, a breeze-like energy flowed out of the void and into his body. A moment later, Arthur felt 2 clear changes. First, his physical body. Years of sub-health vanished instantly. His body felt stronger, clearer, lighter. Second, control over the wind. Though still unfamiliar, he could now summon natural wind indoors, float in the air, sense information carried by distant currents, just like Venti often did. He tested it on the table. Whoosh! A wind blade shot out. Crack! A corner of the table was sliced clean off. Nice! Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Offense, defense, movement, reconnaissance, daily convenience. This ability template had it all, and he knew it wasn't even the full potential yet. He'd explore it later. No need to continue drawing today. After experiencing the thrill of a medium-tier reward, the low-tier gacha no longer tempted him. He'd save the remaining 50 million emotional points for later. Time to prepare for tomorrow's evaluation. This was his real livelihood. Based on the rotation plan he set yesterday, it was Laya's turn. Let's see, Laya has quite a lineup. Kikai, Yanfei, Hu Tao, Keqing, Ganyu, Zhongli, Xiao, Cloud Retainer. Each had their own quirks. But if the goal was the richest content, then the top picks were obviously Keqing and Ganyu. Keqing, a walking meme factory, lightning general of Liu, workaholic, immortal, stab Rex Lapis, jokes. Ganyu, cow stories, Kylan jokes, coconut goat memes, endless fanworks. The material was bottomless. Alright, those two it is. Zhongli would wait for the Archon series later. Archons deserved a different level of respect. Decision made, Arthur immediately began collecting material. No procrastination. Time flew quickly. By noon the next day, he checked his emotional points again. Since 2 videos had already gone out, the numbers jumped quickly. Another 30 million today. Combined with yesterday, a total of more than 80 million. Good. Another beautiful day. Time to begin the 3rd live stream. Meanwhile, in TVIT, with 2 previous experiences, everyone had become accustomed to the routine. They finished their tasks early, so they could fully enjoy the entertainment. For a world with limited leisure activities, these evaluations were their highlight of the day. As the time approached, nations entered the chat. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, Ahmi, favorite time of the day is here again. Paimon, he, same. Keqing, traveler, how are things in Mondstadt now? Lumen, natural, everything's handled perfectly. Jean, yes. Thanks to the traveler, Storm Terror has regained his senses. The crisis is officially resolved. Jean, as thanks, we've granted her the title Honorary Knight. Xiangling, Honorary Knight. Looks like the traveler completed her first serious mission. Ningguang, congratulations. Next is Lai Welcome anytime. Kakamai, congratulations. We'll be waiting for you in Inajima. Nahida, congratulations traveler, I'll wait for you in Samura so we can go potty together. Furina, congratulations. Ahemai, Focalers, also welcome you to Fontaine. Venti, hey traveler is quite popular, huh? Lumen, hee, low key. Lumen scratched her cheek, embarrassed. After all, she barely fought during the Storm Terror incident. Receiving the title felt a little awkward, but Jean insisted. Without Lumen's cleansing ability, Storm Terror could not have been saved. The entire Knights of Favonius agreed, and so Lumen accepted the honor. 35, Lumen, I'm rich now. Time to become a super VIP. 35, Lumen, I'm rich now. Time to become a super VIP. Barbara, healing plus firepower, true salvation. Transcendent Chat Group. Lumen, hehe, after Paimon and I play around in Mondstadt for 2 more days, we'll start visiting your nations. Ningguang, Liu welcomes you at any time. I'll have Wang Shu and prepare for your arrival. Kyujiao Sarah, under the Shogun's command, I will personally handle your reception on Ritu. Kakamai. Nahitha, as for Samaru. Nilo, let Dia, Dinyarzad, and me take care of it. Nahitha, thank you, everyone. Furina, when you arrive in Fontaine, I, the god of justice, shall greet you personally. Thanks to the light screen broadcasts, every nation now understood who the traveler truly was. Yes, she was a bit scummy. Yes, half the time she behaved like a gremlin. And yes, she was now widely known as the Fulfiller. But her ability and character, widely acknowledged. Her role in ending Mondstadt's dragon crisis was undeniable. So naturally, every nation wanted her goodwill. Lumen and Paimon were thrilled. As expected of her, the traveler's reputation was sky-high. Lumen, then it's settled. Anyway, time to guess today's cough, entertainment. I mean who's being evaluated today. Alice, I agree. Yesterday was absolutely delightful. Klee, I didn't expect acting Grand Master Jean and Barbara to have such big secrets. Jean, Barbara. Ayaka, day 1 was the traveler. Day 2 was Jean and Barbara. Then today, Dvalin, it must be Barbados. It finally spoke. It had joined the group after regaining its sanity. Barbara, Lord Barbados. Is he really in the group? Zhongli, logically speaking, yes. Venti, cough, perhaps he is still asleep. Jean, probably. Diluc. Lumen, Paimon, could be. Dvalin, you'll understand soon. Yesterday, after recovering its reason, the first thing Dvalin said was, Barbados, do something useful for once. This instantly exposed Venti's identity. Jean, Kea, Diluc, Lumen, and Paimon all knew the truth now. But at Venti's request, they promised to keep it secret. Even Dvalin reluctantly agreed. Of course, with the light screen involved, the secret wouldn't last long. But hiding it for a little while was better than nothing. Mondstadt Favonius Cathedral. With the crisis resolved, Barbara no longer needed to guard the Holy Lyre. She returned to her daily duties as a deaconess. But she had made up her mind. She would practice both medicine and combat. Able to heal the wounded. Able to mow down enemies. Able to support from behind. Able to stand on the front lines. This was the true path to saving Mondstadt. Still, she was confused about one thing. Why did my sister, the traveler, and Master Diluc all look so weird earlier? She felt something was off, but couldn't figure it out. Right as she intended to ask, the light screen flared to life. The left panel lit up. The day's evaluation had begun. Blue Star Arthur's Villa. Arthur launched today's stream. He was no longer a nobody. Yesterday alone, tens of thousands of viewers had bought the top-tier supporter badge. His stream shot to the 1 spot on the platform's Genshin category. His name hit trending lists all over Blue Star. He was now the hot topic. Tivit didn't know it, but Blue Star sure did. After greeting the audience, Arthur said, "Welcome back, everyone. Previously, we evaluated the Traveler Lumen, acting Grand Master Jean, and Mondstadt Idol Barbara. Today, we'll continue the Genshin Impact Character Evaluation Series. Mondstadt Good Hunter. Lumen and Paimon were eating lunch. Dining outside simply felt different from using the foodie cloth. When the light screen lit up, Lumen slammed her hands on the table. Paimon, it's time to know. They were talking about upgrading their subscription tiers. Yesterday, they were broke, so they only bought the cheapest tier. But after the Dragon Crisis, Jean rewarded them handsomely. Their wallets, suddenly heavy. So today, they would upgrade from Captain to Governor. As the honorary knight, the legendary traveler, buying the cheapest tier was too embarrassing. And of course, they had to send some gifts to thank the streamer. A moment later, both notifications appeared. Congratulations. User Lumen has upgraded to Governor. Congratulations. User Paimon has upgraded to Governor. Lumen sent the streamer 10 flying mini-TV ships. Windwhale Highland Storm Terror's lair. Venti was chatting with Dvalin when he saw the notifications. Well, since I couldn't yesterday, I'll open one too. Dvalin nodded. It now understood how much it owed the light screen. As for where they got the Mora, naturally, the Knights of Favonius provided it. After all, Mondstadt couldn't have its Archon unable to afford wine. And Dvalin deserved compensation too. Soon. Congratulations. User Venti has upgraded to Governor. Congratulations. User Dvalin has upgraded to Governor. Back in the villa, Arthur raised an eyebrow. Venti and Dvalin, looks like something interesting happened after yesterday's stream. He'd check later. As for Lumen's donation, 10 flying mini-TV ships 29,999 yuan, equivalent to roughly 3 million Mora, plus the cost of upgrading their tier. Looks like the traveler made a fortune after the Storm Terror incident. Arthur smirked. Then, 2 more alerts popped up. User Jean has sent 100 flying mini-TV ships. User Barbara has sent 10 flying mini-TV ships. Jean, your evaluations have greatly benefited Mondstadt. Thank you for everything you've done. Barbara, thank you for the evaluation. I finally know the path I should take. Medicine alone cannot save Mondstadt. Healing in one hand, AK-47 in the other, that is the true way. Also small correction, I am not some flesh-body curse-dispelling true lord, nor am I actually that muscular and violent. Dvalin. 36. Cloud Retainer. Finally, I can tell everyone about Gania's childhood. 36. Cloud Retainer. Finally, I can tell everyone about Gania's childhood. Storm Terror's lair. After seeing Barbara's message in the chat, Dvalin felt complicated. Now that his mind had fully recovered, he clearly remembered everything from yesterday's battle. And as the dragon involved, he knew better than anyone just how terrifying that girl had been. Once she picked up that bizarre weapon, she became outright violent. And this terrifying human was supposedly a loyal follower of Barbatos? Dvalin slowly turned his head toward Venti, expression full of accusation. Barbatos, you certainly have quite the believer. Hey. Venti blinked innocently. Blue Star Villa. After seeing the donation notifications pop up, Arthur smiled and waved lightly. Thank you to Lumen, Jean, and Barbara for your generosity. There's really no need for that. Everything you achieved came from your own power. But I appreciate the support. Please continue to watch. 120 flying mini-TV ships right after going live. A perfect start. It looked like today's stream would be yet another explosion in popularity. Seeing this, people from other nations in Tivat felt tempted. If tipping the light screen master would leave a positive impression, that was absolutely worth the investment. But Lumen, Jean, and Barbara all had reasons to donate. They themselves did not. Tipping rashly might seem strange or improper. So many ended up reluctantly suppressing the impulse. Meanwhile, in Arthur's live room, Blue Star viewers were shocked. I heard about this from a friend. I came to witness it myself. So this is the legendary streamer everyone's talking about. No joke, the IDs, the gifts, the group chat messages. If I didn't know better, I'd think actual Genshin characters were donating. What a performance. This is so convincing. Even my Hoyo doesn't have this kind of stream quality. I'm literally dying from jealousy. Rich people have too much fun. Let me blend in. Maybe I can pretend I'm also from Tivat. Genius idea. LOL. Arthur chuckled and shook his head. These people. He took a sip of water and officially began today's program. Alright, let's start with today's Genshin character evaluation. Today's characters are Laya Kixing's Yuheng, Keking, and Laya Kixing's secretary, Ganyu. Laya Jade Chamber. Since the first evaluation appeared, Ningguang, Keking, and Ganyu had made it a habit to watch every broadcast on time. Information about Tivat and the future was invaluable. Even their busy work schedules could be postponed for the light screen. So when they heard today's announcement, all three froze. Me. Is it my turn today? Keking blinked, then excitement lit up her face. Just yesterday she had wondered when the light screen would evaluate her. And here it was. Her luck seemed good today. If it's evaluating me, then it'll definitely talk about my ideals on governance. I wonder what does the light screen think of my philosophy of human rule. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Many in Laya disagreed with her views. Keking herself wavered sometimes. Perhaps today's evaluation could give her clarity. She even took out brush and paper. Completely in note-taking mode. Confident Keking had no fear of black history. But next to her, one Kylan secretary trembled. Madame, I'm getting evaluated too. Ganyu stared blankly at the light screen. Why her? She definitely hadn't been hoping for this. This was terrible. Absolutely terrible. With the light screen's terrifying insight, it would definitely reveal all the embarrassing things she did as a child. Everything. In front of all of Tivat. Ganyu felt her soul leave her body. This was the end. She collapsed onto the table like a defeated shrimp. Ningguang had been slightly disappointed that she wasn't chosen today. But after seeing Keking's excitement and Ganyu's utter despair, her interest skyrocketed. This might be entertaining. She smiled slightly. How could she watch this without refreshments? She turned to Baiwen. Baiwen, prepare some snacks and drinks. We shall enjoy the light screen's evaluation of Lyo together. Yes, Lady Ningguang. Keking, Ganyu. Lyo Aazang Mountain, Cloud Retainer's abode. A crane immortal and a graceful woman stood watching the light screen. Ho ho ho. To think today's evaluation would involve Ganyu, that child. Cloud Retainer laughed loudly the moment she heard the announcement. She had always wanted to tell people stories of Ganyu's childhood. But the girl never let her. Now, the light screen would reveal everything for her. Cloud Retainer could already imagine Ganyu's expression. How delightful. Shenhe stood silently beside her, eyes fixed on the screen, quietly intrigued. Lyo Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Keking and Ganyu this time. Zhongli's hand paused mid-teacup. Based on the last two evaluations, the light screen always touched on personality, history, or issues worth reflecting on. Jean's over-responsibility. Barbara's contradictions. Mondstadt's collective immaturity. So today, it might delve into Keking's ideology of human governance. Zhongli's eyes brightened slightly. He had already resolved to retire and return Laya to its people. But the path of human rule was still vague to him. This evaluation might provide insight. Hu Tao, however, was not thinking anything so serious. Two huge names today. Keking and Ganyu. She leaned toward Zhongli, eyes sparkling. So what do you think? What delicious scandalous things will be revealed. Zhongli sighed helplessly. His hall master and the traveler would certainly get along. As for scandalous matters, I cannot say anything about Lady Keqing. But Ganyu well. He paused. Let's wait for the light screen. If I say it first, she might take offense. Oh. Hu Tao hadn't expected that. A hint, from Zhongli? The secrets must be good. She immediately prepared snacks as well. Prime melon-eating posture activated. Meanwhile, normal chat group. Tai Tianzui, Keqing and Secretary Ganyu. So it's Lia's turn? Chef Mao, why not Xiangling? Still, I do want to hear what the light screen says about our two big bosses. Tianshu, I have great confidence in our Yuheng star and sister Ganyu. Luminar, oh, you mean proper confidence or improper confidence? Tianshu, ahem. Miss Luminar, my respect for them is absolutely pure. Luminar, looks like this evaluation will be very interesting. 37, Keqing, what the heck is a civil engineering sis? The 996 grind is Director Hus blessing. 37, Keqing, what the heck is a civil engineering sis? The 996 grind is Director Hus blessing. Transcendent chat group. Jean, so it's Lia's turn this time. Dvalin, not Barbados again. TCH, I was looking forward to watching his humiliation. Venti, hey. Lumen, doesn't matter. This time we're here to enjoy Lia's drama. Evil grin. Yao, Keqing and Ganyu are both very serious people. Traveler sister, I don't think you'll see much drama today. Yanfei, true. Miss Keqing is upright and diligent. I even considered assisting her once. But she does have a bit of. Paimon, a bit of what? Yanfei, you'll see in a moment. Ye Miko, I've met Ganyu before. She's a very good, very serious person. Ayaka, Ganyu Oni-san. Ye Miko, little Ayaka, she's not your average secretary. Navia, in that case, these two must be similar to acting Grand Master Jean. Probably nothing indecent. Cloud Retainer, The Yuheng star I cannot speak for, but that child Ganyu, she has far too many amusing stories. Lumen, oh, tell us more. Eye sparkling. Venti, oh, tell us more. Eye sparkling. Paimon, oh, tell us more. Eye sparkling. Hu Tao, oh, tell us more. Eye sparkling. Farina, oh, tell us more. Eye sparkling. Zhongli, ahem. Cloud Retainer, ahem. Since the light screen shall reveal it soon anyway, this immortal shall not steal its thunder. Jade Chamber. Ganyu, who had been drooping like a withered leaf, stared at the light screen with dead fish eyes. Hearing Cloud Retainer nearly expose her childhood, she jolted internally. When the Adeptus finally stopped mid-sentence, Ganyu quietly exhaled in relief, and was deeply moved. For decades, Cloud Retainer had never held back once she started telling embarrassing childhood tales. But today she actually restrained herself. Yet the moment Ganyu remembered, an evaluation was imminent. The chat was filled with lunatics led by Lumen the performer traveler. Every secret would soon be public. Her soul wilted again. Keqing saw Ganyu's mortified expression and felt a bit of sympathy. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced. Good thing my past is normal. Otherwise I really couldn't handle this. Still naive, optimistic, and confident. Keqing had absolutely no idea what was coming. Cloud Retainer's one comment had already exploded expectations. All of Tivat now knew Ganyu had interesting stories. And everyone loves drama. As long as it isn't their own. Blue Star Villa. Seeing the audience's rising curiosity, Arthur displayed a photo of Keqing. Then he began the evaluation. Although Keqing and Ganyu aren't actually sisters, fate connects them in a subtle way. So we'll evaluate them together today. First, the Yuheng of the Liu Kixing Keqing. As always, let's start with the serious part. Keqing was born into a prestigious family. Her grandfather was a famous real estate tycoon in Liu. She herself is the Yuheng star responsible for urban planning, construction, zoning, land distribution. In our world, such a position earns the affectionate nickname, Civil Engineering Big Sis. Jade Chamber. Keqing froze. What? See Civil Engineering Big Sis. What kind of cursed title was that? She wasn't ashamed of her work. But this name was too ridiculous. Where was the serious evaluation? Why did the opening sentence already feel like a fatal blow? Keqing wanted to complain out loud. Blue Star Villa. Unaware that Keqing was mentally exploding, Arthur continued. Keqing has two obvious traits. First, she's a workaholic. In all of Tivat, she ranks among the top when it comes to devotion to work. For example, she never takes lunch breaks. She continues working until every task is finished. Or tasks that normally take half a month. She finds a way to complete all related procedures within 2 days. And she doesn't just finish them. She completes every detail perfectly. Once, she even suggested everyone work an extra hour per day. It got rejected, of course. In our world, if employees don't get paid for that, they'll hang the boss on a lamppost. Because of her intensity, no assistant has lasted more than 3 months. Constant staff turnover actually hurts efficiency. Knights of Favonius headquarters. Jean and Lisa were peacefully having afternoon tea while watching. Lisa giggled. Looks like this Yuheng star is just like you used to be. She clearly saw Jean's old self in Keking. Jean shook her head. No, now I've reduced unnecessary tasks and even have time for tea. And honestly, she felt much lighter. Truly. Listen to advice, eat well. Transcendent chat group. Amber, she really is like our old acting grandmaster, always drowning in work. Look, they differ. Half of Jean's old tasks were household errands. Keking's are all state level. Yellen, to pack a schedule so tight yet never make a mistake, I respect that. Lumen, if I were the boss, I'd love her. If I were an employee, I'd hate her. Ayaka, hate her. Why? Lumen, because some people can relax and still get paid until someone like her shows up and forces everyone to grind. And the salary stays the same. Only the boss profits. Al-Haytham, reasonable. When it's time to clock out, one should leave. Kaya, agreed. Like me currently drinking at the tavern. Venti, hey, no wonder Rex Lapis made so much profit. Zhongli, Fontaine Palem Mermonia. Employees work hard, and the boss profits. Nouvelette fell into deep thought. He had worked tirelessly for 5 centuries. Meanwhile, Farina enjoyed carefree luxury for 5 centuries. That really did sound like blood profit. He glanced over at Farina. Lady Farina, you. But Furina's instinct kicked in immediately. Ahem. Nouvelette, I have urgent business. You continue your work. She fled instantly. Nouvelette. Transcendent chat group, continued. Navia, no wonder her extra work hour proposal was rejected. Alice, compared to the 996 system I've heard of in other worlds, this is nothing. Nahitha, 996. What is that? Alice, work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. Lumen, ep. I've heard of that too. Supposedly a blessing for employees, sarcasm. Paimon, what? 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Child, even the Fatui aren't that brutal. How is that a blessing? Xiongling, for others I'm not sure, but for Hu Tao it definitely is. Ito, why? Shinobu, boss, Hu Tao runs a funeral parlor. 38, Lumen Master Keking doesn't respect the gods. Nice. I found a comrade. 38, Lumen Master Keking doesn't respect the gods. Nice. I found a comrade. Jade Chamber. 996. Keking was still recovering from the trauma of being called civil engineering big sis, but when she saw this new term, her expression sharpened. She began quietly analyzing it. Ningguang set down her teacup with a soft laugh. Don't tell me you're actually considering implementing it. Of course not. It's unrealistic. Keking sighed and shook her head. If it were in the past, she might have really tried. In her eyes, humans were far weaker than the gods' shorter lives, limited abilities. If mortals wished to surpass the gods and take the reins of their own future, then laziness must be overcome, diligence must become the norm. But after her previous proposal, add 1 extra hour of work per day, was met with firm resistance. And after seeing the endless cycle of assistants quitting due to exhaustion, Keking understood at last. No matter who they are, humans have limits. She herself could maintain enthusiasm, push through sleepless nights, and work until exhaustion. But she couldn't demand that from others. Forcing it would only cause collapse and backfire entirely. And today's chat full of "I want to slack off" comments proved that clearly. Ningguang raised an eyebrow. Seems you've finally figured it out. Keking only smiled faintly, took a sip of tea to calm her thoughts, and focused once more on the light screen. Blue Star Villa. Arthur continued. Now that we've finished Keking's first major trait, let's move on to the second. Her irreverence toward the gods. Mondstadt the Good Hunter. Lumen had just eaten her fill and was relaxing in her chair. But the moment she heard that line, she snapped upright, chair nearly tipping over. Irreverent toward the gods. Hold on. Does this mean someone else is like me? In her own evaluation, one of her infamous traits was disrespecting gods. Lumen had honestly thought only she, and the troublemakers of Sumuru, were like that. But now, Alaya Kixing was also on the list. Suddenly, at last I am not alone. Paimon panicked and tugged at her sleeve. Hey, Lumen, keep your voice down. Lumen blinked and finally noticed the eyes around them. Several Mondstadt citizens were staring with complex, judgmental expressions. In an instant, she remembered. Her deeds were now famous across all of Tivat, and Mondstadters were overwhelmingly devout followers of Barbatos. Crap. She jumped to her feet and executed the most formal Knights of Favonius salute she could manage. Ahem. 2M Mondstadt's honorary knight. I stand firmly against anyone who disrespects the Inmo Archon. The onlookers slowly dispersed. Actually, none of them disliked the traveler. After all, she did save Mondstadt recently. They were just startled by hearing disrespecting gods spoken so boldly. Few saved. Lumen slumped back into her seat and whispered. Gotta be more careful from now on. No kidding. Paimon munched on meat with righteous confidence. I bet this is exactly why the Raiden Shogun chopped you in the old timeline. Lumen went silent. Then quietly. Actually, that does make some sense. Why did she end up joining the resistance in the original future? She wasn't paid. She wasn't forced. So why did she go pick a fight with a literal god? She couldn't possibly have been tricked, right? But that wasn't important anymore. The future had already changed. She shook off the thoughts and looked back at the screen. Blue Star Villa. Arthur continued. Keking's irreverence toward the gods is a little different from Lumen's. Lumen insulted the Inmo Archon, stole free meals from the Geo Archon, fought the Electro Archon, went to the bathroom with the Dendro Archon, and put the Hydro Archon on trial. That's all from a personal angle. And the Traveler's actual power is sealed. She isn't truly beneath the gods. So it can't fully be called irreverence. But Keking's perspective is human, entirely mortal. She acknowledges that Rex Lapis protects Laya. But what if one day he stops? What then? That's why, during that year's rite of dissension, she said the famous line. Rex Lapis has protected Laya for 1,000 years. But the next 1,000, the next 10,000, will it always be so? Yes, Keking desires human governance. But her ideals clash with the rest of Laya. And many accused her of disrespecting the gods. This is normal, Arthur explained. Tivat is ruled by the 7 Archons, and the Geo Archon is one of the most responsible, benevolent gods to ever exist. Though whether her proposal is feasible is another matter. Her courage alone is extraordinary. Because in most worlds, saying something like this in front of a god, you wouldn't live to finish the sentence. Ordinary chat group. Laya members weren't shocked. They all knew the rumors. But other regions? They were stunned. Lawrence, Hislaya's Yoheng Star wants human rule. Victoria, and she said that right in front of the Geo Archon. Now I see why she's called irreverent. Teep, even when we rebelled against the shogunate, it was only because of the vision hunt and lockdown. Grand Sage, foolish. Once you've mastered divine power, what difference is there between mortals and gods? Uncle Tion, Laya's Yoheng Star must have her reasons. It's Sumuru who's actually irreverent toward gods. Adeptus dwelling cloud retainer. If Geo Archon had not personally explained things, this immortal would have punished that girl for disrespect. Cloud retainer snorted, openly doubting the Archon in public. Utterly outrageous. But remembering Morix's words about stepping down, she sighed. If Geo Archon has grown weary, then we can only support him. Transcendent chat group. Paimon, so this is what you couldn't finish explaining earlier, at Yanfei? Yanfei, yes. Miss Keking's ideals are well known in Lyothoth, not exactly popular. Barbara, understandable. If someone questioned Barbados like that in Mondstadt, we'd also be furious. Lumen, Barbados loves freedom. He'd probably be the first to agree, actually. Paimon, yeah. Right, at Venti. Barbara, why ask him? He's just a bard. Venti, hey. Zhongli, so do you all think the Yoheng Star's ideals are wrong? Alice at Zhongli, careful now, there are several Archons in this group. If you make people answer that, you're asking them to get punished by their own god. Zhongli, my apologies. Navia, let's wait for the light screen's conclusion. Considering how much he admires Keking, he might actually support her. Nahitha, not necessarily. 39, human governance. Looking at neighboring Mondstadt, absolutely miserable. 39, human governance. Looking at neighboring Mondstadt, absolutely miserable. Jade Chamber. Keking felt a warm sense of pride after receiving Arthur's praise. But compared to that, there was something she cared about much more. Is Laya's human governance dream actually possible? She set down her teacup and picked up her pen again, posture straight, attention focused on the light screen. Her expression gradually tensed. Blue Star Villa. After a sip of water, Arthur began addressing the question everyone was waiting for. So, is human governance possible in Laya? Does it have any real chance of success in Tivat? Let's examine it from multiple angles. First, external threats. If Laya has no god, how does it defend against outside enemies? Remember, Tivat is not peaceful. First, external danger. Human factions, such as the Fatui. Their influence spans all of Tivat. The top 3 harbingers possess power equal to the gods themselves. Second, former gods, like the Oziel couple sealed in Gaiun's stone forest. In the future timeline, it took the combined effort of Laya's people and the Adepti to handle them. Relying on Adepti, is that still considered pure, human governance? Keking herself should know the answer. And finally, other nations' gods. In Tivat, Archons love and protect their own people. But toward other nations, that's a different story entirely. These are all external threats human-governed Laya must face. And trust me, having a god on your side versus having no god, is not the same concept. Jade Chamber. Keking had been taking notes seriously. But slowly, her hand froze. Fatui, former gods, other Archons. So many enemies. Her lips tightened. Her fingers gripped her pen harder without realizing it. If Morix was present, she feared nothing. But without him, could humans alone handle all of that? The answer was painfully obvious. Keking's expression dimmed. She finally realized. She had oversimplified human governance far too much. Blue Star Villa. Arthur continued. Next, let's discuss internal issues. Today's Laya Kixing are exceptional. Ningguang Hu rose from nothing. Keking dedicated wholeheartedly to Laya. But it's only this generation. Once there's no divine oversight, who can guarantee that future Kixing will be just as diligent and upright? To illustrate this point, let's look at neighboring Mondstadt. Take the Lawrence clan. Once heroes who helped found Mondstadt and vowed to protect it forever. But later, They plunged into corruption and tyranny. Knights families like the Gunhilders and Ranvinders, they were the exceptions, not the rule. If the Inmo Archon and Venisa hadn't intervened, Mondstadt would have been doomed. And this isn't rare. The Inajima Tri-Commission, the Sumeru Academia. Never underestimate human greed. Laya's lasting stability has been thanks to Morix's presence, a deterrent preventing ambitious people from acting recklessly. All across Tibet, common citizens nodded vigorously. Even the nations being called out couldn't deny it. Ordinary chat group. Victoria, he's right. Without Lord Barbados and Lady Venisa, Mondstadt might not exist today. TPI, even the Tri-Commission used to be loyal. Things changed. Afan, the Academia, they betrayed the greater Lord Rukhadivata. Sedna, thank goodness Fontaine is a land of justice. Praise Lady Farina. Praise Monsieur Neuvillette. Meanwhile, the transcendent chat group had gone quiet. Everyone was deep in thought. Outside Mondstadt, Amber and Eula were patrolling the outskirts. Eula had fallen silent. Amber hurried to comfort her. The light screen was just giving examples. That was the old Lawrence clan. You're fighting for Mondstadt now. Humph. I'll remember this insult. Eula folded her arms dramatically. Amber chuckled. She knew Eula wasn't truly upset. Instead, Eula's gaze grew firm. She refused to let the sins of her ancestors define her. If the Lawrence clan had once disgraced Mondstadt, she would restore its honor herself. Blue Star Villa. Arthur continued. Let's step back for a moment. Even if external threats vanish, even if all of Laya's citizens stay honest, what about other nations? Look at Inajima, the Tri-Commission colluding with the Fatui, deceiving their own Archon. Raiden Ei's expression darkened instantly, colluding with the Fatui. And look at Sumeru. Their obsession with knowledge turned into arrogance. They imprisoned their own god, desecrated their own god. Nahida quietly lowered her head. The Academia really did fall this far. A mix of sadness, guilt, and anger flickered in her eyes. In such circumstances, if a major natural disaster or unsolvable crisis hits, and an ambitious leader emerges, it could ignite a war sweeping across all of Tibet. And then, it won't just be a few deaths. For example, there exists a world called Blue Star. There are no gods. But because of human ambition and many other reasons, it experienced 2 world-spanning wars. The total death toll exceeded 100 million. 100 million lives. It is the most tragic calamity in human history. Arthur's voice carried genuine heaviness. His own nation had suffered greatly in one of those wars. Jade Chamber. What? 100 million deaths. Keking's entire body trembled. She unconsciously snapped the pen in her hand. Ningguang and Ganya both grew solemn. Tibet's entire population wasn't even 100 million. Yet that many died in just 2 wars. The number alone was horrifying. Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Hu Tao originally watched just for fun. But now, her smile vanished. 100 million souls. How many spirits would wander, unable to rest? For once, she wasn't thinking about business. As a funeral director, she felt something heavy tightening in her chest. Zhongli remained silent. But the hand holding his teacup paused. A rare sign of genuine turmoil. Across Mondstadt, Inajima, Sumeru, Natlan, Snezhnia, everyone watching felt a chill. Blue Star Villa. After regaining his calm, Arthur concluded. Tibet is far more fortunate than that world. Except for the Archon War and the Kenria disaster 500 years ago, there have been no continent-wide catastrophes. Most conflicts are small and localized, and manageable. And this stability exists thanks to the 7 Archons, their protection, and their balance. So unless Laya can overcome all these challenges, or accept the enormous cost of attempting human governance, then in Tibet, Laya's dream of human governance is destined to remain a beautiful illusion. 40. Tibet's 3 supreme workaholics. Venti and Zhongli are winning hard. 40. Tibet's 3 supreme workaholics. Venti and Zhongli are winning hard. Transcendent chat group. Yanfei, external threats, internal corruption, human nature. Human governance really has too many hurdles. Alice, well, Tibet is a world overflowing with elemental power. You need strength to survive here. Al-Haytham, human greed, arrogance, desire, motivations and disasters, both. Sino, the Academia. Lumen, to succeed, you'd have to handle external enemies, prevent internal collapse, and avoid triggering a continent-wide war. Paimon, that's way too hard. Kamasato Ayaka, the Archon War and the calamity 500 years ago left such heavy scars. I can't imagine how horrifying a war with 100 million casualties would be. Alice, I've been to that world. It really is hell on earth. Jean, hearing all this makes me realize Tibet is already very peaceful. Cloud Retainer, indeed. As the light screen said, the peace of Tibet exists because the 7 Archons safeguard it. Barbara, praise Lord Barbatos. He made Mondstadt a land where no king rules. Xiongling, praise the Geo Lord. Without him, Laya wouldn't have had thousands of years of peace. Kyujao Sarah, the almighty Shogun guides Inajima eternally. Nilo, praise the great Lord Rukhadivata and the little Lord Kizanali. Clorinda, Fontaine exists as a nation of justice only because of Lady Farina and Monsieur Neuvillette. Thanks to the light screen, everyone now had a crystal-clear understanding of human governance, and an even deeper appreciation for their own archons. And of course, they all started secretly looking forward to the day the light screen reviews the archons themselves. Jade Chamber. The mood among Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu was complicated. Ningguang and Ganyu were calm enough, but Keqing, as the one who proposed Laya should rely on humans, not gods. She had always been firm, determined for Laya to stand on its own feet. Her belief shaped her entire work ethic, but after hearing the full breakdown, her ideals suddenly felt painfully naive. Could she really handle all those threats? Was she prepared for the sacrifices involved? She already knew the answer. Ganyu noticed first. Lady Keqing, are you all right? I'm fine, Keqing forced a smile. Just thinking. I oversimplified things. The light screen's analysis flipped a bucket of icy water over her head. Ningguang exhaled a thin stream of smoke and asked calmly. So, will you continue pursuing it, abandon it, or something else entirely? Keqing lowered her gaze. I need time. I wasn't ready for this. Ningguang nodded knowingly and didn't press. Wangxing Funeral Parlor. External threats, internal disorder. Zhongli sighed. Human governance truly isn't something to be taken lightly. That number, 100 million deaths, shook even him. He absolutely did not want Liu, his beloved child, to suffer a catastrophe of that scale. Retirement must be postponed. At least until I find a proper path forward. Fontaine Palais Mermonia. The analysis is sound. Neuvillette nodded slowly. If one cannot deal with these problems, or accept the cost, then Lady Keqing's dream is indeed optimistic. He had seen too many examples of human ambition himself. Artisans, nobles, politicians. If not for him and Farina, Fontaine might have already fallen into chaos. Right then, the doors creaked open. Farina peeked in. Lady Farina, you're already done with your business. Neuvillette looked surprised. Ahem, still busy. I'm just here to tell you something. She puffed her chest, made a proud pose. For the eternal peace of Fontaine. Neuvillette, keep it up. Fontaine needs you. Lady Faucouleurs believes in you. She made a spirited fist pump, then, alright, I'm done, bye-bye. And bolted. Neuvillette. Blue Star Villa. Arthur resumed with a smile. In summary, Keqing is decisive, efficient, and truly outstanding. She leads by example, and her dedication to Liu is unquestionable. But on the topic of human governance, she is a bit idealistic. Alright, this concludes Keqing's segment. Next, we move on to Lia's Kixing secretary, Ganyu. He put up Ganyu's image. Instantly, the entire audience turned serious. Ganyu, Lia Kixing's secretary. Half human, half Kylan Adeptus. Many Lia's citizens gasped. They hadn't known she was literally half immortal. Arthur continued. Tivat has many hard workers. But 3 stand above all. The 3 supreme workaholics. From Mondstadt, Jean. From Liu, Keqing. And the final one, Ganyu. When Liu was founded, she responded to Morix's call to help build the nation. She has served as Lia's secretary for 3,700 years. In all this time, countless generations of Kixing have come and gone, but Ganyu has remained. Truly, the Kixing come and go, but Ganyu endures. No one in Tivat has a work arsome like hers. She is the ultimate employee. Countless meeting minutes, piles of reports, department paperwork. Everything from civil administration to economic logistics. If she weren't an adeptus, a normal human would have collapsed doing even 1% of her workload. Right now, Liu could survive without anyone. Even without Rex Lapis. But it cannot survive without Ganyu. If she quits, Liu collapses within a week. The Inmo Archon had a good eye, finding the Gunhilders and Ranvinders. And now we see, the Geo Archon's eye is even better. Jean, Keqing, Ganyu. They are every boss's dream employees. With workers like these, Barbados and Morix can take it easy, without worry. 41 Nahida is jealous. Why doesn't Sumuru have this many amazing workers? 41 Nahida is jealous. Why doesn't Sumuru have this many amazing workers? Mondstadt Knights of Favonius HQ. 3,700 years. Jean's expression was full of shock. She was barely 18, had only worked a few years. Compared to that, impossible. She exhaled helplessly. The light screen placing me alongside Miss Ganyu. That's really giving me too much credit. After all, she's a Kylan Adeptus. Lisa chuckled elegantly. Though she teased casually, her eyes were fully respectful. Someone like Lisa would rest if she could, nap if she could, and avoid any unnecessary work. But Ganyu worked for 3,700 years straight. 3,700 years. That wasn't just dedicated. That was terrifying. As if someone had worked from the founding of Mondstadt until the present. Even for an adeptus, it was monstrous. Ayazang Mountain Cloud Retainer's abode. 3,700 years. Time has flown indeed. Cloud Retainer's voice carried deep affection. That child truly has worked hard. The Adepti had long withdrawn to the mountains, yet Ganyu continued alone in bustling Laya harbor. Perhaps, Cloud Retainer thought, it was time to let her rest. Wangxing Funeral Parlor. We really do owe her, Zhongli murmured. Over the millennia, he only descended once a year. But Ganyu? Every single day, she worked tirelessly. Every matter of Liu passed through her hands. In a sense, the true pillar of Liu was not Rex Lapis. It was Ganyu. And she did it all because of a promise, a contract she upheld for thousands of years without wavering. Transcendent Chat Group. Amber, 3,700 years. Even for an Adeptus that's insane. Kaya, as someone currently slacking off, I admit I respect it. Ayaka, no wonder Lady Ye Miko made that comment before. Yanfei, poor Ganyu. Her youth has been spent buried in scrolls, except for her lunchtime naps. Thankfully my job is much lighter. Al-Haytham, 3,700 years, that's practically the length of a nation's full history. Extraordinary. Farina, with an example like that, looks like Novelette can keep working for another 3,200 years. Novelette. Lumen at Farina, even capitalists would cry seeing this. Alice, Tivit's 3 supreme workaholics. Mondstadt has Jean, Laya has Keking and Ganyu. Venti and Zhongli are winning hard. Lumen, of course. Bosses love workers like that. Zhongli, statistically speaking, that is indeed accurate. They work very hard. Venti, the old man's right. Paimon, hehe, the other nation's archons must be crying by now. Raiden ei, no matter. I have the Shogun puppet. Ye Miko, who nearly ruined everything. Ei. Farina, I have Novelette. Novelette. Novelette, Lady Farina, may I resign? Farina, didn't. I'll give you a raise. Benefits. Everything. Novelette. Novelette rubbed his temples. He wasn't sure if coming to Fontaine had been a blessing or a curse. Nahitha, I. Forget it. I have no one. Sumuru, sanctuary of Suristhana. Other nations are so lucky. Little Nahitha sat curled up, envy practically written across her whole face. Mondstadt, Liu, Inajima, Fontaine. Each nation had beloved archons, and unbelievably powerful, capable aides. Meanwhile in Sumuru, the Grand Sage imprisoned her, the Academia ignored her existence. And even now Sumuru's workforce was rather thin. She wanted that too. She wanted her people's love. She wanted dedicated, powerful helpers like Jean, Keking, Ganyu, Raiden Shogun, Novelette. She started listing Sumuru's talent. Tainari, Sino, Al-Haytham, Kava. The list ended quickly. Nilo, Dia, Kale. Wonderful people, but not suited for governance. Realistically, only 4 people could reliably help run a nation. The one she trusted most. Al-Haytham. Sharp, capable, decisive, knowledgeable. He was practically the perfect next Grand Sage. But his personality was nothing like Keking's. He definitely wasn't the willing to work overtime type. Nahitha's tiny shoulders slumped immediately. This is hard. Blue Star Villa. Arthur continued. Besides being a workaholic, Ganyu's other defining trait is her loneliness. This comes from her very identity. She is neither fully human nor fully Adeptus. As a Kylan-human hybrid, she struggles to belong. As an Adeptus, she cannot fully understand the conflicts of human society. But as a human, her heart yearns to integrate into it. Thus, in these thousands of years, Laya Harbor has given her many memories, but also profound solitude. She feels slightly out of place. Arthur sighed softly, as if seeing a quiet girl holding an umbrella amidst a bustling crowd. He himself had once left home alone for work in a distant city. He knew that loneliness well. To see how she overcomes this, we'll watch part of her story. He played her story quest. The moment after the rite of dissension, when she wondered if she was still needed. Thanks to Lumen, Uncle Tian, and Huixin. Her doubts were slowly washed away. Jade Chamber. Because the topic concerned her deeply, and because the tone was serious. Ganyu watched with full attention. She was surprised, shocked, even, that the light screen's narrator understood her so well. That loneliness inside her chest felt seen, understood. It was strange, but warm. As she watched the quest unfold, she felt her emotions sync with her future self. When the video ended, her eyes trembled. So aside from the contract I made with Morex, I already had another bond with everyone in Laya Harbor. Her voice carried confusion, enlightenment, and gentle happiness. Her chest felt full. She finally understood what it meant to be needed. Ningguang smiled softly. Ganyu, Baiwen and the others can't replace you. We Kixing cannot replace you. In all of Laiwan no one can replace you. You are unique. Laya needs you. Keking, now steadier, added with a small smile. As the saying goes, Kixing come and go, but Ganyu is everlasting. Ganyu blinked, then lifted her head. Her smile was tiny, but bright. Of course. I am Ganyu, secretary of the Laya Kixing. 42, a twisted Morex fangirl. Didn't expect this from you, Keking. 42, a twisted Morex fangirl. Didn't expect this from you, Keking. Ayazang Mountain Cloud Retainer's abode. So that's how it is. Cloud Retainer sighed with a gentle sense of relief. It seems that child Ganyu truly does belong in Laya Harbor after all. If that was her choice, Cloud Retainer would not force her to return and rest. Respecting her will was the right thing to do. Wangshin Funeral Parlor. Compared to me as the so-called god of contracts, that child Ganyu is far more dutiful. Zhongli exhaled softly, a blend of guilt and pride in his tone. Having seen her story quest through the light screen, he felt deeply moved. Liu was fortunate, truly fortunate, to have Ganyu. Since she wished to continue fulfilling that ancient contract, he would respect her decision as well. Transcendent Chat Group. Xiao, Ganyu is neither fully adeptus nor fully mortal. Being caught between two worlds and holding herself up by duty alone, confusion is inevitable. Zhongli, the Kailan, is a herald of peace, but who can truly understand the loneliness of a benevolent beast adrift among humanity? Shenhe, to blend into the mortal world, one must pay a price. Ye Miko didn't expect Ganyu-senpai to have been confused in the past. Cloud Retainer, Ganyu, you have worked hard. Ganyu, thank you, everyone. I'm feeling much better now. I'm no longer lost. Ganyu, with the light screen's guidance, I finally understand my path and responsibility. Venti, hihihi, congratulations. Old Cough, I mean, Rex Lapis has great taste. Jean, congratulations on stepping out of your doubts, Miss Ganyu. Ningguang, Ganyu has always been the one person in Liu who cannot be replaced. Keqing, Eskixing come and go, but Ganyu is eternal. Xiangling, if you feel lost again, come to Wanmin restaurant. I'll give you 2 extra ladles of food. Paimon, right. Nothing cures confusion better than delicious food. See, can I come too? Xiangling, of course. When you and the traveler come to Liu, the meal's on me. Paimon, yay. Hu Tao at Ganyu, hey if you ever get tired of working, come join my Wangxing funeral parlor. We really need diligent talents like you. Ganyu. Blue Star Villa. After closing the video, Arthur smiled. In summary, Ganyu has worked dutifully for 3,700 years. In this entire world, there is only one like her. She once fell into confusion because of her mixed heritage, but neither her Kailan blood nor her human blood can sever her bond with Liu Harbor. And after seeing this video, I believe she won't lose her way again. Alright, Ganyu's serious evaluation ends here. Next comes the non-serious evaluation of Keqing and Ganyu. Jade Chamber. Moments earlier, the atmosphere had been warm. Keqing regained her confidence, Ganyu found her purpose, and the three sat enjoying tea peacefully. But when they heard non-serious evaluation, the air shifted instantly. Oh. A non-serious section. I'm rather curious. Keqing was genuinely intrigued. After all, she firmly believed her reputation was spotless. Nothing to expose. No black history. Keqing stood straight, confident, fearless, proud. I, Keqing, am not afraid of anything. Meanwhile, next to her, Ganyu's smile froze. Oh no. I forgot about this part. She wilted instantly. Her good mood evaporated. Her mind raced to her childhood embarrassments. This was bad. Very, very bad. Compared to the two victims, Ningguang was the freest and calmest one present. Holding a smoking pipe, her expression was almost serene. After all, today she wasn't the target. She was only here to watch. And since both protagonists were her colleagues, she couldn't help but have a little spectator joy. How interesting. Let me enjoy the spectacle. Transcendent Chat Group. Lumen, it's here, it's here. The daily non-serious evaluation. Paimon, I can't wait. Alice, I can't wait either. Everything so far has been too serious, we need some fun. Ye Miko, I respect Ganyu-senpai deeply. Which means I must also respectfully watch her embarrassing secrets. Ito, you fox woman. Even watching drama you say it so elegantly. Venti, hey. My drinks are ready. Zhongli, ahem, my tea is prepared as well. Farina, fufu, my little cakes are ready. Let's enjoy the show. Novelette, Lady Farina, weren't you supposed to be working? Farina, oh well, this is working. As a god, observing foreign political affairs is necessary. Novelette, I'm not prepared. Sarah, bring me some snacks. Sarah, yes, Shogun-sama. I will prepare them immediately. Nahida, two don't need food, gods don't need to eat or drink, I'll just quietly watch. Nilo, Little Archon, when you come out later, I'll have something prepared for you. Nahida MMHM. Happy.jpg. Ayaka W. Will watching this be improper? Hu Tao, you don't get it. This makes the fun twice as good. Ayaka, really? Then I'll try too. Toma, my lady, I have already prepared snacks. Cloud Retainer, this immortal is ready as well. Keqing, Ganyu, Blue Star Villa. Arthur switched the light screen to Keqing's photo again. Following order, the first non-serious evaluation is Keqing of the Liu Kixing. Non-serious item 1. A twisted Morex fangirl. In slang, fangirl refers to someone who is secretly or not so secret Liu fan. Although Keqing often appears irreverent toward gods, constantly thinking about how to promote human governance, behind the scenes, she is actually a die-hard Morex fangirl. For example, once while shopping, Keqing passed a street stall displaying chibi Morex figurines. She immediately sent her friend away under some excuse, scanned the area cautiously, then bought one, paid, and pocketed it in one smooth motion. Of course, her friend later discovered everything. But Keqing claimed, "Too bought this to reflect on myself. There's nothing weird about it. A bit tsundere, but honestly very cute." Also, her home has an entire cabinet filled with Rex Lapis merchandise. Jade Chamber. Ningguang, Ganyu, and the three secretaries all froze. then slowly turned their gazes toward Keking, openly questioning the gods in public, but secretly hoarding Morix dolls at home. What a twist. Nobody expected this from Keking. The moment Arthur revealed her secret, Keking felt her stomach drop, even though she knew this might come. Actually hearing it out loud made her face burn, especially with Ningguang's teasing smile, and Ganyu's earnest, overly serious nod, and the secretaries desperately trying not to laugh. Keking felt her ears redden. Why are you all looking at me like that? Morix merchandise. Don't tell me you actually believe my room is full of that stuff. 2M not a child anymore. Yes, I did buy a few figurines, but they're for self-reflection. They have nothing to do with admiration or worship. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Ningguang raised an eyebrow. Oh, I understand. Yes, Keking, we all understand. Ganyu nodded seriously. Yes, we understand very well. The three secretaries didn't dare speak, but their trembling lips and suppressed laughter made everything obvious. You all. Keking's face went crimson in an instant. She wanted nothing more than to disappear. So embarrassing. So unbelievably embarrassing. 43. Keking has collapsed. It's clearly the Yunlai swordsmanship, not some nonsense but twisting evil style. 43. Keking has collapsed. It's clearly the Yunlai swordsmanship, not some nonsense but twisting evil style. Transcendent chat group. Yanfei, so she's openly disrespectful to Rex Lapis, yet secretly collects his little dolls. Wow. Didn't expect you to be like this, Keking. Lumen, hee classic Tsundere behavior. Alice, Tsundere's completely out of meta these days. Farina, oh ho, looks like we've stumbled upon something quite scandalous. Barbara, just like Big Sis. All serious on the surface, but secretly the complete opposite. Jean's lips twitched. What was that supposed to imply? It made it sound like she had some embarrassing double life. Xiangling, to be honest, even I didn't expect this. Kyujiao Sarah, very normal. Liu's respect for the Geo Lord is like our reverence for the Shogun. Even if not openly, in private absolutely. Barbara, so Inajima also has dolls. Sarah, that is not a doll. It is a handcrafted statue of the almighty Narukami Agasho, the immovable god. Paimon, the Almitha Ago the what? Sarah, the almighty Narukami Agasho, the immovable god. Sarah, designed by the best illustrators of Ye Publishing House, sculpted by the most skilled lacquer artisans in Inajima City. Only such craftsmanship could capture even 1,000th of the Shogun's divine solemnity. Sarah, of course, to preserve its glory eternally, one must purchase a special altar and enshrine it properly. Sarah, it must be dusted daily, polished regularly, and ideally, maintained by a specialist. Originally they were discussing Keking. Suddenly Sarah had taken over with expert-level enthusiasm. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This was true professionalism. Inajima Tenshikaku. Kyujiao Sarah was on her way to deliver a meal to the Shogun. Halfway up the steps, she suddenly froze. Crap. I got too carried away. I forgot the Shogun herself is in the group. She felt faint. This was supposed to be Lia's humiliation arc. How did she end up socially dying? Unfortunately for her, the fox had no mercy. Ye Miko, General Sarah, don't stop now, there are still 4 more rules of divine statue maintenance. Smirk. Sarah. Miko, come to the Tenshikaku later. I have a sample figurine for you. You may do with it as you wish. Ye Miko, oh my, how thoughtful of you. Jade Chamber. Keking breathed out in relief when the group chat's focus shifted away from her. Phew. Good. At least no one's staring at me anymore. But who knew Kyujiao Sarah was such a professional collector? I should exchange tips with her later. Her confidence fully restored, she lifted her chin again. After all, she only had that one embarrassing flaw. Once this part was over, it would finally move on to Ganyu. Thinking of how Ganyu teased her earlier, Keking's little tiger teeth clenched. Humph, dare mock me? Just wait, I'll return the favor. Completely forgetting that Arthur had said, non-serious item number 1. Which meant, there were still number 2, 3, 4. Blue Star Villa. Arthur continued. Next non-serious item number 2, the butt-twisting evil sword style. He played a video. The screen showed Keking wielding Lion's Roar, striking gracefully in a training ground. Her movements sharp, elegant, swift, but with that slight sideways hip twist typical of the Yunlai swordsmanship. Most people normally wouldn't notice anything odd, but after the previous Morix fangirl revelation, the chat and viewers instantly had creative interpretations. Many viewers tried to act polite and ignore it, but inside the Jade Chamber, they didn't have that restraint. Jade Chamber, a butt-tilting sword style. Ningguang raised an eyebrow. Well, I must admit that name is rather accurate. Keking exploded instantly. It's not some butt-twisting evil style. It's Yunlai swordsmanship. That posture maximizes momentum transfer through the hips, allowing a full-body strike. It's perfectly proper sword form. A moment ago she'd been ready to mock Ganyu. Now fate had slapped her first. And the worst part? The explanation was sound. But the nickname stuck anyway. Keking's eyes dimmed. Her reputation utterly ruined. Ganyu calmly nodded, face serious but eyes sparkling with suppressed laughter. Yes. Understood. The butt-twisting sword style. It's Yunlai swordsmanship. Yunlai. Yes, Keking the butt-twisting sword style. Ganyu's newfound confidence made her annoyingly immune to rebuttal. Keking felt her soul leaving her body. She checked the chat group. Luckily, they were still talking about rocks and dolls, not her misery. But comparing her to Kyujao Sera's professional devotion, Keking felt a second wave of embarrassment. This day was too much. Now she truly understood the pain Lumen, Jean, and Barbara had felt before. This damned light screen host really enjoyed exposing people's weaknesses. Mondstadt Good Hunter Restaurant. Humph. Lumen crossed her arms, glaring at the screen. First it was Jean's perfect butt, now it's Keking's butt-twisting sword style. This light screen guy is definitely an LSP. Paimon munched her food while nodding vigorously. It's true, normal people don't stare at those things. Then Paimon peeked at Lumen's annoyed expression and grinned mischievously. Hee, someone's jealous again. Why did you say again? What's there to be jealous of? It's not like I lose to Jean, and definitely not to that Liu Yuheng. In fact, if you don't believe me, I can show you this so-called butt-twisting sword style back at the room. Paimon nearly dropped her plate. This woman was built different. Wouldn't it be easier to show it to the light screen guy directly? Paimon thought, but did not dare to say. Alright, let me just finish this. Before she could take another bite, Lumen grabbed her by the collar. No time, we're going. My food. I have the gourmet tablecloth. You'll eat later. You didn't pay yet. Alright, wait here. Blue Star Villa. Arthur had no idea Lumen now considered him an LSP. Nor did he know she was about to demonstrate Yunlai swordsmanship out of pure competitiveness. If he knew, he would have given a thumbs up. Good job, Scum Lumen. He smiled and continued. Alright, next is non-serious item number 3. Keking's lifelong nemesis. The Electro Slime. Keking. 44. Keking's lifelong nemesis. The Electro Slime. 44. Keking's lifelong nemesis. The Electro Slime. Jade Chamber. After the previous 2 humiliation rounds, Keking lay sprawled on the table, mentally exhausted. She looked almost exactly like Ganyu earlier. Even her twin cat ear ahobes wilted pitifully. But the words, lifelong nemesis, drifted in from the light screen, and her ears twitched. She shot upright instantly. Wait, my lifelong nemesis. Could it be that I face some terrifying foe in the future? That got her attention. Beside her, Ganyu hesitated, wanting to warn her, and finally said softly. Yuheng lady, the light screen said it's the Electro Slime. Oh, the Electro. What? Electro Slime. Keking froze. Surely she misheard, but Ganyu nodded solemnly. A single Electro Slime? Why would that be her lifelong nemesis? Keking frowned deeply. That must be a mistake. If it said, Electro Hypostasis, I could understand. She looked back at the light screen, waiting for clarification. Blue Star Villa. Arthur sighed emotionally. In the actual Genshin Impact game, Electro Slimes are fully immune to electro damage. Even the Raiden Shogun can't shock them. But Keking and Raiden Shogun are the 2 most famous Electro characters. And thanks to countless meme players doing cursed challenge runs, their tragic battles against Electro Slimes became legendary, deep-rooted, everlasting. With nostalgia, Arthur clicked on the video. Keking vs Slimes. Ahem. The title looked a bit questionable, but the content was very serious. The footage began. A lonely path outside Laya Harbor. For unknown reasons, a dozen Electro Slimes had gathered there, crackling with purple lightning. It was unsafe for travelers. A graceful figure passed by. Keking. As Yuheng, she would never ignore this. Xing, sword drawn. She dashed into the group like violet lightning. Her movements were crisp, sharp, elegant. Yunlai swordsmanship. Swish, swish, swish. Thunder crackled across the clearing, like a miniature thunderstorm. And then, immune, 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 immune 999. With each strike, the screen was filled with the dreaded purple immune pop-up. All of TVIT fell silent. Ordinary chat group. Harry, wait, I'm not hallucinating, right? Electro Slimes are this strong. Xavier, no mistake. They're completely immune to Yuheng's lightning blade. Terrifying. Selvanai, I've never seen such a thing. Perhaps Laya's slimes evolved? Tian Taijui doesn't sound like anything I've heard of either. Master Mao, maybe it's a future mutation, but hey, as a lifelong nemesis. I can see it now. Light screen footage continues. Keking in the video was clearly stunned. All that speed, precision, and thunderous flare. Only to achieve nothing but immune spam. But she refused to accept defeat. Electro surged again as she resumed her Yunlai stance, only to receive more. Immune, immune, immune. Finally, Keking gritted her teeth and unleashed her burst. There is no escape. Star Ward Sword. Flickering lights, sever the clouds. But even the ultimate move. Immune, 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 everything immune. Keking was utterly stunned. Yet, as Laya's Yuheng, she could not back down. So she did the only thing she could. Normal attacks. 1 chip of damage at a time. Thus began the legendary scene. Keking, the Yuheng of Liu, engaged in 10 minutes of slow, painful chip damage, shaving therapy. 1. Tiny, slimy, hit, at a time, until every electro slime finally burst. All of Tivat was paralyzed. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, wow, so Laya's electro slimes are that strong. No wonder they're her lifelong nemesis. Paimon, immune, it's haunting Paimon's brain. Jean, cough. I'm sure Yuheng's skill is far superior. This presentation is probably exaggerated. Alice, this is literal scraping. Watching it feels like torture. Ye Miko, I wonder can these slimes also ignore EI's attacks. EI, try it and see if my Naginata is still sharp. Kecking, slander. All slander. That video is fabricated. Farina, why does that line sound so familiar? Smirk. Lumen. Barbara. Zhongli, according to common sense, Laya should not have such powerful electro slimes. Zionling, right. I've never run into something like that. Ye Miko, really? I don't believe it. Lumen, really? I don't believe it. Venti, really? I don't believe it. Charlotte, really? I don't believe it. Jade Chamber. Kecking looked at the chat scroll by, and completely shut down. She, the noble Yuheng of Laya, holder of the Electro Vision, master of Yunlai swordsmanship, symbol of efficiency, and her lifelong nemesis is ASLIME. This is slander. All slander. Ganya tried comforting her. It's okay, Yuheng lady. Next time, you can livestream defeating an electro slime to prove yourself. That's actually a good idea. Kecking perked slightly, but then, Ningguang's voice drifted in, cool and gentle. Unless it ends up being immune again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kecking slammed the table, for bristling. She knew it was fake, but the video was so vivid and realistic that she felt mild trauma creeping in. 10 minutes of chip damage. The endless purple immune text. She suddenly imagined lifting her blanket tonight and an electro slime pops out. Immune. Kecking shivered. Ningguang and Ganyu exchanged looks. Is she actually traumatized? Blue Star Villa. Arthur enjoyed the clip thoroughly. Kecking's suffering truly had a unique charm. He laughed. Poor Kecking. So determined and hardworking, yet defeated by a single slime. But it's fine. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the shaving girl. One day she'll shave her revenge. In the Jade Chamber, Kecking's mouth twitched. She had a bad feeling that even if she killed a real electro slime later, this title would never disappear. Like I am Kamisato Ayaka's dog. Like Barbara, the exorcist with bare hands. Some titles were eternal. Kecking slumped back into her chair. Transcendent chat group. Kecking, I'm tired. Let the world end. Paimon, haha. After Barbara, Kecking is turning into Lumen 2.0. Venti, don't give up, young girl. Life has its ups and downs. Don't bully tomorrow's shaving queen. Ye Miko, yes. And tomorrow you'll shave more immune results, right? Lumen, don't worry. It gets better later. Kecking, why? Barbara, because you get used to it. Kecking, Blue Star Villa. After closing the video, Arthur smiled brightly. So, that concludes Kecking's battle with her lifelong nemesis. A duel of fated rivals. A showdown between genius and ooze. Now, let us witness her other legendary form. Non-serious item number 4. The Thunder Archon of Lyu. Instantly, all of Tivat froze. Because this time, the joke involved a god. Travelers messing around was one thing. Barbara becoming an AK-wielding medic was one thing. But calling someone a new Archon, that was serious. Ordinary chat group. Jeeping, the Thunder Archon of Lyu. Nagano Sachiko, isn't the Raiden Shogun the only Electro Archon? Lawrence, does this mean there are more than 7 Archons? Grand Sage, Lyu created their own god. Uncle Tion, impossible. That would be blasphemy. Also, why did you say also? Grand Sage, misspoke. Master Mao, I've only heard of Morix, the stove god, and some Adepti. Tion Taijui, Lyu's Thunder Archon, sounds like a great story title. I should write that down. Jade Chamber. Lyu's Thunder Archon. Kecking shot up straight once more. First she can't beat slimes. Now she's a god. This light screen's mood swings were too abrupt. If she weren't strong-willed, she might have collapsed by now. Ganya murmured. Maybe it means your strength rivals a god. Ningguang shook her head. Let's watch first. When divine matters are mentioned, one must be cautious. Mondstadt Storm Terror's lair. Lyu's Thunder Archon. Venti raised a brow with interest. As one of the original 7, he clearly knew no such Archon existed. This must be a joke. Like Barbara's armed medic. Still, Venti looked excited. Entertainment value, very high. Oh, you seem pleased, Dvalin said. Of course. Aside from drinking, these non-serious reviews are the highlight of my day. If even the god of freedom was a born mischief maker, what hope did Kecking have? Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Lyu's Thunder Archon. Hu Tao scratched her chin. Probably just a joke. How could Lyu have a thunder god? But then she glanced sideways at Zhongli. Wait. Maybe it's possible. After all, even Zhongli turned out to be. She stopped herself. But her mind raced. If her tiny funeral parlor could casually contain a mysterious, ancient, super knowledgeable consultant, then Lia's Yuhang having a divine secret identity wasn't impossible. Hu Tao's eyes lit up and she hopped beside Zhongli. Hey, consultant. You know tons of stuff, right? Is Keqing actually the Thunder Archon of Liu? Was she appointed by Rex Lapis? Or by the Raiden Shogun? Why hide her identity for so many years? And if there's a Liu Thunder Archon, is there a Liu Hydro Archon? A Liu Pyro Archon? And if we have a Geo Archon, do other nations have their own Geo Archons? And, Zhongli, where did this girl suddenly get infinite questions? Could someone please carry her away? Inajima Tenshikaku, Ei, Miko, and Sarah were watching the light screen together. Also, Miko was here to pick up her figurine, and Sarah was here to deliver food. Lia's Thunder Archon. Miko smirked. Ei, seems like you've lost your title. No matter. Ei waved a hand calmly. It's clearly a joke. After seeing so many chaotic reviews, she was no longer surprised, and after dealing with Lumen, her tolerance for blasphemy had increased significantly. Still, Ei couldn't help wondering, why Keqing? Why that specific title? Miko noticed Ei's thoughtful expression and raised a brow. Looks like she really has changed. She picked up her chopsticks to eat tofu, but then her gaze slid to Sarah. Upright, stiff, reverent. A sly smile curled on Miko's lips. He. Kyujiao Sarah. You don't want your precious Shogun figurine to gather dust, do you? 45. Forget Lia's Thunder Archon, just come to Inajima and be the real Raiden Shogun. 45. Forget Lia's Thunder Archon, just come to Inajima and be the real Raiden Shogun. Inajima Tenshikaku. General Kyujiao, come here a moment. Miko waved sweetly at Kyujiao Sarah with a fox-like smile that screamed trouble. Sarah frowned slightly. What was the Gyuji up to now? She glanced at the Shogun. Ei was silent, unmoving. So Sarah reluctantly walked over. Gyuji, do you require something? Oh, nothing serious. Miko covered her lips in a dainty laugh. Just that Ei handed me a little gift earlier. She lifted a hand, and pulled from her sleeve, a Raiden Shogun figurine, the sacred statue of Her Excellency, the almighty Narukami Agasho. Sarah's eyes widened instantly, but then she recalled her passionate rant in the group chat earlier, and embarrassment hit her like a lightning bolt. Miko's smile sharpened. You like it, yes. I already have one. If you want it I can give it to you. Like. Sarah answered without hesitation. To hesitate even a second would be disrespect toward the Shogun. Miko nodded. Of course. It's yours. But. Her fox eyes narrowed mischievously. Say, the beautiful and brilliant Gyuji. The beautiful and brilliant Gyuji. Thank you for this gift. Before Miko could react, Sarah snatched up the figurine with both hands, turned, bowed deeply to Ei, and returned to her seat in one swift, dignified motion. Clean, efficient, loyal. As expected of the Shogun's hound. Miko. She may have miscalculated, but she didn't dwell on it. The figurine was always meant for Sarah anyway. Ei had simply told her to pass it along. The real fun was still ahead. The revelation of Lia's Thunder Archon. Miko's eyes returned to the light screen, gleaming with expectation. Ei and Sarah looked up as well. Blue Star Villa. Arthur clicked to play the next video. He didn't show gameplay footage. The damage numbers would be too awkward to explain. The video began. Light screen footage. Tenshikaku. La Signora knelt on the floor, clutching her chest, eyes full of disbelief. Your power. Why? Paimon huffed coldly. Lumen turned back with a blank expression. Worn sword in hand, eyes icy. Transcendent chat group. Ayaka, isn't that the Shogun's Tenshikaku? Signora, Tenshikaku? Why would I be there? Lumen, you didn't just go there. You even fought me. And lost. LOL. Paimon, hehe. Lumen is awesome. Child, TSK. Weak. Scaramouche, pathetic. Keqing, and me. Where am I in all this? Ganyu, should appear soon. Goth Grand Hotel. Signora sat on a chair, arms crossed. So I must have been following Her Majesty's orders. Then something happened and I fought the traveler. And lost. It was the only conclusion. She exhaled. Enough guesswork. She continued watching. Light screen footage. Footsteps echoed. A figure descended from the throne, holding Mizuno Hitotake. Paimon and Lumen turned toward the sound. And then, Keqing entered the screen. Sword in hand. Expression cold as thunder. The Liu Thunder Archon. Transcendent chat group. Keqing. Ei. Sarah, WY. That should be the Shogun. Why is it Lady Keqing? Jean, so that's what Liu Thunder Archon meant. Hu Tao, haha, I thought too much. Venti, hey, did you think it was a Liu branch office of the Electro Archon? Hu Tao, maybe. Paimon, wait. Raiden Shino, Liu Thunder Archon Keqing, why are you holding a sword like that? Lumen, don't tell me she's here to chop us. Furina, or maybe she's chopping the Fatui. Signora, impossible. I am a diplomatic envoy. Sarah, whoever disrespects the Shogun must die. Lumen. Keqing. Light screen footage continues. Lumen raised her sword defensively, but Keqing ignored her and walked straight past, heading toward the kneeling Signora. I am the emissary of Snezhnia. Signora staggered up, panicked. If you dare lift a blade against me. Her voice trembled. Snezhnia will ensure your precious Inajima. She kept retreating, desperation rising. Stop, I order you. Keking didn't slow. Her expression cold, but her back flared. 3 Raiden-style Magadamas of lightning appeared. Her aura surged violently. Signora shrieked. You all of you, why me? Then she lunged in a final act of madness. A flash of violet light, Musa-level sword light cleaved through the hall. Keking stepped past her. Without looking back, Signora evaporated into pure ash. Transcendent chat group. Paimon, why thank goodness she wasn't after us. Lumen, this is the Laya Thunder Archon. She one-shot an executive. I love it. Zhongli, according to common reason this was indeed magnificent. Novelette, if one did not know the truth, one might truly believe Lady Keking to be an Archon. Alice, hee. Keking, Morix, I ascend to godhood. Zhongli, Keking, please stop, Miss Alice. Venti, didn't you want human governance? If you become the Thunder Archon, you can achieve it by yourself. Yay Miko, not bad, not bad. 100 times better than a certain friend of mine. Forget Laya's Thunder Archon, come to Inajima as the real one. Ei. Sarah, Gyuji, do not insult the Shogun. Miko, Era, you accepted my gift just now and now you scold me. Furina, gift? What gift? Sarah, I can return it, but I cannot allow disrespect toward the Shogun. Miko, Era so cruel. Everyone, I roll. This fox was truly the closest thing to the traveler in terms of pure mischief. Light screen footage ending. Keking sheathed her blade without turning back. You are the enemy of eternity. Lumen nearly unsheathed her sword again, but Keking continued calmly. But I acknowledge your victory. Therefore, I permit you to leave Tenchikaku on your feet. Video end. Blue Star Villa. The original meme video was titled, Laya Thunder Archon slays the Raiden Shogun. Signora was the Shogun. Lumen was Yanfei. Paimon was Klee. But Arthur had modified it. There were 2 reasons. Too messy. With so many role swaps, Tivat residents might get confused. Too dangerous. If people saw their own Archon killed even as a joke, Inajima's extreme faith could explode. He wanted humor and engagement, not riots. So he simplified the cast. Keking alone was the Thunder Archon. Everyone else reverted to their real identities. Signora, she had been meme-killed countless times already. One more wouldn't hurt. Jade Chamber Laya. Keking didn't speak. She sat down, hand on chin, thinking. A moment later, her eyes sparkled. I understand now. Oh. Ningguang tapped her pipe. Has our Laya Thunder Archon discovered something? Ganya stayed silent, but her curved eyes betrayed amusement. Keking glared at them. It's not like that. The Laya Thunder Archon isn't like Barbara's meme. This one is a real future event. In that timeline, the traveler visits Inajima. For some reason, they clash with Signora. And the one who delivered the final blow should be the Raiden Shogun. Keking was just swapped in by the light screen. Ningguang and Ganya nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, that made sense. Since it involved Snezhnia and Inajima, Laya naturally had no role in it. But Ningguang smirked. No, the Raiden Shogun is strong, but our Keking is hardly weaker. Now Laya has its own Thunder Archon. With 2 gods Geo and Lightning, who would dare bully us? Normally, Ningguang would never joke about gods, but after seeing EI's reactions in the group, she realized the Shogun wasn't offended, so she allowed herself a little teasing. Ganya nodded solemnly. Yes, Lady Ningguang is correct. Keking flushed. You too, humph. If she really were an Archon, the first thing she'd do is smite these 2. Meanwhile Zhongli's conclusion in the chat. Lumen, so that's the future me and Paimon. Paimon, but why do we fight Signora? And why would the Shogun kill her? Ei, an audience with the Almighty. Nahitha, what's that? Sarah, a sacred duel decreed by the Shogun. Loser receives divine punishment. Winner is granted a path forward. Navia, sounds like Fontaine's dual proxies. Clorinda. Kazuha, I had a friend who once participated. He lost. Sai. Goth Grand Hotel. Signora finally pieced it together. So that was it. In the future, I opposed the traveler. We dueled before the Shogun. I underestimated them. I lost. And the Shogun executed me. She nodded slowly. Makes sense. Which meant, to preserve her life, she should avoid provoking the traveler. And avoid Inajima entirely. Stay far away. Signora clenched her fists. For the rest of her life she would never set foot in Inajima. I'll need to report this to Her Majesty immediately. She quickly wrote a letter. Some things were better not said in the group chat. Transcendent chat group. Child, I'll admit Signora is bold. Threatening the Shogun like that? Scaramouche, indeed. Almost as bold as you stabbing the Geo Archon. Child. I said it's not me. Look, congratulations. One less fatui. Hu Tao, should we prepare a funeral? I can offer a discount. Chicken, her sacrifice merits at least half a day of state mourning for Snezhnia. Signora, Hey. I'm not dead. Scaramouche, unfortunately. Signora, humph. I will never go to Inajima again. Yay Miko, Laya too after all, the one who beheaded you was Lia's Thunder Archon. Keqing, please stop making this bigger. Still, Keqing couldn't deny it. Seeing herself one-shot an executive like a divine warrior. It felt really cool. Blue Star Villa. Arthur chuckled as he watched the exploding chat. Poor Signora. They were already scheduling her funeral. Not bad. One day, I'll show them Winter Night's Lazzo. Many fans complained that Signora had no presence in that cutscene. Fine. He would give her a front row seat at her own funeral. Maximum immersion. He turned back to the camera. 1/ to defeat La Signorith Majesty of the Lia Thunder Archon truly shines. Next, we'll examine another side of our dear Keqing. Non-serious item number 5. Mixed Awful Chef Keqing. Jade Chamber. PFFFF. Keqing was drinking water. And spit it everywhere. Her again. Wait. Mixed Awful Chef. What kind of cursed title was that? 46. Keqing single. My grilled mixed awful EI. So this other Thunder Archon can cook too. 46. Keqing single. My grilled mixed awful EI. So this other Thunder Archon can cook too. Jade Chamber Lia. Mixed Awful Master. Ganyu blinked. Is that referring to Lady Keqing? As far as she knew, Keqing's family dealt in land and construction. How did that turn into mixed awful? Did she secretly change careers? Keqing herself was equally baffled. It should be talking about me, but my family has never been in the food business. My favorite dish is golden shrimp balls. That has absolutely nothing to do with mixed awful. If anyone fits the term, mixed awful master, it'd be Xiangling, right? Keqing rubbed her temples. The previous, unserious evaluations, she could barely understand. Even the part about electro slimes being immune to her attacks, while outrageous, still made some sense. She was an electro vision holder after all. But this? Mixed awful? There was no connection whatsoever. She ran through her entire life and family history. Nothing. Looks like the light screen finally made a mistake. I have zero relation to a mixed awful chef. But Ningguang disagreed. No, the one behind the light screen is unreliable, yes. But his impressions are never baseless. Every evaluation so far has had some root. So there must be something we're overlooking. Transcendent Chat Group. Lumen, Mixed Awful Master. What kind of title is that? Venti, the tone really changed from the previous evaluations. Xiangling, wait, Keqing isn't just Lia's Thunder Archon, she's also a mixed awful chef. Mischievous.jpg. Keqing. Zhongli, judging from the pattern, this will not be unrelated. Ayaka, but Lady Keqing is the Yuheng of the Kixing, how could she be tied to mixed awful? Paimon, food. Keqing, my favorite food is golden shrimp balls. Farina, how this is difficult. Nahitha, let's watch the light screen explain. Blue Star Villa. Arthur smiled. Yes, normally Keqing has no connection with mixed awful whatsoever. But thanks to certain peculiarities she received the title anyway. I'll play a few of her voice lines. Then you'll understand. He clicked play. Keqing's elemental burst lines. No escape. Sword, follow my command. As one with my blade cut down the riffraff. Repeat. Jade Chamber Lia. Keqing repeated softly. No escape. Sword, follow my command. As one with my blade cut down the unworthy. She frowned. Everything sounded normal. She looked to Ningguang and Ganyu. Did you two notice something? Of course. Ningguang smiled mysteriously, tapping her pipe. Ganyu nodded. Yes, it was hidden in plain sight. Keqing grew anxious. Don't be cryptic. Tell me. Don't let the person involved be the only one who doesn't get the joke. Ganyu said gently. Keqing, read the third line again. Quickly. Keqing took a breath. As one with my blade, cut down the rab. Let my sword's light be as I am cutting down all that is impure and chaotic. Impure and chaotic. Beef awful. Cut down the mixed awful. She froze. What? That's the explanation. As the user of the ability for years, she'd never made that connection. Who in the world first discovered this? Transcendent Chat Group. Paimon, what is it? I can't figure it out. Xiangling, it becomes, cut down the mixed awful if you say it fast. Lumen, brilliant. Completely unserious. Ayaka, the first person who realized this must be a genius. Alice, cut down the mixed awful master Keqing. Yes, very logical. Venti, then the Yunlai sword style becomes the mixed awful sword style too. Farina, Master Keqing, mixed awful sword style. Then Keqing probably cooks mixed awful really well. Ye Miko, Lia's Thunder Archon can both cook and sing. My dear friend must be sobbing from jealousy. Charlotte, ahem, Lady Yuheng, thoughts? Keqing, Master Keqing, mixed awful sword style. Keqing felt her soul leave her body. She opened her mouth to deny everything, but then the left side of the light screen changed. Something new was loading. Blue Star Villa. Arthur grinned. So you all understand now. Yes, Keqing's mixed awful master title came from that. And she even has a full single because of it. Everyone, please enjoy Keqing's original hit. My grilled mixed awful. He clicked play. The world froze. Keqing's heart dropped into the abyss. A song? With that title? No respectable song had a name like that. She wanted to shut off the screen. Too late. Light screen video Wanmin restaurant, Lia. Keqing stood before a little roadside stall. Short body, huge bobblehead, chibi proportions. Cute, but also vaguely cursed. She was grilling skewers of mixed offal while singing enthusiastically. Have you tasted this fragrant taste before? Have you tried this spicy feeling before? Have you heard the voice of Laya's rising star before? She bobbed her head, closed her eyes dramatically, completely immersed. Then the chorus hit, and she unleashed herself. The real grilled mixed offal is super powerful. Let you taste real lime. A flavor that's truly unique. Offal grilled offal. MYYYY grilled offal. Eat it and be happy every day. Offal grilled offal. MYYYY grilled offal. Eat it and feel energetic morning to night. The song, the voice, the movements, the expressions. It was an assault on the soul. Even Arataki, a Touniverse-class loudmouth, stood frozen, hand over mouth, other hand pointing at Keking. Pure horror. Mondstadt Cathedral. This is, my grilled mixed offal. Barbara's jaw dropped. She thought the title was strange, yes. But she expected the song to be okay. Not whatever this was. She shuddered. Thank goodness my segment was a normal idol song. After seeing Keking's suffering, her own, Unsuria's titles, suddenly didn't feel so bad. Perspective truly was everything. She whispered a guilty apology in her heart. Inajima Tenshikaku. Era not bad at all. Lady Keking's single is delightful. Ye Miko smiled as if watching art. Ei and Sarah turned toward her, speechless. That was good, that thing. Ei stared. Sarah stared. What in Narukami's name did Gyuji Ye normally watch? You disapprove. Miko tilted her head innocently. Then, sly as ever, she leaned toward Ei. Keking is the Yuheng, Laya's Thunder Archon. Not only can she cook mixed offal, she can sing. Ei, can you do that? Ei. This fox was stabbing her right in the weakness. And in front of her subordinate, no less. She wanted to draw her blade, but she couldn't refute it. Then, Sarah stood. She gently placed the precious shogun figurine aside. Gyuji Ye, she said firmly. The shogun's exalted status means she need not cook personally. If she needs food, I will deliver it. If she needs songs, Lady Ayaka has already joined the idol group. If one performer isn't enough, I can bring the other three as well. Miko blinked. Ei exhaled in relief. A good subordinate. Truly loyal. But Miko wasn't done. But Ei is the real Thunder Archon. And if the Laya Thunder Archon can cook and sing, then surely the true Thunder Archon should not be inferior. No one dares insult the shogun. Enough. Ei cut them off. She had planned to watch in silence, but the bickering was giving her a headache. She stood. You're right, she said seriously. If that so-called Laya Thunder Archon can cook mixed offal and sing, then I cannot fall behind. I will cook something. Wait here. Ei walked toward the kitchen. Sarah, yes, shogun. Her eyes sparkled. A shogun-cooked meal. Such honor. But Ye Miko's face froze. Sarah didn't know, but Miko did. Ei's cooking was catastrophic. She shuddered at the memory. Perhaps I should leave. But a whisper floated to her ear. Miko, don't even think about escaping. Or I'll visit the Grand Narukami Shrine myself. You don't want the shrine maidens to see, right? Ye Miko. She was trapped. This was karma. Today was truly a terrible day. Jade Chamber Laya. My grilled mixed offal. Keking watched the video with dead eyes. This was worse than she feared. She thought, at worst, she'd be on a stage singing. Embarrassing but manageable. Instead, she got a cursed chibi body, a bizarre voice, and a demonic dance. Her reputation as the elegant Yuheng, gone. Why is it always me? Keking wanted to cry. Ganyu patted her lightly. Well, not everything is bad. And being called Laya's Thunder Archon is technically high praise. Ningguang nodded. In a world ruled by gods, to be associated with an Archon is an extraordinary honor. Keking. She couldn't completely refute that. She glanced at everyone else's humiliations. Barbara's cursed medical memes. Signora being killed repeatedly. Lumen's LSP filter. The executives roasted daily. Compared to that, mixed offal didn't seem that terrible. She took a deep breath. I see. As long as I'm not the only one suffering, it's not so bad. No wonder the traveler always recovers so fast. Truly enlightening. 47. Keking the Cat. Lumines Fantasy Epic. The Legendary Life of Laya's Thunder God. 47. Keking the Cat. Lumines Fantasy Epic. The Legendary Life of Laya's Thunder God. Transcendent Chat Group. Arataki Ito, wahaha. The Arataki gang's boss makes an appearance. Kuki Shinobu, boss, you're literally just background decoration. Yun-jin, this musical style is rather peculiar. Ayaka, such a strange feeling. It makes me want to close the video, yet at the same time, I can't stop watching. Nilo, ahem, more like. Not listening for one day feels uncomfortable, listening once ruins your whole day. Seiyu, I can't watch it, too stimulating, now I can't even sleep. Alice, haha, truly magical. Furina, I've never seen a stage play like this. Hard to imagine the mental state of whoever created that video. Lumen, life is hard, Keking must perform. Even the Laya Thunder God herself had to dance. What is there to complain about? Evil grin. Paimon, exactly. Yanfei, I feel like I'll never be able to look Lady Keqing in the eyes again. Yao Yao, I hope Sister Ganyu's turn won't be like this. Ye Miko, after medical studies can't save Mondstadt, it's refreshing to get another top-tier nonsense video. Looking forward to the next one. Barbara, Keqing, Ganyu, Villa Blue Star. Arthur finished savoring my grilled mixed offal and laughed softly. Yes, it was bullying Keqing a little, but it was very entertaining. Now then, he said, you all should have a solid understanding of the Mixed Offal Master title. Not only does she have the Mixed Offal sword style, she even has a Mixed Offal song. If she opens a shop, it'll absolutely explode in popularity. As for embarrassment, don't worry, I've prepared the solution. For anyone who wants to eat at her stall, they must first say, a meeting from another world now, let us enjoy true flavor. After a bit of teasing, he continued. And now the sixth and final unserious evaluation, Keqing the cat. Tivet's fauna is diverse, including many cat-like species. For example, Mondstadt's Diana, Inazuma's Nekomata Kirera, and Fontaine's Lynette. Diana and Lynette are special cases, but when it comes to Keqing, he pulled up several images, side by side. Diana, Keqing, Kirera, Lynette. At a glance, all four had cat ears. Anyone who didn't know better would assume they were all catfolk. Jade Chamber Laya. Huh. It's true. I never noticed. Ganyu compared the pictures, astonished. Ningguang nodded. These unserious evaluations may be ridiculous, but the observations are frighteningly sharp. Always catching details even we overlook. She then glanced at Keqing, who looked unusually calm. Keqing, you have no comment. Nope, I've gotten used to everything. Compared to the earlier evaluations, this is nothing. Keqing waved her hand dismissively. If this had been the first evaluation, she would have exploded immediately, insisting that those were hair buns, not cat ears. But now, after everything, Keqing the cat was a minor issue, a tiny scene, nothing to panic over. Ganyu and Ningguang exchanged looks. Her evolution was terrifying, from furious, to despair, to complete acceptance. Ganyu suddenly shivered. Next was her turn. Would she also become like Lady Keqing? Transcendent chat group. Lumen, honestly, it really does look like a cat. Paimon, is this Keqing's secret identity? Evil grin. Zhongli, they are double buns or oxhorn buns. Xiangling, but compared to the other three, she really fits in. Diana, first, I only look like a cat. That's just Knight's line lineage. Second, Keqing really looks like a cat. Liney, my sister isn't actually a cat either, just a bit of ancestral reversion. Kirera, so I'm the only real cat here. Ye Miko, huh, you finally realized. Alice, hee hee, such a tasty little kitty. Kirera, don't come near me. Scared.jpg. Chaos filled the chat. Venti, Keqing has 6 unserious evaluations. Probably the most so far. Nahitha, Traveler has 5, Acting Grandmaster 2, Barbara 2, Keqing has 6. Ayaka, she has more than the Traveler. Alice, so the Traveler isn't the most unserious Keqing is. Keqing, Yuri slandering me. Lumen, hee Keqing, you don't want people to know how unserious you actually are, do you? Keqing, look, she's revealing her true nature. Farina, why did that line sound suspiciously familiar? Ganyu, feels like something Gyuji would say, very Inajimon in flavor. Ye Miko, Ganyu dear, I'm just a pure and innocent little fox. Kyujao Sarah. Ei. Goro. Ito. Mondstadt the Traveler's room. Lumen tossed her cloak aside proudly. Ha, Keqing has 6 unserious evaluations. Let's see who calls me shameless next. She wasn't as sensitive about it as before. But having fewer was always better for face. After all, she was now the honorary knight. Then Paimon murmured. What if the number of unserious evaluations depends on popularity? Keqing has more because she's more liked, more favored by the light screen guy. That is possible. Popularity Laya Thunder God. Lumen's eyes widened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You think she's more popular than me? She stood up. Fine, I'll show you the true but Sid. A cloud-style sword technique. She mimicked Keqing's moves. As a sword user, her form wasn't bad, but her hip wiggles carried an unmistakable aura of shameless little gremlin. Paimon burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lumen, are you trying to kill me so you can take my savings? Savings? Lumen narrowed her eyes. Paimon froze. Oh no, you can buy your own food from now on. Nuh, Lumen, I'm sorry. Lumen ignored her and sat on the sofa, because suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, everyone, listen. I've discovered something amazing. All of Keqing's evaluations can be connected into one story. Paimon, wow. The Traveler is amazing. Best in Tivet. Keqing, those can be connected. Venti, interesting. Explain. Hu Tao, explain. Ye Miko, explain. Nahitha, I'd like to hear it too. Farina, same here. Lumen announced dramatically. Keqing's 6 unserious evaluations are Twisted Rex Lapis Fangirl, but Tilt Sword Style. Nemesis, Electro Slime. Laya's Thunder God. Mixed Awful Master. Kecking the Cat. Now watch how I link them. Lumen's fantasy epic, The Legendary Life of Laya's Thunder God. Lumen cleared her throat. Kecking was born and raised in Liyue, deeply loving her homeland. She saw that the gods would not always remain, so humanity must rise on their own. Because of her human governance ideology, she often said things unsuitable for public ears. Thus she only collected Rex Lapis figurines in secret, and so she became a twisted Rex Lapis fangirl. One day, she witnessed the terrifying power of a god. She realized, without power, human governance cannot stand. Thus she trained tirelessly in the butt tilt sword style. Years passed. One day, lightning roared, heaven and earth trembled, Kecking ascended. She achieved divine strength, becoming the thunder god of Liyue. But then, a powerful aura approached Liyue. It was Signora. She had gained strength equal to a god. Kecking's cat-like hair buns were mocked. Signora insulted her, but the Kecking of now was no longer weak. To defend her dignity, and to protect Liyue, she struck. A bolt of lightning, a single flash. Signora was vaporized. Liyue prospered under Kecking's protection. Human governance at last had divine strength behind it. Then came the day. Kecking encountered her true nemesis, the Electro Slime, a being that ignored godlike power, returned only immune. Her cultivation collapsed, her confidence shattered. Heartbroken, she left the mortal world, becoming the wandering mixed awful master. She left behind only one song, My Grilled Mixed Awful. Thus the Liyue Thunder God became a legend, until one day, a traveler from another world arrived. Moved by her story, the traveler wrote a book, The Legendary Life of Laya's Thunder God. Lumen proudly finished. So, didn't I connect everything perfectly? The entire chat fell silent. No one replied. Everyone was stunned. Jade Chamber Liyue. The Legendary Life of Laya's Thunder God. Kecking looked conflicted. It was absurd, ridiculous, nonsensical, yet strangely touching. She could almost see another version of herself. Struggling, rising, protecting Liyue, then disappearing into legend. It really does fit my evaluations. Ningguang smiled. If you are satisfied, we can arrange for Tian Taijui to tell this tale across Liyue. Yes, we must honor our Liyue Thunder God properly. Ganyu earnestly agreed. Kecking rolled her eyes. Enjoy your fun while you can, she thought. Next up, was Ganyu's turn. Transcendent chat group. People finally recovered. Venti, wonderful. You connected everything. You'd make a better bard than me. Zinkayu, humorous yet well-structured. Truly impressive. Ayaka, remarkable storytelling. Paimon, Traveler is amazing. Alice, how many web novels have you read? Lumen, hehe. Good read, right? Kecking, it was impressive. Signora, why am I the villain again? Child, just accept it. Dying to the Liyue Thunder God is an honor. Evil grin. Ye Miko, better than our official Thunder God. Eightfold Pavilion should publish it. Furina, no, make it a stage play. Or a film. Lumen, as long as I get royalties, anything goes. Villa Blue Star. Arthur finished reading and burst out laughing, as expected of someone whose novel got published by Ye Publishing House. If Lumen lived on Blue Star, she'd definitely be a web novel queen. The Legendary Life of Laya's Thunder God. That practically summarizes Kecking's entire Unserious evaluation arc. He stretched. Alright, now it's finally Ganyu's turn. Hehe, time to talk about her childhood. 48, shocking. Ganyu once choked a monster to death. The Gilugula down the mountain true monarch. Villa Liyue POV, Arthur's stream. Kecking had a lot of material, so her Unserious evaluations took some time, Arthur said with a laugh. But now that all 6 are complete, we finally move on to the next victim. He paused slightly, teasing the audience. Next up Liyue Kixing's own Ganyu. The screen lit up with an image of Ganyu. Ayazang Mountain. Finally, it's Ganyu's turn. Cloud Retainer's voice was practically bubbling with excitement. That child was so adorable when she was small, her friends must surely want to know. Shenhe stood beside her, calm-faced as always, but internally, why does Master seem overly excited about exposing her disciples' secrets? After watching the light screen for so long, Shenhe had learned a dangerous new concept. Chaos Enjoyer, an unrepentant chaos seeker. Traveler, Venti, Hu Tao, Ye Miko, Furina. And now, apparently, her own master. Otherwise why would Cloud Retainer sound so eager to leak Ganyu's childhood? Liyue Jade Chamber. Finally it's over. Kecking exhaled in relief. Sure, she had acted nonchalant earlier, but that was only because Kek-Cat was mild compared to her previous humiliations. But who knew what horrors might have come after? She wasn't risking it. Now it was Ganyu's turn. Kecking turned toward her teammate with a wicked little smirk. Hehe, Ganyu, I'm really curious about your Unserious evaluations. Indeed, Ningguang added, eyes glinting. Since it's not about me, I shall watch with leisure. Ganyu stared at the two like a helpless little Kylan about to be sacrificed. They're all devils. Transcendent chat group. Yao, yay. Finally Ganyu, yeah. I can't wait. Ye Miko, hehe, I'm also curious. Ayaka, how many unserious evaluations will Lady Ganyu have? Keking, ahem, Ganyu is very capable. Surely she has more than me. Ether, Keking, so you do like watching other people's embarrassment. Paimon, yeah. A moment ago you were sulking. Alice, everyone knows if the joke isn't aimed at you, it's a good joke. Paimon, except one person. Right, Venti? Venti, ihihi. Zhongli, rationally speaking, the bard does indeed enjoy it. Barbara, you're just a simple bard, why would you have anything to be mocked for? Dvalin, Jean, Kea. Cloud Retainer, quiet. It's starting. Villa Arthur. Unserious evaluation number 1 for Ganyu. She can fall asleep anywhere. Arthur smiled. Despite being a half-adeptus, diligent, responsible, and often doing the work of several people, once she is off work, her true nature shows. For instance, her noon nap. Unlike Keking who never naps, Ganyu naps every day. It doesn't matter where she ice office, street, roadside, brush pile. As long as she curls herself up, boom, instantly asleep. Even if a group of hilly-shurls danced around her, she would not wake. There is also a funny story. Once, while escorting a previous Tianquan out of the city, Ganyu finished her meal, saw a pile of sweet grass, crawled inside, curled up, and immediately fell asleep. The workers didn't notice her and transported the whole pile straight to Daihua Marsh. She only woke up when her head rolled off the cart and hit the ground. And that poor Tianquan nearly filed a missing person report. If Ganyu wasn't an adeptus, she would have been kidnapped twice over. A faint laugh escaped Arthur. A battle-tested immortal, but basically a tiny, sleepy kitten. Inajima Grand Narukami Shrine. Deep in the forest, Seiyu lay sprawled on a tree branch. Finally, no Miko to torment her. Peace, freedom, sleep. Or so she planned until my grilled offal earlier completely shattered her calm. She wasn't sleepy at all now, but when she heard this, she can sleep anywhere instantly. Seiyu sat straight up, eyes shining. If I learn that I could sleep more, sleep anytime, grow taller. The little ninja began trembling with excitement. Transcendent chat group. Ningguang, yes, the missing person incident, it is well known among the Kixing. Keking, true. I also forgot until now. Cloud Retainer, ha ha ha, that child is full of such stories. Moon Carver, indeed. Gullible, soft-hearted, very easy to bully. Ganyu. Jean, honestly I envy that ability. Kakamai, me too. If only I could collapse and sleep instantly, life would be easier. Seiyu, Ganyujia, how do you do it? Ganyu, little tanuki child, actually. Seiyu, I'm Sayu, not a tanuki. Ganyu, alright. Seiyu, it's probably my adeptus bloodline. Or you can try working overtime every day. When you're exhausted enough, you'll sleep instantly. Seiyu, thank you. Seiyu stared blankly at her hands. Overtime? If she worked overtime, she'd have less time to sleep. Absolutely impossible. She must find another path. Villa Arthur. Now for Ganyu's unserious evaluation number 2. Terrifying combat power. He smirked. And all of Tivat instantly grew wary. Transcendent chat group. Yay Miko, what does that mean? She's an adeptus, being strong is normal. Jean, and combat power should have been part of the serious evaluations. Hu Tao, my gut tells me something is fishy. Nahitha, but what kind of fishiness can battle power have? Ethir, yeah, it won't turn into Laya Ice Archon, right? Keking. Saritsa. Cloud Retainer, ha. This is a story only I know. He will explain soon. Venti, details. Alice, details. Furina, elaborate. Tell us everything. Cloud Retainer, no, let the light screen speak. Ha ha ha. Jade Chamber. Combat power. Keking murmured. Surely not, Ganyu the Ice Archon. But Ningguang shook her head. Judging by Cloud Retainer's expression, it's not that simple. Both turned their heads slowly toward Ganyu. Her face was already pale. They noticed. Villa Arthur. Ganyu is a powerful adeptus. But this particular, combat power, refers to a battle during the Archon War. At that time, Laya was engulfed in chaos. Rex Lapis and the Adepti were all fighting. Little Ganyu wanted to help, but she was still small. And then she was swallowed whole by a giant beast. Normally she would have died instantly. Arthur paused, smiled. But that year, Ganyu was as round as a dumpling. So when she got swallowed, she got stuck in the creature's throat. She blocked its airway, caused it to suffocate, and thus defeated the monster. No adeptus arts, no martial skill, not even cryo power. Just mass. That, my friends, is overwhelming combat power. Ayazang Mountain blocked the beast's throat. Ha ha ha. Cloud Retainer burst into wild laughter. Shen He just stared blankly. Master really is a chaos gremlin. Cloud Retainer leaned toward her. Shen He, the light screen didn't tell the full story. Let me explain properly. It happened like this back then. Little Ganyu was round, soft, and Shen He's expression remained calm, but her heart whispered, will Master also spread my embarrassing childhood stories one day? Still, she listened. She too wanted to know how Ganyu had managed to get stuck. Jade Chamber. Because she was fat. Keking blinked in disbelief. Ningguang actually froze mid-smoke. Truly unexpected. Then both slowly turned toward Ganyu. She lay face down on the table, ears burning red. Why must he reveal my darkest secret? Ganyu whispered in despair. All the sleepiness, the embarrassment, the crying, the roundness, everything she wanted no one to know, was now public. Transcendent chat group. Hu Tao, good lord. So this is the battle power. Strong is strong. Zhongli, indeed. Defeating a giant beast during the Archon War is truly impressive. Venti, agree. The two old ones are correct. Nahitha, the method is unique. But a victory is a victory. Furina, agreed. Yao Yao, oh no, Ganyu is following Kekingjia's tragic path. Yanfei, after this, I may never see Ganyu the same way. Alice, but I am curious, how big was the beast? How big was Ganyu? Ye Miko, a very valid question. Cloud Retainer, leave it to me. At that time, Ganyu was. Ganyu, Cloud Retainer, don't. Cloud Retainer coughed and fell silent. Cloud Retainer, fine, I'll tell you after the light screen finishes. Alice, a pity. Ether, a pity. Venti, a pity. Furina, a pity. Ye Miko, a pie cough, not a pity. Ganyu, Villa Arthur. Seeing the sheer chaos in the barrage, Arthur grinned. Now that you understand Ganyu's combat power, it's time to reveal her Adeptus title. Unserious Evaluation Number 3. Gilugula down the mountain, true monarch. 49. Miko, you wouldn't want your childhood exposed, would you? 49. Miko, you wouldn't want your childhood exposed, would you? Kikai, there is coconut goat. Aozang Mountain, Cloud Retainer's abode. Cloud Retainer was still bubbling with excitement from the previous segment of the light screen. Having reminisced herself into high spirits, she continued non-stop telling Shenhe the full story of Ganyu vs. Giant Beast. Shenhe sat expressionlessly, but secretly paid full attention. Cloud Retainer, misreading this as enthusiasm, became even happier. A disciple finally willing to listen to me chatter. Wonderful. Double the chatter. But just then, the light screen announced the next unserious evaluation, and both master and disciple fell silent. Gilugula down the mountain, true monarch. Shenhe's calm voice carried rare confusion. Was that Ganyu Shija's Adeptus title? Master never said that. Wait. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility flashed across her mind. Master. Shenhe turned her head stiffly. Did senior sister Ganyu when she was little ever roll down a mountain? Because she was too round. And is that why the unserious evaluation calls her Gilugula down the mountain, true monarch? Cloud Retainer blinked. Shenhe, did you just learn how to interrupt my story? Shenhe. Cloud Retainer waved her talons dismissively. Correct. Exactly so. Come, I shall tell you the details. It happened like this, little Ganyu at that time. Liu Wangsheng funeral parlor. Gilugula down the mountain, true monarch. Hu Tao scratched her head. What a weird title. Even I wouldn't name an Adeptus like that. Even for her chaotic naming sense, this felt disrespectful. Hey, consultant, you know what's going on, right? She eyed Zhongli, who was calmly drinking tea. Zhongli paused. Of course he knew. Cloud Retainer had told him personally. But could he say it? Hu Tao watched him a moment, then rolled her eyes. Forget it, I won't ask you. I'll wait for the light screen. Zhongli quietly exhaled in relief. But his thoughts sighed. Poor Ganyu. First the light screen comforts her loneliness, then immediately exposes her childhood shame. Still, even as he pitied her, he continued watching with undisguised interest. Some joys were universal among the immortals. Liu Jade Chamber. Gilugula down the mountain, true mon. Keking froze mid-sentence. Then instantly understood. Earlier, the light screen had said, Ganyu was as round as a ball. Combine those two lines. Mystery solved. Ningguang reached the same conclusion, exhaled lightly, and exchanged a look with Keking. Then both turned sympathetically toward Ganyu. Poor child. This was a black history she would never wash clean. Ganyu couldn't even lift her head. She wanted to dissolve into the carpet. Transcendent chat group. Everyone had basically figured it out. Compared to the previous evaluations, this one was simple. And just as the chat was about to erupt, the light screen moved again. Everyone instantly shut up and continued watching. Villa Arthur. I'm sure many of you already guessed it. Yes. Ganyu was very round as a child, so she often accidentally rolled down mountains. Thus the nickname Gilugula down the mountain, true monarch. But words alone won't fully convey it. So let's watch a video. He clicked play. Ganyu's eyes widened. Not a video. Please, anything but a video. A nickname was survivable. But a full visual reenactment. This is too cruel. She finally understood Keking's earlier breakdown. There is no mercy in this world. Light screen video. Cheerful, upbeat music played, surprisingly pleasant. Viewers briefly felt confused. Is this the right video? Isn't this supposed to show Ganyu rolling? But then the visuals appeared, and everything made sense. Four people stood at the bottom of a mountain slope. Cloud Retainer, the Traveler, Paimon, and Ganyu. Cloud Retainer was enthusiastically describing Ganyu's childhood. On the mountainside above them, a small, round, dumpling-shaped Ganyu stood at the peak. She slipped, and rolled, gilla, hitting the ground, bouncing up, rolling, bouncing, dust puffing up behind her each time she hit the earth. The music matched her rolling perfectly. She rolled all the way down. The traveler munched snacks. Paimon rolled mid-air laughing, tears streaming down her face. As for present-day Ganyu, she quietly turned away, alone in her pain. And the video kept going. A full minute of continuous gulu gulu gulu. Enough for all of Tivit to fully absorb the glory of gulu gulu down the mountain true monarch. Mondstadt traveler's room. Earlier, Paimon had been clinging to Lumen's leg begging forgiveness. Lumen crossed her arms, ignoring her. But after watching the rolling Ganyu video, they both collapsed onto the bed laughing uncontrollably. Paimon laughed so hard she rolled like a miniature Ganyu. Athos is exactly what I imagined. Gilugula true monarch is too good, too good. Lumen laughed so hard her stomach hurt. The contrast between mature, serene Ganyu and round-rolling tiny Ganyu was simply fatal. Even their earlier quarrel melted instantly. Emi legs suddenly feel so sore. Lumen flopped on her back dramatically, and shot Paimon a side glance. Paimon froze for 0.1 seconds, then instantly understood. Lumen must be exhausted from the dragon disaster yesterday. Even though I'm not a Mondstadter, I deeply admire the honorary knight. I won't let her suffer. Without hesitation, Paimon scurried over to massage Lumen's thigh. Lumen, wearing a smug expression, enjoyed it. How's this strength, Lumen? A little lower. Here. More pressure. Now. Good. Since you're trying so hard, I'll forgive you this time. But next time. Hehe, thank you Lumen. You're the best traveler, the bravest knight, the most. Stop. Massage properly. Yes ma'am. By the way your secret stash. I'll hand it over. Good. Paimon's heart shriveled at losing all her savings. But then she remembered the gourmet navigator tablecloth. Endless free food. Instantly her heart blossomed. She massaged with renewed vigor. Long live Gilugula true monarch. Inajima Tenshikaku. Ei was still busy cooking. Only Ye Miko and Kyujao Sarah were inside. My, who knew Lady Ganyu had such an adorable childhood. Ye Miko laughed lightly, but this time she wasn't making fun of anyone, because she had been exactly the same as a child. The moment she felt nostalgic, a calm voice drifted over. Yes, Miko was very cute as a child as well. Such a pity. It was Ei. Ye Miko's smile froze instantly. She liked reminiscing about others' childhoods, not her own, especially considering the drastic gap between past and present. She wanted to retort but Ei's age made counterattacks impossible. Ei continued cooking with obvious pleasure. Don't worry, the food will be ready soon. Ye Miko, did I ask you about the food? Transcendent chat group. Hu Tao, So that's how Gilugula true monarch was born. Lumen, if that were a real Adeptus title it'd be disrespectful. XD. Alice, hehe, so that's what she looked like as a child. Yao Yao, see cute. Venti, very cute. Furina, extremely cute. Baidu, hahaha, absolutely adorable. Cloud Retainer, but of course. And there are many more stories from her childhood. Ganyu. Ye Miko, oh, true monarch, please elaborate. Ei, I imagine it's similar to Miko's childhood. Surely full of entertainment. Ayaka, cough I said nothing. Ito, ohh. Stories of the Fox Lady's childhood. Count me in. Goro, ahem too. Ganyu, me too. Sarah, General, I would also like to know. Scaramouch, heh. I'm interested as well. Ei, Miko. You wouldn't want your childhood exposed, would you? Ye Miko. Miko, legendary trickster, bane of countless victims, finally saw the tables turn, and her enemies Ito, Goro, Scaramouch, Sarah, all eagerly gathered like hungry wolves. Even mild-mannered Ayaka avoided eye contact. Ganyu apologized silently in her heart. Forgive me, Lady Miko, but if they keep talking about me, I will die. Inajima Tenshikaku. Hehe, you all wish to see my childhood. Ye Miko smiled charmingly, but inside, pure panic. Ganyu's suffering was a direct warning. Her own past must never, ever be revealed. She hurriedly sent a private transmission to Ei, listing conditions, promises, favors. Only then did Ei relent. But this humiliation, not forgiven. One by one, Ye Miko mentally wrote down the names of Arataki Ito, Goro, Kyujao Sarah, Scaramouch, Ganyu. Just you wait. She had plenty of time to take revenge. Ei, meanwhile, was feeling wonderful. No wonder Miko loves teasing others so much. This feeling of having the upper hand is delightful. Villa Arthur. Arthur watched the chat explode and couldn't help laughing. They had gone from Ganyu Miko Ei full Inajima gossip. Beautiful. This is peak Inajima energy. Honestly, are their souls swapped? Since when does Ei bully Miko? But good. When it's their turn for evaluations, I'll prepare extra material. Now, back to Ganyu. After talking about her Adeptus title, Arthur said with a smile. Let's move to her other nickname. Unserious evaluation number 4. Coconut Goat. A pure joke. Any resemblance is coincidental. Audiobook Pharmacy. It was lunchtime, so the shop was quiet. Baiju sat relaxing, watching the light screen. Beside him, Kikai also stared blankly at it, processing only half of what she saw. But then, coconut goat. Dr. Bai. There is coconut goat. Kikai's eyes lit up. Her long-searched mythical coconut-producing beast finally had a lead. Bai Zhu sighed. Kikai, this coconut goat is not the one you're thinking of. Ganyu being a coconut goat. This light screen truly lived up to its name of unserious evaluations. 50, Ningguang, perfect. One opens a beef offal shop, the other a coconut milk shop. Lumen's shocking discovery. Ayazang Mountain. Shenhe was still listening to her master recount Ganyu's childhood stories. She had to rub her horns before she could fall asleep. The first time she saw a human, she got so scared she hid in a crack between rocks for 2 whole days. All cute, embarrassing little stories. Completely different from the cool, graceful Ganyu of today. So when Shenhe heard the new, unserious evaluation from the light screen, she asked, Master, so what is this coconut goat about? This cloud retainer suddenly fell silent. Because she really didn't know. There was no memory of Ganyu ever being associated with goats. Even Shenhe was surprised. Even Master doesn't know. Could this be another meme like, beef offal master? Her eyes shifted to the light screen, filled with anticipation. Without noticing, she was already developing human emotional reactions. Transcendent chat group. Lumen, coconut goat? How is that related to Ganyu? Yanfei, right? Ganyu is a Kylan adeptus. No connection to goats at all. Paimon, maybe it's food. Ganyu likes goat meat. Cloud retainer, drink only sweet dew, eat only fine herbs. Kylan are strict vegetarians. Xiangling, no wonder Ganyu never orders meat at Wanmin restaurant. Ayaka, then what is coconut goat? Hu Tao, consultant Zhongli, you know. Zhongli, I do not. I have never heard of it. Kikai, coconut goat. A legendary half-adeptus beast. What it looks like didn't know. Where it lives didn't know. Why it exists didn't know. Furina, half-adeptus? Then it fits. I understand. Coconut goat must be Ganyu's secret form. Baizhu, apologies. Kikai's memory is poor. Please don't take her words seriously. Nahitha, then let's just wait for the light screen. Villa Arthur. Arthur paused in thought. Coconut goat, coconut milk. These memes were some of the most popular Ganyu jokes besides Miss Wong. Maybe even more famous. Tons of fan creations. But unlike Beef Offal Master, this one carried certain implications. Implications born from countless cultured fans. If he were just a normal Genshin content creator showing memes to human viewers, fine. But now, he was broadcasting to all of Tibet. He needed to be careful. Directly explaining it would violate Ganyu's privacy. But skipping it entirely would feel wrong. The coconut goat meme was a core soul meme of Ganyu. Fortunately, Arthur had already prepared a safer explanation. He put 2 images on screen. A goat, Ganyu's coconut goat, chibi form. Instantly, many people understood. Ah, it's because she looks like one. The little horns, the soft eyes very goat-like. Only Ganyu stared in silent resignation. I am a Kylan, not a goat, even less a coconut goat. But before discussions began, the video changed. A new video loaded. The true origin of the meme. Of course, Arthur edited out all the questionable content. He needed to retain the meme while keeping it safe for Tibet. Everyone held their breath with expectation. Light screen video begins. Title, Authentic Coconut Milk Coconut Goat Brand. Lia's soft commercial music played. A carton of coconut milk appeared. On the box. Authentic Coconut Milk Coconut Goat Brand. Middle left. I am Miss Wong. Authentic Coconut Milk Coconut Goat Brand. I've been drinking it since childhood. Middle right. Chibi Ganyu holding the carton with her head. Bottom. 6,000 years of tradition, using fresh coconut juice and mountain goat milk. Freshly squeezed. No milk powder, no fake ingredients to trick customers. A narrator spoke. Coconut goat brand coconut milk developed by the half-adeptus coconut goat, with over 6,000 years of history. Beloved by the people of Liu. Let's hear what they think. The scene changed to Bubu Pharmacy. Kikai appeared, holding a bottle. Coconut goat is legendary half-adeptus beast. Coconut goat milk tastes good. Better than normal goat milk. Cut. To a hooded man before a statue of the 7. Voice. I am Morax. Coconut goat milk is truly excellent. 1,000-year brand. Reliable. Cut. To the Jade Chamber. Ningguang, elegant as ever. I am not picky about beverages. A little something like this is enough. Cut. To Yujing Terrace. Keqing smiled subtly. Even a sip can satisfy the taste buds. And sweep away all accumulated stress. Cut. To the Crux Fleet. Baidu chugged the milk like liquor. Good on. Then wiped her mouth. After hard work, drinking this refreshing. Cut. To Tianhang Mountain Peak. Finally. Ganyu, holding a carton, smiling shyly. Authentic coconut milk, coconut goat brand. 6,000-year shop. You deserve it. Video ends. Silence. Then, everyone exploded. Transcendent chat group. Yao, Ganyujija's coconut goat form is so cute. Cloud retainer, yes. She was much cuter when she was round and small. Ganyu. Kikai, coconut milk. Yanfei, I get it. So coconut milk is made by coconut goat Ganyu from coconut juice and goat milk. Venti, ahai, this is ancient beverage craftsmanship. Xianling, and so many endorsements. Kikai, Captain Baidu, Lady Ningguang, Lady Keqing, even the Geo Archon. Ye Miko, as expected of Ganyu. If only someone endorsed my novels. Ei, Xiao, even the Archon. Zhongli, Ganyu is an adeptus. If such a shop existed, I would indeed endorse it. Hu Tao, learn something. I'll promote the funeral parlor like this too. Jean, honestly, it looks good, might relieve fatigue even. Fiscal, a sanctified elixir of the depths of my domain. Oz, she means, perfect travel item. Navia, got it. From now on, only coconut milk brand milk. Lumen, question, where can we buy it? Ningguang, Ganyu is here. Charlotte, breaking news. Lia's secretary Ganyu launches coconut milk. Keqing opens beef offal shop. Moral collapse, capitalist victory. Tune into Steam Bird Daily. Ganyu, Keqing. Barbara, wait, does no one find Miss Wang suspicious? Paimon, Atra. Furina, is that Ganyu's nickname? Alice, shouldn't her nickname be Gilugula down the mountain true monarch? Cloud retainer, Miss Wang. Wonderful name. I shall use it. Ganyu. Liu jade chamber. Coconut goat milk. Not bad. Keqing grinned. Ganyu, you should open a coconut milk shop. With this commercial, you'll be famous instantly. Ganyu had regained her composure by now. She rolled her eyes gently. A coconut milk shop can't compare with your beef offal shop, Lady Keqing. You have beef offal sword technique and your single, my grilled beef offal dot. If you launched a shop, it would dominate all of Tibet. Uyu. Keqing choked instantly. She forgot she was also a victim. Ningguang laughed. How about this? One opens a beef offal shop. One opens a coconut milk shop next to it. Eat beef offal, drink coconut milk to cleanse the palate. If you need capital, I can invest. Keqing and Ganyu, eye rolls in stereo. They were both very employed. Running shops was impossible. For now. Mondstadt Traveler's Room. Paimon massaged Lumen's leg while staring hungrily at the coconut milk on screen. Wow, Lumen, that looks so tasty. No idea what it even tastes like. Lumen didn't answer. Paimon blinked. Lumen, what's wrong? Something is off about this evaluation. Lumen frowned seriously. Off. It's always like this. Paimon shrugged. She almost said something teasing, but clamped her mouth shut just in time. Lumen casually handed her the gourmet tablecloth, then whispered, Paimon, think about it. This evaluation is too normal. This is supposed to be an unserious evaluation. They said, coconut goat, but the video was a perfectly normal advertisement. If my guess is right, the real coconut milk isn't what they showed. Paimon froze. You mean, Ganyu's real coconut milk is actually, no proof, but I'm sure. Lumen nodded confidently. Paimon inhaled sharply. This is too much. If that were true, Ganyu would resign from the Kixing tomorrow. Paimon tried to collect herself. Nope, too shocking. I need coconut milk to calm down. She summoned the gourmet tablecloth, but nothing appeared. Huh. She tried again. Still nothing. Lumen, the coconut milk didn't appear. Is the tablecloth broken? What? Impossible. Lumen tested it. Other food worked. Coconut milk did not. The problem was clear. It's because she whispered. The thing you were imagining wasn't food. Paimon's eyes widened, because she had been imagining Lumen's real coconut milk theory, which was absolutely not food. Paimon quickly reset her mind. Ahem. Gourmet tablecloth. I want the coconut milk shown in the video. The one made of coconut juice and goat milk. Not that other thing.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.